Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side managed shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride, 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you're hollering in cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got you clapped with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch, boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, y'all. All right. Good morning. Good morning, Sister Reza. Good morning. Good to have you in the building. Good to have you in the building. OG Patrice. Greetings and salutations as always. How y'all doing, beautiful sisters, doing today? Hope all is well. Hope all is well. That was our brother Eric, 16 to Life. You can go to his webpage, 16 to Life. Here's some funny stories, or or you can go to his webpage, 16tolife.com, and you can get some merch, or you can put him to work. You can put the brother to work. The brother, funny cat, does voices, makes music, does a lot of different stuff, So you might be able to put him to work if you got space for him. But that is Brother Eric. Shout out to y'all. Happy Father's Day to all of y'all that's out there. Did you tell your father Happy Father's Day today? Go on and tell your father Happy Father's Day for me, right? Right. Go on and tell your father Happy Father's Day. As fathers, we don't get much. We don't get much in terms of a thank you. So if you entering into the fatherhood business, for what you're gonna get on the other end, is not the business for you. If you're looking for thank yous, handouts, and pats on the back, fatherhood ain't that ain't the business to get into. The ROI is very low. You got to just do it because you just got it in your heart to do it. All right. Shout out to all the fathers. Shout out to all the stepfathers. Shout out to all of the cats that tirelessly sacrifice for others so that they can go out there and then they can live their lives, man. Thank you, Sister Reese. Appreciate you. Thank you, OG Patrice. Appreciate you. Thank you for all the brothers that sacrifice so that they can, advance the cause of other people who don't even, and sometimes they don't even recognize the sacrifice that you're making for them. You know what I'm saying? So, and they don't even, it's not that you're looking for a thank you, but they at least show you the respect that they understand that you're making a sacrifice for their endeavors. But like I said, fatherhood is not about that. Fatherhood is not fatherhood. If you're looking for thank yous and you doing it for thank yous and our return on investment, this is not the job for you. You got to be kind of like, what's the word I want to use? You got to have a different kind of mentality to be able to do this kind of, to be in a fatherhood situation, because a lot of times, it's just, people just take it for granted, take fathers for granted. Mothers are a lot more, as they should be. Mothers are a lot more paid attention to, as they should be. But fatherhood, man. So I'm just telling you up front, fatherhood is not the game to get into if you're looking to get pats on the back. But anyway, shout out to all the fathers. Shout out to all the stepfathers. Shout out to all the mentors, advisors, whoever's trying to guide somebody into a better situation than they presently are in. Shout out to all of those people, man. Shout out to you. All right. Let's get right to work, y'all. Let's get right to work, because we got a lot of ground to cover. Because today is tomorrow is actually Juneteenth, but we're gonna cover a little bit of Juneteenth today and why that's important. Okay, let's get into the news. We got some ugly news today, man. It's really not. But Clarence, why do you go over stuff like this, right? Okay, so I go over stuff like this because I want you women, especially you females, I want y'all always keep your eyes open, man. Sometimes, we don't keep our eyes open, and we out here and we don't recognize that things can happen. Things can happen to anybody. There's none of us that's safe out here, man. There's no safe place for you to stand out here where okay, ain't no way, ain't nothing gonna happen to you, right? No, things can happen to any one of us out here. So what we got to do is we gotta always have our heads on a swivel. We always got to have our heads on a swivel and always be making sure that we're paying attention to what's going on around us, right? Our what's the word I want to use? Our current situation. All right, so this is an article about a Walgreens employee, right? I hope y'all can see that. Walgreens employee was accused of murking his teenage coworker who had rejected his advances. Now, I got a granddaughter. I got to show her a way to how to let a dude down. See, back in the day, people would let you down a lot easier than they do now. They much more, what's the word? Aggressive with how they how they reject people today, and that may not be so good. Anyway, let's read the article. A Walgreens employee from Colorado was arrested and charged with the murking of a 17-year-old co-worker who had previously rejected his advances and had complained about making her feel uncomfortable. Joshua Johnson, 28, was detained on June 12th by state troopers about 100 miles outside of Colorado Springs on June 12th, a day after Riley Whitelaw's body was discovered in the break room of the Walgreens. In the break room where they both worked. Johnson had been charged with one count of first-degree murder, police said. On June 11th, a Walgreens manager in Colorado Springs found Whitelaw's body in the break room after the high school student never returned from her break, according to the arrest affidavit obtained by KKTV. Police officers responded to the scene approximately 6:55 p.m., where they discovered Whitelaw laying in a substantial amount of blood with trauma to her neck area. Officers observed no signs of life, and the staff break room had blood on the floor, cabinets, and counter, the affidavit said. Justice Zunino, the manager, told police that Johnson had been warned a year ago to keep his conduct professional after Whitelaw complained that he had made several advances toward her, which made her feel uncomfortable. Zunino said Johnson appeared to be receptive to the warning, according to the affidavit. However, several weeks ago, Whitelaw asked for the change in her work shifts to avoid Johnson. Does this sound familiar, ladies? Zunino told investigators that the teenager later requested additional hours, which made her aware that the overtime would mean she and Johnson would cross paths. Johnson's interest in Whitelaw didn't seem to be deterred when her boyfriend joined the staff at Walgreens 3 months ago. Crystal Ishmael, another manager at the store, told police that Johnson began acting jealous instead. After on the day of Whitelaw's death, a customer at Walgreens store heard a woman screaming the sounds of stalls slamming. She later told authorities. Zunino, the manager, told officers that he had seen Johnson on the store surveillance video stacking bins in front of the camera to block his view. Holy smokes. Ishmael told police that during the search of Whitelaw, she had checked outside by a dumpster area where she smelled a strong odor of bleach and attempted to gain entry, but walked away after hearing a male voice saying he was changing. Johnson later told police that he was the person Ishmael had talked to by the dumpster and he was trying to leave. He also admitted to being in the break room and told authorities that he felt in the blood, according to the affidavit. Holy smokes. Johnson was found by Colorado State Patrol troopers walking along the interstate. He had scratches on his hands and face and claimed he had been attacked in Walgreens. He was arrested soon after the troopers learned that he was a suspect in the incident. Johnson admitted to police that he previously had a crush on Whitelaw, but claimed it was no longer the case and now was involved with Ishmael. Holy smokes. Police noted that Ishmael did not mention being in a relationship with Johnson during the interview. Despite video evidence, Johnson denied attempting to obstruct surveillance cameras. Whitelaw, a straight A student at Air Academy High School, was an art enthusiast with a passion for genetics research, according to her friends and family. She was someone filled with empathy, patience, and compassion who allowed others to be seen or recognized. Her obituary said, she was wise beyond her years and she was equally at ease in a room full of adults having conversations or kicking back with her friends to make goofy videos. If you're having a bad day and she had the innate ability to lift you up, she was dedicated, persistent, passionate about everything she endeavored to try. The obituary said the teenager's funeral will be held next week as Investigation into her murder is ongoing. In a statement to BuzzFeed News, Fraser Ingerman, a senior director for Walgreens, said that the company was saddened by the incident. The safety of our customers and team members is top priority. We are working with local authorities in their investigation. Ingerman said we are making counseling and other resources available to our store team members at this location. All right, y'all. All right, y'all. Man. Now, y'all say, hey, Clarence, why do you do this stuff? Why do you keep telling us about this? I mean, every week you're telling us about something like this. Yeah, I know. I'm telling you so y'all can keep your eyes open out there. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Some of you guys are not like do that all the time, right? Especially some people that watch this in a replay. They don't do that all the time. They don't go into a situation and think, man, what's the worst that could happen? This dude could try to do something really violent. So I need to be prepared for that, right? You got people out here that are prepared for stuff like that, right? People like Patrice and other people, I think, Risa, you might be too, where, you know, they got something for you. You put your hands on them, right? Right? But everybody ain't like that, right? So that's why I keep telling you guys, the rest of you guys got to keep your eyes open. Keep your eyes open, because you never know. You never know, man. See, back in the day, a dude could, and you could just get your boyfriend to come up here and it'll squash the whole thing. Not no more, man. These dudes ain't taking no for an answer. Even if your boyfriend is there, even if your boyfriend is bigger, even if your boyfriend is whatever, they don't care. So we got to learn how to make learn how to make men that have these this stuff where they distorted reality, get them straight. We got to get them straight. We got to have something you can say to them to get them straight. I'm just getting over COVID. I don't want to give it to you. Something, right? something. Man, something. Patrice said people really sick and twisted out here, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell them, Patrice. See, that's what I'm trying to see. What some of these sisters need to do is get with a sister like yourself, and maybe I think Sister Risa too as well. You need to get with sisters like that and say, hey, look, I'm not. You know, I'm just I'm just prepared. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be no big and bad person, but you know, if you put your hands on me, you know what I'm saying, I got something for you, right? so they need to get with sisters like that, because that's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. You know what I'm saying? We don't want nobody walking around with AK-47s, but definitely people should be prepared for a situation that's going left, right? Today, women that's not prepared, this is what happens, right? This is what happens. This is the kind of stuff that happens to women that are not prepared. I won't even say women, men too. Men that aren't prepared, just the kind of stuff that happens, right? And then everybody says, oh man, that's a bad thing. I wish it would have never happened. Well, wishing it never happened and not letting it happen is two different things, right? We got to make sure that it don't happen. We got to make sure. We got to make sure that nothing like this is going to happen to nobody, right? Sure that it don't happen. Sorry about that, y'all. You know what I'm saying? We got to make sure that this kind of stuff don't happen. All right, so that's the news. And like I said, y'all keep your eyes open. You women, keep your eyes open. Don't be caught up with, no, don't be caught up. I don't care how nice a dude talk or whatever. Don't get yourself all caught up trying to be nice to somebody that's, no. Protect yourself at all times. I was just, shout out to my brothers. I was just working out with a couple brothers just a little while ago before we came on the air. And they said, I was telling them, you got to protect yourself at all times, man. If something go down and you get caught up in it, whose fault is it? Whose fault is it? All right, so let's move on to the hit parade, because we got a lot of ground to cover today, y'all. We got so much to do. So excited. Here's another one, y'all. Here's another one. Okay. Here is another one. Holy smokes. don't know if you guys can see this. Okay, yeah, you guys can. All right, Vince McMahon, you guys know who Vince McMahon is, steps down as WWE CEO while the company investigates alleged misconduct. Right? All right, World Wrestling Entertainment CEO Vince McMahon is stepping down away from the business side of the wrestling company while an investigation is conducted into alleged hush money payment to cover up SCX misconduct, the WWE and its board of directors announced Friday. McMahon, who has ran the company for 40 years after taking over for his father in 1982, when it was known as World Wrestling Federation, he'll still maintain control of the WWE's creative output during this investigation, and the company announced he'd appear on Friday night's episode of SmackDown. Let's see. I have pledged my complete cooperation to the investigation by the special committee, and I will do everything possible to support the investigation. I have also pledged to accept the findings and the outcome of the investigation, whatever they are, McMahon said in a company statement. The Wall Street Journal reported on Wednesday that the board was investigating a $3 million payout to a woman to cover up an alleged consensual affair between WWE paralegal and McMahon, who faced allegations of SCS misconduct in the past. The newspaper reported that the board's investigation uncovered several other non-disclosure agreements. Holy smokes. In relation to other misconduct claims against McMahon and head of talent relations, John Laurinaitis, by women who work for WWE. The chief brand officer, Stephanie McMahon, Vince McMahon's daughter and a WWE executive since 2006, will take over as CEO and chair of the board of directors in his absence. Okay, so now I gotta tell y'all about how to you gotta get around this stuff at work, right? Now, I'm not a female, so I don't know how to tell you. You probably got to talk to Patrice or Risa or one of these other females. They could tell you how, because I don't know how. This stuff actually, women have to get around this stuff at work and still work at the same place, right? You know what I'm saying? Well, every time a woman don't want to throw away a good salary just because there's a dude at work that ain't getting the message, right? So how do you get the guy to get the message? That's the thing. That's the thing, right? Patrice said, "You're right, Brother Clarence. Us sisters should look out for one another. I wish more sisters would get training, become licensed carry and conceal, and go to the range on a regular basis." Yeah, well, see, we need somebody like you, Patrice, to kind of put the word out there, because if they see, they know, oh, okay, yeah, a sister like that can carry. Okay, yeah, the sister's out there moving around in the public, but at the same time, she's ready for a situation to go left. Oh, okay, I can be too, right? They learn from watching y'all. Same thing with you, Risa. Risa said, now Stephanie, his daughter, went on leave a few weeks ago. That family is always into something. Yeah, man. It's I think it's hard. Like, when you have so many different things it's like the same thing would happen with Bill Cosby, right? So many things start flying out the closet all at the same time. It puts the defense in the overload, right? And then it put his daughter, in a bad situation, because the daughter is in a situation like, well, damn, you're a woman too. You think this is cool? What your dad did to women? Are you with it? What what I'm saying? So it put her in a bad situation. Maybe she had to sit down and take off. But anyway, this is the hit parade. I want you guys to understand. I teach it for the women, so the women can watch out for this stuff, because mostly men to women. Yeah, sometimes women to men, but mostly it's men to women. That's what's I would say is over 90% of it is men having misconduct with women. So you guys got to understand that this is what happens, and how to maneuver around it. I wish it was more women that was able to teach other women how to maneuver around stuff like that. You know what I mean? So it just depends, and it depends on who you know. Now, who you know makes a lot of that carries a lot of weight too, right? I had a friend one time. She was working at what they call McDonnell Douglas, at McDonnell Douglas, right? She was a youngster at the time, right? She was just a baby, right? 19, 20 years old, going to college, but at the same time, she was working at McDonnell Douglas, and so she was working in the office with this lady, this Latino sister, and so she said everything was cool. The Latino sister kind of like took her under her wing, right? Was showing her around, showing her this and that and that. And so what happened was this white dude that was one of the bosses that they worked for. He took a liking to my friend, the youngster, right? She's probably 19, 18, 19, 20, somewhere in there, right? He took a liking to her. And so it made my friend very uncomfortable. So he started trying to, compliment her, and then he went from complimenting her to asking her out. And even though she was telling her, no, I'm really seeing somebody right now, he just wouldn't get it. He just kept on. And then it got to the point where he started being more aggressive, and it just got real ugly, right? So the Latino sister, she started realizing that my friend was, like would come back from her lunch break and always and be looking kind of crazy all the time. So the Latino said, hey, she said, hey girl, what's wrong with you? Is something wrong? And so finally my friend broke down and was like, yeah, this dude, he's after me. He just keep going in, and I can't get him to stop. So that Latino sister said, why you didn't say nothing? Why you didn't tell me? And he said, my friend said, oh, I just never, I just thought it was my problem and something I got to handle. My friend said, the girl said, no, mija, watch how we'll handle this. Ain't no, we'll take care of this. So say about a couple of days later, she saw old boy coming down the hallway, and she was like, uh-oh, I know he's gonna do. She said when old boy saw her, he turned around and walked the other way. I mean, he's zoomed the other way, right? he got out of it. He just went the other way, right? So my friend, she said, I was green. I didn't know, I didn't know how things work in the office, right? The office said, I didn't know what was going on. She said, I went back in there. I told the Latino sister, I said, hey, she said, can you believe it? The guy left me alone and he went the other way, right? And so Latino said, sister said, oh, okay, that's good. So she said about maybe 6 months later, Latino sister told her, hey, the reason why that dude went running the other way is because I'm dating the big boss. That's his boss. And I told him that he was giving you a problem and he needed to do something about it. And so my friend said, man, wow, man. She said, I didn't know nothing about none of that stuff. I don't know how. I had no clue that, all this was going on, because you never saw them two together at the workplace. You never saw those guys, the guy and the girl together. So she had no clue that they even had anything going on. But so who makes a difference. But say you don't know nobody. Now what do you do? Got to figure that out. You got to figure that out. You got to figure out a way to let these guys know, hey, I'm just not interested. It's not you, it's me. Not you, it's me. It's not you, it's me. I'm caught up in a situation right now. And, I'm therefore, let me handle that. And then let me rock out with that. Right? Shout out to my friend. She know who she is. All right. So that was the hit parade, y'all. And why do I do that? For two reasons. Number one, let you females know, hey, there's guys out here that's still on the prowl. Right? Even though it's a new day, it's still guys out here on the prowl. And you got to know how to let them down in a way where they don't get all busted up, right? Let them down in a way where they can still have their dignity, and they will be able to say, well, you know what? I can't have her, but she's at least a good person, right? as opposed to, you know, the insensitivity sometimes where women don't realize that some of these guys are not wrap tight, and if you you show them a high degree of insensitivity, they just snap, right? They just snap and do something really ridiculous. All right, y'all. So that's the hip, and also to teach the men that, man, it's a new day. You guys can't be out here doing stuff like you used to do, and you could go to work and compliment a woman and compliment her, and you keep complimenting her, right? And you think, hey, I'm working my way into, I'm working my way in there. Not at work, cannot do that stuff on the job no more. Because guess what? 9 out of 10, I would say 8 out of 10 women, they will probably say, oh, well, that's no big deal. It's the 2 out of 10 that you're gonna have a problem with that you may lose your job over. The problem is you never know which group you're working with. You don't know which group you're working with. So to avoid all of that mystery, just don't do it. It's just not a safe environment for you to go around complimenting a woman. Hey, that's a nice job. It's that you can, and if you don't know this woman well, compliments are over. That's dead. You do not compliment people at work. No, you don't. At least not male to female. You cannot do it because you don't know which group you're dealing with. Are you dealing with the 80% that's not going to have a problem with it? Or are you dealing with the 20% that will? Right? There's 20% that come straight out of college, and they're on the whole, you know, social justice warrior thing, and they're gonna say, hey, you know what? You're complimenting me on work time. That's not cool. I'm going straight to HR. You come in from lunch, and there's a note on your desk. Brother, we'd like to see you as soon as you get to your desk. You know, so don't sit down. Come right in. As soon as you read this, come right into the office. It might cost you your job. Over what? Complimenting somebody. Because they feel like, hey, they have a fear that you're harassing them. You may be harassing them. That's the situation we involved with. Now, if you're willing to gamble and say, well, I don't know which group I'm dealing with, I wouldn't gamble with no one. Not at work. If I was working for somebody, I would not gamble with no one. If I did not know these women, I would not gamble. But I saw this other person. Yeah, that's them. That ain't you. That's them. That ain't you. Yeah. Anyway, that's the hit parade. You guys, you know, it's a new day. Just be respectful at work. Just be respectful to all the women, man. Just be very respectful. I mean, just respectful to everybody, but especially the women, because, like I said, you know, only a woman can determine, you know, what is offensive to her, right? You got nothing to do with it. You can say something, you mean one thing, but if she took it another way, that's how she took it. Now you got to deal with it, right? So don't even do it. If you don't know this person well, don't do it. That's my advice. That's my advice to y'all. All right, y'all. That was the hit parade. All right, let's go. Let's move on, man. We're doing good on time, y'all. Holy smokes. All right, thanks, Patrice. Patrice, I sent you a link, by the way. So when I get into the Juneteenth thing, I expect you to come up here. Anyway, let's see. Where we going now? We did that. Oh, let's rescue some black boys. Y'all want to rescue some black boys? Let's rescue some black boys. Let's listen to about 5 minutes of Dr. Amos Wilson. How about that? Can we do that, y'all? Let's do that.
Behavior to later intelligence. In other words, we can now look at the child's visual responses to stimuli and auditory responses to stimuli, what we refer to as habituation responses. And note that these responses predict fairly well the intelligence of the child later on. As stated here, it has been found that a baby's performance at age 4 months and at 6 months on tests of visual memory correlate at 4 and 6 years of age. Now, when we look at these children here responding already the way they do, we know that we are dealing here with a natural intelligence. The question is, how are we going to deal with it? He goes on to state, the issue is intelligence, the brain's ability to process sensory information, organize muscular responses, and interact with the environment. I'm going to indicate what that implies. You see, there are many psychologists, white and otherwise, who would indicate that black children are motorically more advanced than white children. And of course, by that, they try to sort of give us a backhanded slap, as if these children are only motors. But my hand is moved under the direction of my brain. It's not moving spontaneously. I move it because I will its movement. These children are not little motors moving and twisting and going. Their behavior is guided and purposeful, which means then that there is a purposeful intelligence guiding their motor behavior. The behavior is psychomotor. It means then that their brains have advanced to the degree that they can translate their desires and wishes into behavioral activity. And they gain this much earlier than the Europeans. Let's look at it. At 6 or 7 weeks, all 300 of these children crawled skillfully, could sit up by themselves, and would sit spellbound before a mirror, looking at their own images for long periods, indicating self-awareness at a very early age. This particular ability was not expected in the American and European child before 24 weeks, 6 months. What are we saying here then? We are comparing an African child at 6 or 7 weeks with the European child at 24 weeks, or a month and a half, as against what? 6 months. That's what I mean, ladies and gentlemen, when I tell you, you have to know your own history. You have to look at the biological evolutionary history of African people to know your children. You can't go and run over to the other people. You're going to be misguided. These are not children who are colored. These are African children. And it is connected to the melanin in their bodies. This color is not mere decoration, because the melanin that colors your skin is the melanin that is a part of the brain's neurotransmitters network. The same embryonic layer that is responsible for your skin is the same embryonic layer that makes your brain. And the brain uses melanin-like substances for transmitting information within itself and between the neurons. And where you see children of color, then you see this advance in development. So color, again, is not something that just happens. It is a part and parcel of everything else that we are. We must recognize that.
That's Dr. Amos Wilson. Dr. Amos Wilson, the name of the video is How to Properly Educate Black Children. And basically he says that black children develop at a little bit of an advanced stage than other children. Physically and neurologically, that's his assertion, right? Based on these tests that they did, right? But I'm gonna let you guys watch the whole video. But like I always say, black boys, 3rd grade, you got to get in there on them, because see what happens in the school system for black boys is the learning process in the school district is very slow for them. It's very, very slow, and they have to slow their brains down. Black boys have to slow their brains down to slow it down to the level of the way they're being taught. Everybody's not taught. Everybody doesn't learn the same way, and black boys don't typically learn the same way, right? They learn a whole nother way. They learn a lot faster, and they need to be more engaged. You have to be more engaged with them, right? Can't just sit in a book and read. Well, you can, but most black boys, that's gonna turn them off. They need a higher level of engagement to actually, because the average American classroom is slow for them. It's boring to them. They go, oh, what's this? That's all you saying? That's all you talking about? Okay. I'm talking about the 3rd grade. They're like that. They're like, their thinking is, I can catch back up in a couple of grades. I'm just, this is not even entertaining me. Let me entertain myself. And they get caught. So that's why we have to push it 3rd grade. We cannot expect the I'm with Dr. Claude Anderson. We can't expect the government to promote this situation for us. We have to do it ourselves. 3rd grade, we as black men, we got to get in there with these black boys and start teaching them math, science, English, and every other creative thing that we can teach them, so that we can get it. But math, science, and English, the top 3 we got to get in there and teach them. 3rd grade, I told you guys, 3rd grade is where the packs start separating. The packs start separating in the 3rd grade. That's when teachers start saying, okay, this person has a delay, this person is just a bad apple, this person, and they start kicking people out the classroom in the 3rd grade for a wider variety of things. And if you're not there to say, okay, no, it might be just a behavioral situation, or they're just bored. They're not being stimulated properly in the brain, so that's why they're not submitting to the authority in the classroom, because they don't see no reason to. They feel like the authority in the classroom is inferior to them based on the way that you're teaching them. Then that's why they fall out, right? 3rd grade. So this is on us as parents. 3rd grade. Clarence, what you asking the government to step? I'm not asking the government for a damn thing. I'm saying we as men, black men, we got to step in there. We have to step in there and teach these children. We do. 3rd grade. Science, English, mathematics. 3rd grade. I mean, really start pushing it. Start walking them into it, and so that by the time they're in the 6th grade, they're ready to do serious type of science. They're able to do physics problems. They're able to do mathematics problems, trigonometry problems. They're able to do stuff like that by the 6th grade. They should be able to do stuff like that by the 6th grade. If they're not, that's something we're not doing what we're supposed to be doing if they're not. Yeah, black girls too, but especially the boys. The boys are probably going to be the ones most likely to be asked to make have the income for the family if they create a family. The boys are going most likely to be one asked to produce at least 80 or 90% of the income that comes into the household. So if they're not prepared for the STEM environment that's out here, because they've been hustling, then it's we put them in a bad way by not pushing these issues. We're putting them in a bad way. Sister Risa said they have taken out. Sister Risa, they have taken out spelling out of our school system, and also no longer teach cursive writing either. So we know why kids can't spell. So we know. So don't laugh when they post on social media. Yeah, they post on social media. Only time they know they misspelling something is when that big red line comes up right under the word they spell it. Other than that, they don't know nothing, right? We got to get in there. We definitely got to get in there. Sister Patrice says, Malcolm X once said, only a fool would let their enemy teach their children. Man, the J.E. Dubs, they don't let nobody teach their children. They teach their own children. Is there something wrong with that? No, that's actually pretty good. They don't let nobody teach their children, especially about them. They don't let nobody teach them. They make sure they reinforce whatever standard of education they have there. They make sure they put their children in a place where that is reinforced. We've been bamboozled for years. Let's talk about Black Lives Matter Clan. Shame on us. I know, sis. We here. We trying to get it. We trying to get it right. We trying to get it right. We trying to get it right. Shout out to Sister Don. This Don says greetings to Brother C in the chat. We trying to get it right. You know what I'm saying? Because here's the thing, Patrice. If we can get a lot of these young black dudes to be more educated and feel more comfortable in the classroom, I think crime will go down, not only in the black community, but just all over, right? They won't feel like crime is the best option on the table for them to get the things that they want. They realize that, hey, I got the tools to work hard to get what I want, without criminal behavior. But when they look at it like, oh well, I'm out of the game, and by the time they get to 12th grade, they go, it's too late for me to try to learn math, science, and English now. I already know how to hustle in these streets. Let me just go ahead and do that. And then, of course, they get themselves involved in the prison pipeline, and then off away they go. Right? They get in that trap, and then most of the time they just stuck there. Right? A shout out to all of y'all. Thank y'all all for being here today. Appreciate y'all. All right. So that is 5 minutes with Dr. Amos Wilson, and the video is called How to Properly Educate Black Children. So you can go check it out. Go check it out and check it out for yourself. See what you agree with, see what you don't agree with it. But hey, we trying to save some of these young men from being just statistics out here in the street. All right. So that's just rescuing black boys. We got a few other things, y'all, and then we get right to the case, right? We get right to the case. All right, what we got now? Oh. We got the Black History Minute, right? You guys who know who Mark Clark was. Guys know who Mark Clark was. Mark Clark was an activist in the Black Panther Party, right? And unfortunately, he was assassinated by the Chicago PD. Him and Comrade Fred Hampton were basically executed by the Chicago PD. Not only I don't want to just blame the Chicago PD, because it was a task force of different agencies, including the FBI, including some other agencies that were there, that they basically assassinated these guys, and that was it. I think only one person survived, and that was Fred Hampton's fiance. Other than that, I think Fred Hampton caught so many bullets. I mean, he didn't have a chance to get up and do anything. But anyway, let me talk to you guys about Mark Clark. Born June 28, 1947, Peoria, Illinois. Died December 4th, 1969. Age 22 years old. In Chicago, Illinois. Cause of death: assassination by gunshot by the Chicago police. See, I didn't even look at this, but I know. I tell y'all, I knew a little bit of the story before I got it printed out. Let's see. His occupation was an activist. He was active in the Panther Party. He was 1966 to 69. Mark Clark was an American activist, member of the Black Panther Party. He was killed with Fred Hampton during a Chicago police pre-dawn raid on December 4th, 1969. In January 1970, a coroner's jury held an inquest and ruled the deaths of Clark and Hampton to be justifiable homicide. I tell you, man, this is how these dudes used to get away with this stuff like this, right? They called it justifiable homicide. Now, let me ask y'all something. How is, if it's 50-something bullets going one way, no bullets going the other way, how is it justifiable homicide? Right? How is it justifiable homicide? How can 50-something bullets, 52, 53, I don't know, 57, however many bullets, it was going one way, right? They're all in the wall. They're all in the wall in walls at you know, in the front room of Mark Clark, and then they're all in the wall, and they just turn the wall into Swiss cheese with Fred Hampton. No bullets going the other way or any other direction. How's it justifiable homicide? Where's the justification? Right? Shout out to Sister Quantum. Where's the justification? Thank you, Quantum. Appreciate you. I mean, there's got to be a threat of violence to justify the homicide, right? But there's no threat of violence. That has been proven, right? But anyway, I'm gonna let y'all look into Fred Hampton's death and Mark Clark. So we're talking about Mark Clark right now. A lawsuit was filed on behalf of the survivors of the relatives of the Clark and Hampton family, was eventually settled in 1982, with the city of Chicago, Cook County, and the federal government each paying $16,333 to a group of 9 plaintiffs, right? 9 people got $600,000, right? They had to split 9 ways, right? Let's do the math on that. Right? Let's do the math. Okay, so let's see. I got a calculator right here. So let's see. The 616,000 divided by 9, each person gets 68,000, right? Not bad in 84. Not bad in 82. Not bad. But I mean, still should have been way more than that, right? Way more than that. They did more looking into it. But there was a I forgot the name of the guy that set them up. There was a guy that was in the Panthers. He was a government informant, and he set those guys up to be assassinated. I don't know. I don't think it says it in here. It talks about that guy. Yeah. Okay, so here's what happened. Fred Hampton. Comrade Fred Hampton is sleeping in the bed with his fiance. Yeah, I know, OG. I know that's bad. That is very bad. Comrade, so let me give you the short version. Comrade Fred Hampton is sleeping in the bed with his fiance. He's in the back room. They're in a room. They're in a place that has a front room, and Mark Clark is in the front room. Fred Hampton is in the back room in the bed, sleep with his fiance. Mark Clark is guard at the door. He has a shotgun. Shotgun is facing up. Police kicked the door in. He was asleep. They woke him up. He pulled the trigger. Bullet went up in the air. He never shot at the police. They executed Mark Clark. They executed him just off the strength of that. They executed him. He was never requested to lower his weapon. He was never requested nothing. They came in and executed him. Now, after they got done executing Mark Clark, they went past Mark Clark into the back room, and I'm immediately just let it in on Fred Hampton. 21-year-old young man. They just killed him. executed them, basically executed them. And then all of these people, so people say there's no such thing as systematic racism, right? This is a systematic racism that was at work, right? You got the one group of people that is the law enforcement community. They go out and they execute this man. Then you got the coroner's office working in cooperation with the wickedness that's going on with the police department. They wickedness is bound together in their wickedness. So the one evil people are going to support the other evil people. They have to support each other so that they can maintain control over the people. So a person say, well, how is Clarence? How does a white person? You think there is the white person don't get up in the mornings thinking? I'm talking about, especially at that time, back in those days. A white person don't get up thinking, hey, I'm gonna go oppress black people. You don't have to. They don't have to. The system does it for them. The systematic oppression does it for them. Now, we're not saying all white people feel this way, so let's not even go down that road. Well, all we're saying is there are some of them, and enough of them feel this way where they were able to seize power over the government. And able to continue these systems so that they can focus their energy on us in particular. They focus in on poor white people too. They focus on Latinos and all this other stuff too. But their main focus is us, and we trying to get our people to get off to being their focus, right? Shout out to Brother Mark Clark and Fred Hampton. Happy Father's Day to Fred Hampton. His son is out there somewhere. But, two young brothers, 21, 22 years old, respectively, killed for no reason other than just being members of the Black Panther Party. They never advocated for violence. And you can see Fred Hampton is shown in many videos sitting down at the table with white people. And that was another reason why he had to go in the minds of the people that assassinated him, because he was starting to bring young white people into the fray. He was starting to get them to see, just like Martin Luther King was able to get white people to see some of this stuff, and they were able to say, hey, wait a minute, that's not right. I'm willing to fight with you guys. And that, okay, well, Fred Hampton was doing the same thing from the Black Panther Party. He was starting to get young whites around Chicago, the young white gangbangers and the young whites people, and he was starting to get them to come into the fray, right? The Black Panther Party was getting donations from white people. One of their biggest contributors was Jane Fonda. She got blackballed for a while because she had donated money to the Black Panther Party, right? But there was a lot of white people that was donating money to the Panthers. Before like Huey said, Eldridge Cleaver got in power and he started pushing this whole hating white people thing, and it just got out of hand, right? OG Patrice, hold on. Recently said yes, even if he didn't do it, they was going to say he did and snatched his soul. Oh man. Ugly situation over there with Mark Clark. Ugly situation. Mark Clark, bless his heart, he was just kid. I mean, they were kids, man. They were just kids trying to change things, right? Like a lot of the children, like a lot of people today, these youngsters don't even look at it like, oh well, what could sacrificing for the cause? They don't. It's easier for them to just dismiss the cause. There is no racism. There is no. Therefore, if this situation doesn't exist, then I'm off the hook for having to try to do something about it. I shouldn't be asked to try to do something about it because why? It doesn't exist. So they tell you these things don't exist. This doesn't exist. Systematic racism doesn't exist. Systematic racism is less prominent than it used to be, but it's still out there. What's coming up now, what's really going to come up and really going to be the bigger issue than the systematic racism is the systematic classism. The classism is going to really be the issue in moving forward. Race is going to not be as big of an issue because racism is a very expensive situation in today's global economy. It's very expensive. Whereas the classism, you're able to do the classism a lot easier and it's more efficient. It's more efficient. Instead of getting on top of black people because it's easier to get black people to follow your creed of thought and accept the ones that will follow that creed, because they'll usually 9 times out of 10, black person that accepts conservatism 100%. I'm talking about Candace Owens type. They'll usually fight hard. What Malcolm said, they'll fight harder to put the fire out in the master's house than the master will. Right? They'll take up for this classism situation more than the people that's at the top of the class. Why? And that's why they got them there. They're a buffer class. They're buffers to the elite class. Whenever you start looking at white people and saying, well, they're another class, they have more than us, and and these systems are holding us back. Those people can say, hold on, no. See, you got X rich black person here, you got X rich black person there. So no. Systems ain't holding you back. The systems are not holding you back. When we know, the systems are holding us back, especially as a group, right? Individuals, those are willing to play the individual game. Why? Because the individualism plays right into the hands of the classism. You don't hear me, man. I'm talking on a whole nother level right now. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to LGBT. Fred Hampton formed the Rainbow Coalition in Chicago. Yeah, man. He did a lot of different things. He fed a lot of little kids. Fred Hampton fed a lot of little kids around Chicago. A lot. Hey, where's those government numbers? Where are those government numbers that Fred Hampton fed all these little black children? And not only black ones, he's feeding whoever was hungry. If you walked in there, you think they're going to turn you around? You think the Panthers was going to turn you around because you're white? They would have sat you right down there and fed you too. They had the reentry program. You think they was going to turn people around because they was white? But that's the jacket that they get put on like they was, and I'm sure they probably felt that way when Eldridge Cleaver was, pushing the whole, and then of course he did an about face and said, "Oh no, I love Jesus, I love this, I love," right? And no disrespect to Brother Cleaver, no disrespect to him, but I'm just telling the truth, right? He started this situation in the Panthers, and then he left, and then he left this mess for Huey Newton to try to clean up, right? After he got out of jail. Then he goes to Algeria, sits over there for a couple of years, and then he comes back. I love Jesus. I love Jesus. Everything I said, forget it. I love Jesus, which is cool. I mean, we all got a right to change our minds. But hey, man, come out here and tell the truth. That's all we're saying, Brother Eldridge. Come out here and tell the truth. That's all. That's all. Sister Rita says, y'all, I really don't do gathering or marches because of that. I don't want to put a bigger target on my big head. Cops with rubber bullets. No, I will pass. They hurt. I've been hit. Yeah. I ain't never been hit. I've been shot at a couple times, Sister Rita, but I ain't never been hit. Thank God. I never been hit with no bullet. Definitely. I've been stabbed, but I ain't never been hit. Yeah, when you out here in these streets, man, you know, it's all, yeah, you know, you can get to a situation where every man for itself, right? Everybody's for themselves. Starts off very organized, right? Okay, we're gonna walk down here, and then we're gonna get to this corner, and then we're gonna go this way, and then we're gonna do, and then we're gonna go up to, you know, these people. We're gonna line up. It starts off very organized, and then when the opposition starts, you know, kind of breaking the ranks, then it just get out of hand, man. Everybody for itself, you know. So you got to know how to deal. You got to know how to deal, right? Sister OG Patrice said the Rainbow Coalition consisted of organizations from all other races. They work with the Panthers to fight police brutality and other racial equality. See, and I believe that's how come Brother Fred Hampton got assassinated, because him and Mark Clark were together at the same time, but those brothers got assassinated because what happened, Fred Hampton, if you watch a lot of the video of Fred Hampton, there's white people right there. There's white people right there in the meeting. So he was trying to, like you said, Patrice, he was trying to get a lot of different people to come in and, you know, let's work together to change the whole situation. And that's when they said, we got to get rid of this dude. Now you're getting white people to listen to him. Now we got to get rid of him. Right? Like I said, the Panthers was getting donations from not only black people, but white people as well, right? Like I said, Jane Fonda really hurt her career by when it came out that she was one of the big donators. She was a big financier of the Panthers, right? Shout out to Jane Fonda. All right, so did we talk about Mark Clark? Good brother. Remember that brother, Mark Clark, and go study up on Mark Clark for yourself. Young brother, you ain't gonna find out too much because he was only 22 when he got assassinated. Same thing with Fred Hampton. He was only 21 when he got assassinated. You ain't gonna find a, you know, bookload of stuff on him, but definitely the brother was he had responsibility trying to change a situation that he felt needed to be changed. It's unfortunate today, our people, we don't even look at the situation like it needs to be changed. And then we say, oh, it ain't there. It's not happening. Therefore, we have no responsibility. We don't have to work to change that situation because it's not there. And if you say something about the past, why are you saying it about the past? Right? We're talking about the future. Yeah, but the past is the link to the future. How you going to continue on in your future and not make mistakes you made in the past if you don't remember the past? All right, I think I talked enough about that. I think shout out to Brother Mark Clark. Shout out to Mark Clark for his sacrifice. Him and Brother Fred Hampton, and even his fiance. They had to literally fall out the bed and crawl under the bed so she didn't get hurt. She got shot too. I think she caught about 7 or 8 slugs too. But at least they didn't just turn her into Swiss cheese like they did Mark Clark and Fred Hampton. They just turned both of those brothers into shingles, really. Those shingles that's outside, the wind blows through them. And, they did it crazy. Oh, right. Was it William O'Neill? That's the brother right there. Because it was a brother that told her, hey, this is where they're going to be. This is what time you can go in there and get them. And right, brother was the FBI informant. And, that's a shame. That's a shame. It's always one of us that betrays us to change the program, right? It's always one of us that's Judas, right? It's always one of us that give you for a few pieces of silver. They say, hey, where they going to be at? Tell us. Don't worry. We're going to put you in the witness protection program. We're going to take care of you. We're going to get you a job. We're going to get you a new Social Security number. We're going to get you everything. We're going to move you on the other side of the country. We're going to take care of everything for you. All you got to do is tell us where they're going to be sleeping. Where are they? Where they're going to be at? He told them. He told him. Shame on you, Brother O'Neal. I hope you, I don't know if the brother's even still alive, but if you are, I hope you have asked for forgiveness for that. I don't know. I don't know if he self-deleted himself. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know if I heard something like that. But hey, that's Mark Clark. Mark Clark was a soldier. He was a soldier on duty, trying to protect Brother Fred Hampton and his fiancee. He unfortunately was at the location where the Chicago police stormed in the building, did not announce themselves, just came in there, guns blazing, and you know what I mean? Assassinated Brother Mark Clark and Brother Fred Hampton, and almost assassinated his fiance, his Fred Hampton's fiance. All right, y'all. So let's move on. Y'all, don't take my word for it. Don't take my word for it about Mark Clark. Go check it out for yourself. Dig that. Okay. We were doing good on time. All right, so let me get to the job of the week here. The job of the week is an electrician. All right, you want to be an electrician? You want to make some money? Clarence, I want to learn about dating. Clarence, I want to learn about the gender war. Yeah, right. All right, y'all keep going out there to these platforms where they keep telling you that they're recycling the same topics over and over again. Well, men don't get no respect. I don't want to date a 304. Yeah, I mean they recycling everything on you over and over again. At least here we try to tell you different things, try to push it along so you can learn how to teach your children. If you got some black ones, right? You might be like Sister Dawn. Sister Dawn's white, but maybe she adopted a black child. Hey, we're gonna give you some information how to work with black children. I don't care who you are, right? We don't care who you are, for the most part, right? For the most part, you can work with black children if you know how, right? Because black children don't get to a point where they see color until that's exposed to them, right? The differences in color and that how huge of a difference that makes in society, that has to be exposed to them, right? If that's never exposed to them, then they don't really pick that up. They pick it up off of us because we start tripping. We start going, same thing with white children. They pick that up off of the people that their parents and stuff. Because why? Because if you got a glitch in your programming, you're gonna probably pass that glitch down to them. Likewise with the brotherhood. All right. Let's get y'all some money, man. Let's get y'all some money, right? These other platforms, they talking to you. They go and tell you, be the best version of yourself. Be the best version of yourself. But they ain't telling you how to exactly do it, right? So we giving you options. Yeah, we want you to start your own business, but you gotta start somewhere. You can't start at the top. These people telling you to go be a millionaire, and they got jobs. They got jobs. Come on, man. They got jobs. Why do you think they got jobs? So they can have health care and benefits. They ain't stupid. They ain't telling you that. Y'all ain't hearing me. These people out here telling you, man, go out here and be a millionaire. You can be a millionaire. I'm a millionaire. I own a mansion and a yacht. Oh, okay, really? And then come out, you working for somebody. And there's nothing wrong with that. But just tell everybody. Stop telling people that, you make it seem like they out of their minds working for somebody else and not starting their own business. No, you are working for somebody else and you got your own business. That's the way they should start out. Y'all don't hear me though. Y'all don't hear me though. All right, let's get to what we came here for. Let's put some money in your pocket. An electrician hourly salaries in the United States at the IBEW, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. I am also a member of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. IBEW. And man, I'm telling you, man, if you think the Teamsters is running the country, the IBEW is the one that'll turn the power off on everybody. Everybody. And you see if you can run your computer and everything else without power. The IBEW, man, they don't mess around. All right, so anyway, that's why they can demand such good salaries, because they got so much power. Anyway, average salary per hour, $41 an hour. Let's see what $41 an hour gets you. I got a calculator right here. Let's see, $41 an hour. Actually, let's just round it up to 42. $42 an hour times $40 a week, right? That's $1,680 a week, right? Let's multiply that times 4 weeks. That's $6,720 for a month, right? Let's multiply that times 12 months, giving us an annual salary of $80,640. Which one of these Negroes out here on any of these other platforms are telling you how to make $80,000 a month? $80,000 a year. No, right? They're selling you on a dream. Oh, you can be a YouTuber. You can be a YouTuber. All you gotta do is get all these. Just follow my program. You can be a YouTuber, and then you can make $100,000, right? Shout out to AJ Johnson, right? You can make $100,000. Okay, maybe you can, but what do you have the better odds at being able to create the business and take care of your family at the same time? Having a job that can support your family while at the same time giving you the excess income to be able to invest in your own business or into some other type of stream of income, huh? Or these people telling you just jump out there and do it? Yeah, but it's hard to jump out there when you got a wife and children, right? You got people that depend on you. You need to, we bring it around Father's Day again, right? These people depending on you, man. You can't play around and just be like, oh, well, I didn't make money. And everybody, we all ain't got mothers that's going to let us live in the basement with rent free for 9 years. We don't have that. The rest of us got to get, you know what I'm saying? These children don't need to eat every day, couple times a day, right? Nothing wrong with having a job, starting out with a job. There's nothing wrong with that. Start out on a job. Cover your family. Take care of business. Do whatever you got to do to take care of your family. Once that responsibility is taken care of, now you can start trying to get out there and try to improve your lot. Right? Come on, man. We got to be responsible as men. We got to be responsible. That's what a day like today is. It's supposed to reflect the people that we've been sacrificing for are supposed to be able to be in a position to let us know that they appreciate all the sacrificing we've been doing for them, right? But most of the time, they don't see us as sacrifice. They see us as idiots, right? We're just idiots. We're the family ATM that, whenever they need something, they can just come to us and take advantage of our love for them, right? Leverage our love for them to get what they want. Well, up to a certain age, that's what they're supposed to do, right? When they get to about 17, 18 years old, that's when we got to start letting them know, hey, no. I'm not stupid. Just because I love you and I'm trying to take care of you, that don't mean I'm stupid. I'm not stupid. If you wasn't my child, I'd let you starve right where you sitting. And in some cases, you got to let them starve anyway, right? Sometimes, man, you just got to realize, hey, man, this child is not going to ever change, right? He's just not. So I got to do something else. I got to do something different. Shout out to the fathers, man. Shout out to all the fathers. Shout out to all the stepfathers. Shout out to all the mentors, all the men that are out there that take time to give back to the community, to their own children, to your own children first, and then to the community, and then to whoever else you give time to. You step in there, stepfather, ghost father, whoever, right? You step in there and try to give some leadership and guidance to the people that need it. Shout out to all those brothers. I see you out there, man. We appreciate y'all. We appreciate y'all, right? If nobody else gonna tell you that they appreciate you, we appreciate you over here. All right, so let's get back to the electrician. Let's put some money in your pocket. All right, so average salary for an electrician, $42 an hour. Holy smokes! You see, the high end is $94 an hour. Let me do some math for y'all. Let's do $94 an hour times 40 hours. That's $3,760. Let's multiply that times 4. That's $15,040 a month, right? Just being an electrician, just being good at what you do, right? Okay, let's don't stop there. That's $15,000 a month. Let's see what that looks like as an annual salary. Let's multiply that times 12. $180,480. Hey, Brother Kevin said that is classified as a high value man, right? So my point is, let's see what's common benefits over there. Health insurance, vision insurance, dental insurance, retirement plan, flexible income. See, listen, a lot of what these people are telling you, they're not telling you to look out. See, there's one of these things on this list that you're going to need, or two of these things that you're going to need more than any other thing going into your later years. You're going to need a health insurance and you're going to need retirement. See, why you think these millionaires are working for somebody else, right? Because they got health insurance and they got a retirement plan. And just in case everything they do falls apart, they'll have the health insurance and the retirement plan. See, they're not sharing this stuff with you. To me, that's that's disingenuous, because instead of telling you, they out here telling you, oh, you just need to start your own business and just run your own business. They don't tell you, hey, why don't you start from where you at? You're already working for somebody. You already got benefits there. Keep all that. Go just start something else. Then when it don't make no sense, it just doesn't make any sense for you to work both places. Got to make a decision. Which one is you making the most money at? Which one has the more greater potential for growth? You got to make that decision. What do you need to go work in the what do you need to go and work in a to be an electrician? What do we need? What do we need? I'm trying to find some educational things. What do we need? Just a salary. Really, I could tell. Well, as a member of the IBEW, let me tell you, you don't need nothing but a driver's license, a valid driver's license to go join up with any of these unions, electrical unions, especially the IBEW. They are, man, I mean, they take almost anybody. You know what I'm saying? As long as you don't have no serious violent crimes, they will take almost anybody. And they will train you, and they will make sure you get paid while you're learning on the job. I mean, who else is going to do that? Who else is going to do that, man? They got so many different options. And, say you don't have the money to go to college. You go work with the IBEW, and you could be making that kind of money inside of 3 or 4 years. Not to mention the overtime. Holy smokes. I'm going to tell you something. It's a very low barrier of entry. All you got to do is have a high school diploma and a driver's license, a valid driver's license. And you can call any IBEW, call them up and see what you need to go in there and get hooked up, to get on. And they will point you in the right direction. And an electrician like a plumber. You might get in there and you be working on a job for the company you're working for, but then There's so much side work that's out there. There's so much side work that you can do. Oh my gosh. I used to know a brother, man, and I was working with these brothers. I was working with these cats, man, and all these cats were linemen. And you guys know linemen make a ton of money. They make a ton of money. But you know what? Me and this brother would talk all the time, but the brother always drove this old rickety truck to work with all these different tools in the back. He had them locked up, of course, but he had all these tools. And so I used to ask him, I say, man, why you always driving this rickety truck? I see all your other homeboys, they driving these Denali's and all, they driving all these nice cars. Why you drive these rickety trucks? He said, because I can pick up some work on the way home. He said, I can pick up a job on the way home. I didn't know it's no big deal. He said, I might make $200 or $300 or $600 or $700 just picking up a job on the way home. That's just some little pocket money. Cat's already making almost close to $200,000 a year, right? Y'all don't hear me, man. Y'all don't hear me. Y'all don't hear me. Hey, go to the other platforms. I'm sure they're talking about something that's really gonna make a difference in your life, right? And really gonna make a difference in your life, man. Fathers, okay, they go over there and talk to them, right? These women need to submit, right? These women need to submit. They're gonna talk to you about the same ish every day. Oh, I know. Kevin Samuels. How's really that going to affect your life? Is that information you can really use to improve your life? I don't know, man. Shout out to Brother Kevin. You know, man, I'm saying, rest in peace. But how many more videos can we watch about him? All right. We over here giving you real information you can use. Real information. Shout out to Sister OG Patrice. Patrice,
I'm here, brother. How you doing?
I'm doing so far so good.
Well, happy Father's Day to you, brother. Happy Father's Day to all the brothers in the chat, all the brothers around the world that are actively being fathers, stepfathers, mentors, advisors, counselors. Listen, salute to you all. You are much needed and much loved and much appreciated.
Salute to the brothers. Salute to everybody that's out there. All right, Patrice.
I wanted to say something right quick about the electrician. Giles, brother, you are. I so appreciate you and what you're doing, and you dropping these gems for these young black men and women too, because women are electricians too. They are part of it. You see the picture up there. I see two sisters. I see two females in that picture. So, and I used to work in accounting where I did the payroll, and I did the payroll for this New York our New York office, and all those employees were union employees, and they were journeymen, electricians, CAD workers, and they worked in the state of New York, and they worked on the for like, what do you call it, like the transit, the lighting, the red lights, the green lights, yellow light, the all of that. And I did the payroll for those brothers, and it was electricians. And listen, all those brothers made exactly what you're saying and more. And they were in the union. They were local 3 members, and I did a weekly payroll for them, so I knew how much they get paid. So you right on the money, brother.
Oh yeah,
you are right on the money. They make good money. You can't say that's not a decent pay and decent job. And being a part of a union too, man. The union took care of them, treated them good, treated them good.
I belong to the IBEW, so I know how they do. I know how they do people over there. They do not mess around. And if you have an issue, they fight for you. I mean,
I was gonna say the same thing. There's a couple of brothers that got terminated, man. They got them their jobs back, you know.
Yeah.
Long as you're not doing nothing really egregious or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll fight for you, man. They really would. They good people, good guys. You know, they were all out of most of them. You know, they lived and worked in New York City, and some of them lived in New Jersey but worked in New York. But they worked for all the transit in New York City. I did the payroll for some of those those guys, man, and I'm telling you, they made some good money, really good money.
And see, that's the thing, Patrice. So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to just put stuff that have, that have high potential, but the low barrier of entry, right? All you got to do to be in most of these unions is walk into the union hall and ask them, how do you get into it? And most of them will tell you all you need is to be a citizen. So now some of them they may have special programs for people that live in a certain area radius around the union hall. But still, you can still they'll point you to, oh, you live over here? Okay, go to this union hall. And they have the same program over there or whatever, right?
Right.
But the whole point is it's a low barrier to get in. Because I know a lot of young brothers, man, they be like, what can I do? What can I do? Can I go to the military? Can I go? Okay, maybe the military is an option, but after you get out, you might want to get into something that's really going to pay. You know what I'm saying? Really, 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 really gonna pay. So
really
IBEW, electricians make money. You just heard Patrice say verify it from looking at the payroll. I can verify it from just being in the union myself and knowing a lot of different cats in there. But where I have seen dudes literally change their lives just being able to make the kind of money that you can make as an electrician. So but anyway, Patrice, that's that's what we're trying to do by exposing these jobs of the week so that they can see, hey man, it's a lot of jobs out there that it ain't that high of a barrier of entry. We just don't know about them, right? We just don't know. We think, oh, that job ain't nobody making no money as an electrician.
Yeah, and Brooklyn, you were right. Even working anything over the 8 hours was time and a half. If they worked over, if they worked 11 straight hours on a weekday, that was double time. That was double pay. If they worked holidays, that was time and a half. Sometimes double time if they worked over 11 hours. They had special. Listen, in the union contracts, man, they took care of these boys. They took care if they worked certain amount of times of the day or night or holiday or weekend or anything like that, man, they made bank. And we had to follow that contract, man. If they worked 1 minute over a certain amount of time, you had to put them in double time. You had to put them in time and a half. You had to be specific with these guys. And I'm telling you, man, I did the payroll. I processed the payroll for these guys. So I knew you're not lying. They made that much and more. More.
Right. I remember one time, Patrice, I was in a credit union, man. I run into this young guy. Guy had to be probably about maybe 35, 36 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And he was telling me, he said, you going to get into, he said, you going to start climbing poles? I said, no, I'm not going to climb poles because I like where I'm at. But, I know you guys make money up there, but I said, no, I like where I'm at. It's pretty comfortable. I get off early. It's good. It's good, little situation. He looked at me like, are you sure you want to do that? I said, nah, man, but I know you guys make money. He said, you know how much I made last year? I said, how much? He said, $256,000.
Yeah.
It's a young guy. This guy's like maybe 35, maybe?
Yes.
I said, what? He said, yeah, man. He said, it's all kind of money out there. He said, I didn't even do that much overtime.
Yeah. And listen, he not lying, man. And when them guys did make overtime, they made that much. They made 200,000 easy. Especially, I mean, look, especially when you're a certain age, you ain't caring nothing too much about no holidays like maybe you used to do when you were younger. But listen, if you married and have a family, you going in on that holiday, you gonna make that double time. You gonna make that time and a half. You gonna make that money for your family, man. I'm telling you, and these guys stay working. during the
Right.
holidays. And don't let it be like, say for instance, it will be a storm or something in New York and power goes out and the lights, you know, your street lights and all of that. Because this is the guys I did payroll for. One time they had that big storm and they knocked a bunch of power out in New York. Man, that they made so much money. I started looking. I said, "Shit, maybe I'm in the wrong."
Yeah, baby, I'm in the wrong business.
The payroll I was doing for them, bro, Clarence, I'm telling you, them guys was making a killing.
Oh man. Well, hey, shout out to all of them. Shout out to them. Hey, we just trying to put it out there to y'all. If y'all looking for a career opportunity, this is another
great.
career opportunity.
Definitely.
Being an electrician and all the fields that surround electricity.
And bro, Clarence, you're right, because them brothers don't think that they just do it straight on the job. They do it as a side hustle too. Because my brother has in Chicago, he has a guy that is an electrician by trade, but he started his own little thing on the side, man, and he said he makes 6 figures on the side.
That's the same thing the dude I was talking about.
He wired my brother's whole house up like my brother his man cave in the basement. He hooked up all of the TVs. My brother got his basement set up like a damn sports bar with TVs, surround sound, his electrician friend hooked it up. You don't see no wires, no cables from everything is in the wall. That's how bad he hooked my brother's basement up, and all in his house. TVs that's on the wall mounts. You don't see no cords hanging, no nothing. Everything he built it in the wall with the surround sound. When I tell you it's so bad, it don't even make no sense like how bad this brother is that my brother hired as an electrician. He's like, yeah, now he charged me a grip. He said, but man, it's worth it because you get grade A service.
Man, let me tell you this story, Patrice. So me and my homeboy one day, back in the day, this was probably about 20, 30 years ago, we ran across this like it was right after the riots. They had all these different programs that they was doing in LA, right? And all you had to do was sign up for them. There wasn't no where you got to be in this, there was no requirements. So we were both working, but we said, hey, let's sign up for this electrician program. The guy's going to we'll sign up for it. We'll see what it's about, whatever. So the guy is teaching it. We waiting for the teacher to come out, right? We looking for a tall white guy to come out and start teaching, right? Still Filipino cat comes walking out, right? Dirty, dusty dude, right? You the teacher? Yeah, I'm the teacher. All right, so he starts talking about how when you run and wire under a house, and we like, run and wire under a house? He said, yeah, and so he started telling this story. He said, you know what? Because everybody's looking all crazy, like, because it was a lot of different guys that wasn't working and stuff in there, right? So everybody was like, he was wondering, like, hey, most of you guys not working. Why would you be looking like that? And so one of the guys said, I don't want to climb under no house or nothing like that. He said, I started out climbing under houses. He said, I went on a job and he said, it wasn't no class like this. He said, there wasn't no class. He said, I went to a spot where they were doing the work and I just asked, can I run the wire? Can I, whatever they need me to do? So they started putting me under go into the house and run this wire. I just went and started doing it. Pretty soon they start calling me back, because they knew I would do whatever they needed done. If I need to get on the roof, if I need to do whatever they did, He said most of the time they probably would give me like $10 for the day, $20 for the day when I first started out. But hey, it was something. He said then they told me about the union. I got into the union. I started going to class, taking the classes and everything, started learning about what I was actually doing. He said, so we asked him, hey, so what do you do now? You do stuff, you do side jobs. He said, oh yeah, I do side jobs. He said, I work for a company, a big company, and I'm the foreman. He said, now I'm the foreman. He said, I work for this big company. I'm already making, 6 figures on that. He said, but so we was like, oh, so you still doing these side jobs? He said, yeah, I do side jobs. So we was like, oh, so you mess with houses and stuff like that? He said, oh no, I don't touch no house. That ain't no money. We was like, what? He said, only thing you can make off wiring the house maybe $2,000 or $3,000. That ain't no money. We was like, what? $2,000 or $3,000 ain't no money. He said. I was like, how long did it take you to wire a house? He said, probably take me a day, but that ain't no money. All that work for it, $2,000 or $3,000? No, he said, I won't even touch nothing unless it's in an office building. That's the lowest I'm gonna go, is the office building. Now, high rise, I work with high rises and stuff like that. But an office building, that'd be about the lowest I'm gonna touch. Maybe make it $10,000 or $20,000. Then I might do something like that. Mm-hmm. And it was a trip to see where he started from, Patrice. He was the dude that they said, hey, run that wire under it, but he was willing to do it, right? Yeah. So that taught me, okay, you got to be willing to sacrifice, and you got to be able to see the big picture. See, he was seeing the big picture was, I'll be able to take care of my family. I'm sure he had no idea that he was going to be making tens of thousands of dollars every month.
The same guys too that do that are the guys that fix the escalators when they break down. Those are electricians too, because all of that is electrical. At the airports, when the escalators break down in big business, office business, buildings, all kinds of big federal buildings, like court build, like you don't, man, listen, I know.
Hey,
from doing the payroll, I know.
They wasn't gonna give the Department of Water and Power out here, they wasn't gonna give them guys us a raise. They wasn't gonna give them a raise, right? The electricians had a raise coming. They was going, hey, we're gonna. So the city was like, no, we ain't gonna pay that, right? Who was the mayor at the time? Villaraigosa. Antonio Villaraigosa was the mayor at the time. He came on the news in the afternoon and said, hey, we're not gonna pay that raise. Pew! The whole San Fernando Valley went out. Right? The whole San Fernando Valley lost power for about 2 hours, right? Mm-hmm. Dude comes back on and says, hey, we are going to pay that raise. We are going to pay that raise.
Exactly.
After reviewing it, we are going to pay that raise, right?
let half of the power go out and half of the city, and then they under negotiations. The guys that I did payroll for, in their union contract, they had guaranteed, had a set raise for a 5-year period until that contract was up, and then it's back to renegotiating. That's just how I do, and you have to stick to that to the letter, or else we as the company would have gotten in trouble if we wouldn't have gave them the raises on time. If they wasn't paid on time, we had to give them back pay, retro pay them for the back pay that was owed, and then bring their salaries up to speed. But we had to stay within compliance of that union contract.
That's why I say, go to.
They don't play.
You go to a union and go to the IBW or any other union that's out there, there's electrical union that's out there, and then try to get on. My suggestion, because I'm in the IBW, you get into the IBW, because they are definitely going to cover down on you. But I think we made our point, Patrice, about getting into the job market with this, because we got to move on. We got some other stuff about Juneteenth. Can you stay for a minute, Patrice? You got time?
I'm good. Happy Juneteenth to everybody.
Happy Juneteenth, all of y'all.
I don't, me, I don't celebrate that. I don't celebrate that. Happy Juneteenth. We are under such a capitalization of all of those. We can't have nothing that belongs just to us without somebody else capitalizing on it. That's why I don't fall into that mess with because everybody capitalized off of it for the most part except us. But anyway, I digress.
All right, so this is a movie that this is a movie that y'all's homegirl Patrice that sent me. She said, "Hey, brother, you got to watch this." I said, "Okay." So we watched it. It's pretty good. Actually, it's got other parts to it, actually, but it describes the Juneteenth situation, and we want to look at it and see if we can figure out, okay, is there some things in here that, because see, a lot of times people say, well, we don't want to remember the past, right? Have you heard that, Patrice?
Oh, too many times, Brother Clarence.
Okay, so they'll say, hey, you guys run the Victim Olympics, you guys don't want to remember the past, but remembering the past is how you make sure it don't happen again, right? And also, if you look in the Bible, see what the Egyptians always want to do is get rid of the older Hebrews. Why? Because the older Hebrews would tell the younger Hebrews, we remember when we were free, right? We remember when we were free on the shores of Zion, right? And so what the Egyptians didn't want that those older Hebrews to inspire the younger Hebrews to search for their freedom or be willing to fight for their freedom, right? They didn't want to. They wanted them to accept the station of slavery. Sound familiar? They wanted to, so they said, hey, you know what? You getting a bowl of rice and a loaf of bread every day, right? It's like a couple slices of bread every day. That's luxury. You don't have to go out and farm it. You don't have to do anything. It's always going to be provided to you as long as you do your work. But that's the point. They gave them little cups of luxuries and they forgot who they was. Somebody like Moses had to come and say, hey, no. This ain't who you supposed to be. You ain't supposed to be somebody else's property. You grown people. Anyway, that's a whole nother story, Patrice. Let's look at the Juneteenth situation and let's see why it's good that we should remember this situation.
All right.
That they were chattel property and now understanding that they were free. But the question that was lingering was, what did freedom look like?
The slaves built this country.
They had a sense of who they were. They very quickly built a sense of community.
To what degree have we actually achieved the absolute freedom that Juneteenth promised?
Ignoring these painful histories doesn't mean that they don't still influence us.
We stand on the shoulders of those that came before us, and we need to honor their memory by telling their story.
Juneteenth.
Brother Rico, you in the building, brother. Can you?
Yes, sir.
Brother Rico, happy Father's Day, brother.
Oh, thank you. Happy Father's Day to you too, bro. See.
Happy Father's Day to you too, brother. Thank you. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah,
appreciate you.
I'm on my delayed arrival due to, actually, believe it or not, I just came back from lunch with my son.
Oh, right on, man. Right on.
Oh, beautiful.
I wasn't going to not show up for that. And I'm actually early according to my CP clock.
Yeah, man. I was expecting you for at least another hour or so. Right on, man. Glad to have you in the building. All right, Rico. So we're going over, me and Patrice was just going over a little bit of this Juneteenth video. And in the video, it says something very poignant. It says, we stand on the shoulders of those who came before us. And so we need to honor them by remembering them. Would you guys agree with that?
Without question.
Absolutely, but it depends on who else you talk to and what the time of day and day of week it is. They will beg to differ.
You know me, Patrice. I don't trifle those fools. To me, it's a no-brainer. It's like, how you can think we would be where we are without the giants that went before us just belies logic. But hey,
okay. So let me ask y'all a question. Okay. Either one of y'all answer or both of y'all answer. What is it that makes, in particular, well, some of our people think that this is irrelevant information. And of course, a lot of times I'm noticing that a lot of times it's Africans that immigrate here from other parts of the diaspora that feel like, well, this is irrelevant information. Why even consider it? Right? Why do you think they feel that way?
Okay, two things. When you talk about African immigrants, they're just fucking ignorant. And I mean ignorant in a positive and a negative way, because the definition of ignorance is to not know. So I don't
actually ignoring. You're ignoring it. It's there, but you're ignoring that information, right?
But by the same token, I wouldn't necessarily say if I was to migrate to Ghana, Kenya, Uganda, or any of the African nations, that I would necessarily learn and know all of their history. Now, I would be smart enough to keep my fucking mouth shut,
right?
Not knowing their history. But I wouldn't, I mean, I'm not going to say if I went to Kenya or Ghana today or tomorrow, I would go and I would know their history of colonization, what they've been through. And I'm not even going to say I would be interested in knowing, but I would be smart enough to keep my fucking mouth shut.
Right.
That's the problem. And then now when it comes to African Americans who have been brought up in the education system, had every opportunity, and probably was even taught this history, too many, but it's a small number, thank God, but it's still too goddamn many that are striving to be shock jocks and provocateurs. They are in an effort to be like, look at me, I'm different from everybody else. They'll say the most outlandish, controversial shit there is just to get eyeballs and ears on them. And they know it's bullshit. The problem where I find them to be disgusting is they could care less about the harm to the community. So we're fighting stereotypes and they're reinforcing them.
Right.
You know, so that's the problem. And again, like I said, I just don't trifle a fool. Just tell them stay out of my arm's reach. I ain't got to worry about choking nobody or smacking the taste out nobody's mouth, because it's highly disrespectful. It really is.
Yeah.
You know, it's beyond a laughing matter. And for them to do it in 2022, when I think about, you know, the people who suffered, for them to have an opportunity just to breathe the free air, they're fucking disgusting beyond belief. As much as I diaspora that's ignorant, I could care less for them. To know better more, to pretend like what we went through is no big deal. So that's my 2 cents. Go ahead, Patrice.
I just pretty much don't understand. It kind of baffles me that a whole culture of people are from the diaspora, from our diaspora, from our ancestors in Africa. If you had ancestors that came from Africa that were enslaved, or even not, just the apartheid and the things that they suffered over there from times of old until now. I don't understand how they don't understand how everything that was affected back then does not affect them now. It's just a different form, a different formality, but it's the same type of concept of colonization, oppression, and systemic racism that they're still going through even over there now. And then they come over here and want to feel a way or think a way about us, or have an opinion about what we need to put behind us and our history, when they have had the same history. For the life of me, that baffles me. I don't understand it. But my thinking and concept is that I will no longer entertain the naysayers. They can do and think and be as they will. That is not my fight. I know what my fight is now, and that's what I'm on. That's what I'm about. But I'm like Bro Rico. Don't come in my face with it within arm's reach, because listen, because I'm subject to change without notice. So just don't come at me with it, and you don't have to worry. Do you? Let me do me. But there is a saying by one of our historians: if you do not know where you come from, you sure in the hell don't know where you're going. And I don't care how much money you are. I don't care what class you're in. I don't care what race you're in. And that's for anybody, and especially us, because we are a special people. We are a special kind of people, and we were put on this earth for us a particular reason and to be pleasing unto our Creator. But our race of people have went through some of the most devastating atrocities there is that has affected us from back then until now. So everything can go a full circle. It always does. History will repeat itself if we're doomed to repeat history if we're not wise to the history that has happened to us in the past. So that's all I'm gonna say about that. So let's get ready to learn this. That's what I want to do.
Okay. All right.
I'm not fighting the funk no more with those folks.
Patrice, not gonna fight with them no more?
Oh no. I mean, I really wasn't fighting with them then. You know, when you trying to learn, teach people, or learn, you only can do that and reach the ones that want to be reached. Everybody else gonna fall by the wayside, and I can't worry about that. You know, I got other work I'm doing. I ain't got time to fight. I'm trying to get things done and get things accomplished. So if I spend so much time fighting with people that don't want to know something or refuse then I'm defeating my purpose and I'll never reach my goal.
Yeah, they got a saying, you can't teach an old dog new tricks, but the real saying should be, you can't teach an old dog that don't want to learn new tricks. I mean, you can teach anybody who wants to learn, but a person that just don't want to learn, you can't teach that person. Shout out to Ivy.
I'm gonna say this right quick. This sister that was deleted here in Arizona not too long ago.
Oh man.
On the bus at 8, on public transportation at 8 something in the morning. Oh yeah, listen. This sister was deleted by a Caucasian guy, and it came out later that she is from the islands, right?
Okay.
And now, if I felt the way about just because she come from the island that she ain't my sister, that I wouldn't be going to these meetings with her family that is now trying to. We had a community police meeting about a month ago because I told you they had the Nation of Islam out here for her funeral service.
Okay.
And if I felt the way, I would be like, well, she ain't FBA or none ADOS. I should fight for this sister and help her sister fight and her family fight just because she's, she's immigrant. Like, what we doing? Come on. She's a sister, right?
So cool about that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So they're trying to get this crime to be looked at as a hate crime because he specifically targeted this sister. And when I tell you, he strangled her and choked her so bad he literally crushed the inside of her neck bone. He crushed her. That's how much anger. And listen, people don't realize how personal and how direct of an anger that strangulation is. That's a personal direct anger that you have for someone. They didn't even know each other. Now it's already, been proven. She was on the bus, he was on the bus. First of all, this dude should have never even been out of jail with his record. He shouldn't even been out of jail. So that's an issue. And then he targeted this sister specifically. So they're trying to get it as a hate crime. But here I am, a member of ADOS, right? I'm not going to say, well, she's not a ADOS or she's not a FBA. So I'm not going to fight for this sister. Say that just because she comes from the island. I'm standing up there in this meeting with her family and a bunch of other people that's fighting and trying to get this to be proven as a hate crime. He specifically targeted this sister. So that's why I wish the bullshit on their end would stop. Please stop it with that. I really wish they would, because at the end, when it really all comes down to it, he saw her as a Black woman, period, not knowing that she was an immigrant from the island.
And it's so funny, Patrice, because that puts me in mind of the young man, I think from the Virgin Island down in Dallas that got killed by that cop, Botham Jean. Botham John?
Yes, Botham John.
Guess who was protesting for him? FBA and FBA and ADOS folks.
Yes,
Black Lives Matter. Matter of fact, it was some crazy ass FBA guy that went and shot up and killed some of them Dallas cops because they were so upset about it. It wasn't people from the island that was protesting and marching for him.
That's right.
It was FBA and ADOS people marching and fighting for Botham Jean. I didn't see nobody from the fucking island.
No.
Okay. And that's the thing is, you know, so they can really miss me because again, we see a black face, whether they see it or not. They'll come here and believe, oh no, he's not black. He's from the Virgin Islands. He's a motherfucker. He's a nigga in America, period. We trying to tell y'all. And every time we try to tell y'all, y'all want to tear us down until a situation like this happens. And
but
then
they want to come over and be different. They different from us.
And that's the whole point when we're trying to tell you, nigga, you ain't gonna never be different to them. Why don't you ain't getting through your head? You ain't gonna be different. Okay, they made the rules. If they said it's one fucking drop, oh, what do y'all come with this one drop? When you got off that motherfucking plane, the one drop rule applies. Okay, still does. At no point in America that shit's been revoked. And you just saying, well, I don't agree with it. Okay, you don't have to agree with it. The people who they put that shit on when they put it in place didn't agree with it. When they came up with the 3/5 bullshit, we didn't agree with it. But it still fucking applied. So that's something that just really stuck out in my head. But again, like I said, I really wanted to push strongly back again on, in particular, the FBA and ADOS people who I know better, who for this unknown silly reason wanting to be, like you said, Patrice, wanting to be a contrarian to be contrarian. I mean, I got a son like that drives me crazy. I'm like, you just can't oppose everything just because you want to fucking oppose it. And you just have no, you know, so it's like some of them, it's like, y'all argue everything black just because it is black. Have no solid reason for it. You just want to be on the other side of black on every fucking issue.
And
that
we
makes
already
no sense to me.
We already know that, yes, culturally we have different cultural things, but at the end of the day, we're still all the same race of a people. Y'all just got dropped off a little bit earlier than we did. That's all. Y'all got dropped off at a different place.
And here's my thing.
Stop it.
On this glorious Sunday. Yeah, on this glorious Sunday, I want to take 5 minutes out of our day to celebrate America's favorite black father, Mr. Herschel Walker, and his 3 hidden kids.
Stop it.
No, because that nigga was talking some mad shit about fathers. What?
Oh my God.
I said, wait a minute. The only child he sat there and claimed was the alphabet one. And that alphabet one would not shut the fuck up talking about black fathers. Long from the 2 of them shitting on black fathers. And kind of found out he got 3 more whole goddamn kids that he hiding.
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah.
See, that's that.
Allegedly.
I want to be different. Right?
Hey,
like,
man.
They got 3 more whole fucking kids.
Hey, that's how the Republicans get down, man. That's how the Republicans get down.
But if that hadn't, this is the thing to get me. If that hadn't,
I still say that because the Democrats get down like that
imagine,
too. So, I mean,
no, this is all I'm saying is this. All I'm saying is, if it was a Democrat, I would tear him a new ass. All I'm saying is this. It's based on the language of how he talked about. I'm just looking at a black man who has shitted on the black community repeatedly about fatherhood. That was a thing that he was on. Diamond and Silk. These black fathers need to be in the home. They're like, wait a minute, you got 3 whole fucking kids that you don't even talk to. 3 whole kids that you got a 10-year-old that ain't seen your ass in almost 10 years, but you online chastising black. That's all I'm talking about. Fuck his party. Right. He would be sitting there browbeating and shitting on, and they would be sitting there. He right. Herschel Walker right. Like, yeah, he would be right if he was
hypocrisy. The hypocrisy.
I'm gonna tell y'all about why they do that stuff in just a second. All right, let me shout out to brother Ivan Reed. Ivan Reed said, "Yep, some of these goofy clowns who call themselves content creators with an agenda on YouTube. Yeah. But we ain't gonna get into it. We ain't gonna get into that in particular.
Not today. Not
but
today.
you know, a lot of these,
I just had to
point
that out on Father's Day, though. I thought that was hilarious.
Yeah, man. You know, I thought, you know who I thought you was gonna talk about? I thought you were gonna talk about Mr. Sperling. I thought you was gonna bring up Mr. Sperling.
He's the exact same thing. They're exactly.
Right.
They are identical. He got a whole baby in Jamaica that he don't
That's
claim.
right. That's what I thought you were going to bring up, Mr. Sperling.
Excuse me. I'm talking about the same person. I'm talking about the same. They are the same person. To sit there and talk all this critical bullshit about, nigga, go get your child from Jamaica, you fucking deadbeat. Exactly. He the same fucking thing. He's the same. So my point is, I wouldn't even pass judgment on what they're doing. I'm like, don't you fix your mouth to talk about nobody else. That's like me calling you a deadbeat. It's like, how am I gonna call you a deadbeat, Clarence, if I'm behind on child support? Or they looking for me?
I don't even classify them by party. I'm gonna classify them as just elites, just elite people. They think that they can do whatever, say whatever. As we have seen on these YouTube.
I'm classifying. Clarence, there's nothing elite about a fucking liar. They're just liars.
No. I'm saying they are classifying themselves. They say, because I'm not a regular black person, I'm afforded these poetic licenses where I could talk about them, but it don't apply to me. Even though I'm doing the same thing, it don't apply to me.
They apply it to themselves. Right. They apply it to themselves. Nobody outside of them is applying that to them. Nobody else outside of them. Which is why they're both catching hell for it now. Once it comes out, known that, oh, you some deadbeats. See, nobody else is saying, well, you know, they just do it to themselves. No one else, and that's why Herschel tried to hide it, and Dennis tried to hide it. They would love for that information to never come out. They would love for it to be not known, but it's known.
Yeah, you know who else did the same thing? Well, two of them did the same thing. Mussolini and Stalin, they both had illegitimate children or children out there on the side, and when they didn't want to hear about it, they just got rid of them, right? Mussolini sent his son to a crazy house, and then ultimately had him deleted. And the same thing with Stalin. And he had his son just say, he said, hey, I'm not going to, you know, the Germans had captured his son, and he said, hey, the Germans said, hey, you know, we'll give you your son back for one of our German leaders. And Stalin said, hey, I'm not trading no corporal for no, because his son was a corporal. I'm not trading a corporal for a general. What's wrong with you? Yep. But anyway, that's a whole other story.
Yeah, they was famous for doing shit like
exactly, right? And so these cats are doing the same thing now. I agree with you. I agree with you guys that if you're gonna do if you're doing this, don't say nothing about that, right? Don't say nothing about me and you doing the same thing. But you're gonna come down on me and you doing the exact same thing or worse. That doesn't make no sense to me. All right, y'all. So let's get back to the video, man, because it's a good video.
Yeah,
but it's pretty long.
It's the judgment that just bothers me. The judgment crazy.
Okay. Let's get back to Rico. Today we talk about Juneteenth. We'll get to these fathers later. We talk about Juneteenth right now. All right, so let's get back to the movie.
1865 to 2021.
Galveston, Texas, place known for tourism and quick getaways. But it's the history which happened here that impacts us all today.
African slaves were brought here on ships in the 1800s. But even after the slave trade ended, slavery here did not.
It was 1865, June 19th, now known as Juneteenth, when Union soldiers arrived and told slaves they were free.
It came 2 years after President Abraham Lincoln announced slavery had ended in the United States.
And we should remember this important date, June 19, 1865, represents the evolution of our country to a more perfect union. We were not perfect in 1528, 1619, 1776, 1865, or even the day in 2021, but we're moving, hopefully, to a more perfect union.
Juneteenth is directly related to the history of the Civil War and the emancipation of enslaved people in the Confederacy. Juneteenth is important for Texas because that is when enslaved Texans learned they were free and that the Confederacy had fallen.
So we're standing in the 2200 block of the Strand Historic District in Galveston. This was the heart of the commercial district, and at one time
was the largest city in Texas.
The largest enslaver also lived here in Galveston. They owned 7 plantations, 4 in Brazoria County, 2 in Matagorda County, and 1 in Fort Bend.
Texas was this safe haven for slavery. They did what they call the running of the slaves. That was basically moving their slaves to Texas because there was no Union presence in Texas.
When Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, he knew that that would not immediately end slavery, and it didn't. And the reason is fairly simple. The Confederate States of America had formed its own country. They elected their own president. Confederate states printed their own money, which is why the Confederacy and the United States went to war. The United States' goal at the beginning of the war was just to restore the Union. The first war goal was not to emancipate the enslaved population.
And there were all these myths and stories about what happened and why it took 2.5 years for the word to reach Texas. Plantation owners in Texas were well aware of the Emancipation Proclamation, but they ignored it. What they cared about was maintaining the agrarian economy in Texas, and that was solidly based on cotton. And to maintain that, they needed slave labor. General Gordon Granger was on his way to Texas. Most of the Texas authorities had a pretty good idea what he was coming to Texas to do. Granger was in Texas for about a month. He sent his troops.
There were white soldiers and black soldiers.
Plantation to plantation, making the announcement.
Those black soldiers are people who especially helped shift the Union war goals from a war to restore the Union into a war of emancipation. It was personal for them.
They went over to the old custom house on 20th Street, to the courthouse square, from the courthouse square to the colored church on Broadway, which was Reedy Chapel.
Some of the dock workers were among the first to get the word, and so the celebrations began.
Give us a sense of what it must have been like for slaves on Juneteenth when they heard that message.
You know, that was something that was almost like going to heaven.
The celebrations, just to be so excited to taste that freedom.
The initial celebrations, there would be prayer services, looking back at our journey in this country and what we had to endure in bondage. And the people journey in this country and what.
All right, y'all. Are y'all looking at the same thing I'm looking at?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're looking at a female that is being dangled by 1 foot over the ship, right? And you see other females, they're in horror, right? But they know that they're next, right? Now, I can't say what the purpose of this is, the purpose this was done for. And I don't know if it was a common practice, but just the fact that this level of brutality and viciousness was being used on African slaves, right? So, should we forget that? I mean, it's not something that we should forget, in my opinion, and you guys have already said we shouldn't forget that. But I just want to show a picture. Now, let me take a survey of you guys. Do you guys think that a black person drew this picture, or a Caucasian probably drew this picture?
said what?
I asked the question. Do you think a white person drew this picture or a black person?
I mean, yes, absolutely.
Right? So
Nobody black
now the white person would have no reason to lie, right? You
No,
can't say, well, they're making this up.
I'm not gonna say they wouldn't have a reason to lie, but they didn't lie when they drew this picture. This is what was occurring.
Right. I mean, but I'm saying
you had devices like that was discovered on slave ships when they discovered slave ships. So
right.
that winch and that anchor and all that, it's on the fucking ship.
Well,
with the manifest with all the slaves.
My point being, Rico, my point being, Rico, is that they would have a front row seat at something going on like this. I mean, the black people that was on the ship didn't have a drawing pad, artist sketch pad, and anything. It's just
they're trying to stay alive. They wasn't thinking about drawing nothing. They were trying to make sure their black asses didn't
exactly right. As they're going to talk about later on in the video, where the slaves, these people realized what was going to happen to them. They just start jumping off the edge of the boat. They had to tie them down so they wouldn't jump off the boat, right?
Yeah.
They'd rather face the sharks than obviously come over here because they knew.
Right. The no-legged shark than the two-legged shark. Same thing.
Right. All right. So I just wanted us to make sure that we because sometimes people make the assertion that it's black people that some kind of way only black people are promoting this type of thing, right?
You gotta stop listening to them stupid fuckers. You really do.
We try to establish that it's not just all of these receipts.
Clarence, you spend too much time giving these ignorant motherfuckers. I'm with Patrice on that. You spend too much time giving these ignorant bastards too much credit when you know they're just gaslighting and being trolled.
Rico, listen. You, me, and Patrice might be at a certain level of understanding, but most of our people
they're being trolls. They're fucking trolls.
Most of our people are not at a certain level of understanding.
Fucking trolls.
And so some of them, we have to talk to them like. Now I want to say,
no, we don't. No, we don't.
Really slow. Okay, all right.
Find the trash can and throw their asses in it.
All right, Rico, I'm telling you, I've been out there in the street, and I know that some of our people they just don't know. You think you assume everybody's at the same operating at the same level you operate.
Find the nearest garbage can and put their trash ass in it. We can't save everybody, and everybody.
I'm not saying we can save everybody, Rico. I'm not saying we can save everybody. All I'm saying is we got to try and teach who we can, and if they don't want to be taught, then let them go. But there's some people that just don't know if they would just.
We can't keep putting forward these false fallacies saying they don't know when some of them just do. They just don't want to know. They just don't want to flow, like you said. That's what they are. They just don't want to go.
Right. So I'm not saying that, but okay. Listen to what I'm saying.
2022, they know.
Let me say it another way.
Say it a way that makes some damn sense. 2022, they know.
We can't throw away everybody because of the people that don't want to learn. If they don't want to, they don't want to learn. That's fine. Let them go. Yeah. But there are some that do want to learn. Should we not teach the ones that don't want to learn?
But Clarence,
we should teach them all, right?
No, what I'm saying is we can't waste all of our energy, time, and resources on either those who don't want to know or those who should know. It gets to a point that at some point we just need to push us forward, and either those who don't want to know, well, you ain't gonna help them anyway. And those who should have known, they behind, they just have to catch the fuck up. We can't keep slowing. What I don't want us to do is we keep stopping the cart to run back there and get somebody that can't keep up, because what we're doing is we're slowing our progress with putting out good information, constantly combating fucking trolls or combating people who should have known. I don't want all the energy and time to be wasted, because even the people who want to get with the program, we're telling people, it's people who want to get with the program that we're teaching them about this here now. So fuck them false arguments. Let's talk about this, period. Oh, fuck what they want to know. The people who ain't caught up, too bad. You had 12 years of education. You should have picked up a fucking book. If you didn't, go to the library, go online, do whatever you got to do. But the people who are with the program, with the community, let's talk about Juneteenth, because this is the second year of the holiday, correct? Because last year was the first year. So a lot of people need to know the significance of Juneteenth and why it came to be and why people fought so hard for it.
That's my point, Rico. That's my point. That's my point.
But I'm saying there are people who are with our program,
stuff like this.
Right? But I'm saying it's people who are with our program that we're not teaching them because we're worried about the ones who fuck the ones that's behind.
No, we're teaching everybody, Rico. We teaching everybody. Just because we take the time out, if somebody fell off the cart and we take the time to just stop the cart to pick them up and put them back on the cart, if they're kicking and screaming, we just leave them there. But if we pick them up and they reach their hand out to us and we reach their hand out to them, let's pull them back on the cart.
And that motherfucker fall again, we stop again. And they fall again and we stop again. And they fall, and then another one fall and we stop. And another one fall and we stop. And all I'm sitting there saying is when you look at this, like, look at the pace of our progression at some point.
I understand that, Rico.
That's all I'm saying.
It's frustrating sometimes.
But when we watch them other communities, I don't know if they stop to pick up all the motherfuckers that fall off. I think they leave it. But then when we talk about why we so far behind, maybe that's a little bit of our fault for always wanting to stop and get the people that fall off.
Think about this one. Should we be just like them? Should we model ourselves after them, or should we model ourselves?
Then I don't want to hear no. Then you know what? But then you know I don't need to hear you no more, Clarence. I don't need you complaining no more about us being in last place. See, you can't have it both ways. See, one breath, y'all like we in last place. All these people are so much further ahead of us, but we can't do anything like them. So I'm like, well, goddamn, y'all got to make it make sense to me.
I didn't say that.
No, but I'm saying
you extrapolated. Wait a minute. You extrapolated what I said because
you just said it would be like.
I didn't say we can't do anything. Like I just said, we can't model how we deal with our people like they deal with their people. We can't say what this is model.
So you say. So if you said you're not saying that we can't do anything like them. How about we do that like them? When the motherfucker fall off, okay, you keep the wagon rolling.
No. What I'm saying is, this is what I'm saying to you. If they're using a book of mathematics and we know that mathematics is the same all over the universe, and we see them use it, we say, oh well, we ain't gonna use mathematics because they use mathematics. That's ridiculous. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't use mathematics just because they're using it. I know, but a lot of our people think that way sometimes. You white because you talking this way. You white because you know this kind of big word. Okay, so we don't want to do that. What we want to do is it's the right thing. It's the right thing to do is educate ourselves, so we don't have to go to anyone else to have them look. But what good is what we're doing if we don't take the uneducated masses and try to educate the ones that want to come on that journey? Let's take them. The ones that don't, let's leave them. That's all I'm saying.
All right, I'm gonna let you keep trying to save them.
Okay. If they're willing to leave,
you're trying to save them. Okay. If I don't agree with it, but I'm gonna let you.
I'm showing you where we're going to be different. If they're willing to leave their people that fall out of the cart, if they're willing to leave them because they say, hey, it's inefficient for us to go back and get you. We have people that did that. Hitler, Stalin, where they just said, hey, you handicapped, you out of here. You got some birth defect, you out of here. We ain't got time to make money. We ain't gonna waste no money on trying to take care of you. You old, you out of here, right? We don't want to have that type of thinking process, right? We want to have a thinking process. Well, if they take one step to us,
some of us do. Some of us do.
Yeah, I know. All right, let's get back to Juneteenth.
That's what I said. I'm gonna let you go ahead and stop.
We agree, disagree,
Yeah,
we had to endure in bondage, and the people
can't even eat my cake in peace.
The people who never lived to see that day. I think it's inescapable not to remember those people. Transatlantic voyage, the Middle Passage, people jumping off ships to avoid the treatment that they would have to endure.
6 months after that, 6 months, and turn the news on the 19th of June. That's why you know we celebrate that day, because celebrate that day.
One of the quotes that I'm most fond of is from a former slave named Felix Haywood. Slavery could make you free, but it couldn't make you rich. Because a lot of slaves thought that now that they were free, they would be rich, just like the white man.
You think about the elation, the trepidation of enslaved people, not knowing what the future holds, and being enslaved and bondage being lifted from their backs.
And there was one narrative about one slave who got the word, and his sister said, "Brother gave a whoop and ran away, and I never saw him again."
Was the South ready to free slaves? No, we know that.
Even though the order indicated the enslaved were free, if you look at the last sentence, it gives some instructions of what they can or cannot do.
The freedmen are advised to remain quietly at their present homes and work for wages. They are informed that they will not be allowed to collect at military posts and that they will not be supported in idleness either there or elsewhere.
When you're told you're free, you're thinking that, oh, I can live my life. But it wasn't like that.
On one hand, you were free by name, but the actual reality of freedom, you were not fully experiencing it.
There were a lot of very frightened former slaves, and a lot of them stayed on the plantation.
They laid the bricks in the downtown area here where we stand on many of these buildings. Not only laid the bricks, but made the bricks.
Just off Galveston's bustling Broadway Street is Ashton Villa, built in 1859 by James Monroe Brown, a loyalist to the Confederacy, dubbed an honorary colonel. Brown was also a wealthy banker, architect, and mason who designed what's believed to be Texas' first all-brick house, a palace with bricks, all laid by slaves.
Anywhere you read, they will tell you that, slaves did all the work for this. They had to follow what the contractor was either telling them or showing them in order to do it. And look at this place. It's beautiful.
All of the intricacies and the detail that still stand today. It's amazing.
1859, one of the few buildings that withstood the 1900 storm.
Ashton Villa was saved from demolition in 1970. The historic home, now an event space, is operated by the Galveston Historical Foundation and home to the island's annual Juneteenth celebration.
All right, so did y'all catch that? Did you read what Frederick Douglass said?
What
Okay.
what part? I missed. I might have
Right
missed it. No, read it because I can't see it. I'm sorry.
Okay, he says, what to the American slave is your 4th of July? I answer, a day that reveals to him more than all other days in the year the gross injustice and cruelty to which he is the constant victim. That's a quote from Frederick Douglass about the 4th of July, right? Agree, disagree, comments?
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm familiar with that quote from Frederick Douglass, and this is a lot of the reasons why I stopped celebrating these type of holidays is because I know that these type of holidays wasn't in any way in meaningful good for our people, especially, coming off of any type of independence, whether it be Juneteenth, 2.5 years after slavery was already abolished, or any of the such, like the wars that a lot of the black slaves served in and came home and got nothing. They didn't get treated the way their white counterparts did after they fought in these wars, civil wars, those before and after Revolutionary Wars, all these wars that they fought in. They were denied the many things that this alleged independence claim that all these men, fought for. It didn't happen for our people. So, when you come to knowledge of things, and it's like, why should I celebrate the fact that these slave masters knew that slavery was over, but they still kept our ancestors 2.5 years past that to benefit them, knowing that it had already been passed, that that slavery was abolished at this time. It's like, I'm not going to celebrate anything that was to our detriment. And now it's so capitalized on, and it's not even about the cause anymore. We get caught up in buying things, to celebrate these holidays, and that's why I choose to no longer celebrate them anyway.
What do you think?
That's me personally, but anyway, I digress.
I agree 1,000% with what Frederick wrote, especially in his day and time when he wrote it. Maybe not as much today as it was back then. And then today, I still don't give two shits about it, because the day, it's not just 4th of July. If you say it's 4th of July 2022, I could celebrate it because it's 2022. But if you say 4th of July 1776, motherfuck America then. Okay, because 1776 was different for us than 2022. So I know he's not talking in 1776. He may be talking 20, 50, 100 years after. But America still wasn't shit for the black man or woman. So in that day and time, yeah, it was 1,000%. What he wrote reflected what it was for the American slave or the American Negro. Right. What good is the 4th of July? They were celebrating the 4th of July when we were fucking slaves.
Yeah.
So they were celebrating the independence, but we weren't independent. We were enslaved.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So motherfuck them. What Frederick said was 1,000% right. And I'm not overwhelmed for it of it today, other than a day off and the barbecue and grill and shoot some fucking fireworks. It doesn't mean the same thing to black people, nor should it. It just doesn't. So yeah, Frederick was spot on then. He's spot on today. No correction needed.
Yeah. And we got to look at the fact that, Frederick Douglass was a slave that got freed by his father, who was his slave master that raped his mother. Frederick Douglass was biracial. I don't know if a lot of people know that about Frederick Douglass. It's like a lot of people, I think and he became an abolitionist, because of all of the things being a slave and what he's seen happen to his mother and to him, and and finally when he was set free by his daddy / slave master, and things that he fought for and accomplished. And yeah, I think his first 2 wives were black, but I think he later ended up marrying a white woman. But it is what it is. Right, yeah, but it is what it is. But yeah, but I mean, he still stood and fought, for his
still
people.
pro-black.
At the end of the day, because that's what he was. Even though he had half white in him, that's how he was seen. He got treated a little bit different because he was in the house with his daddy / slave master, and everything. So he got a little bit different preferential treatment, but he still saw the brunt and the bad part, the ugly part and the bad part of what slavery did to his people.
Yeah. I didn't know that part about him, so you just educated me on that. I knew his last wife was white. Because like you said, his house is here in Washington, D.C., the Frederick Douglass home.
Yeah, but
That's
I
in
think I know the first wife was black. I think he was married 3 times.
The first the only last one was white. That was it.
Okay,
and then he died.
He was married 2 or 3 times, but I know the first one was definitely black.
And I want to say, I think the first one died, so he was widowed. I don't know if the second one died or not, too. I think the first one did die, so he remarried another black woman, and then I don't know what happened with the circumstance of her. And then the last one, but like I said, he was an abolitionist all that time with all of them. Pretty much since he got his freedom, he started being an abolitionist and writing for it. And again, like you said, whether he was in the house or not, I'm pretty sure he knew he had plenty of family members in the fucking field, and he knew the brutality that they endured, and he didn't look away from it because of his circumstances.
Yeah, 2 wives. Yeah, 2 wives.
Okay,
Anna Marie Douglas, 1838 to 1882, and then the white lady, Helen Pitts. Douglas, married 1884 to 1895.
And look, both of them. So that's damn near 100 years of marriage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's damn near 50 years each marriage.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Right. Yeah.
One that looks like almost 50.
Right.
And even back then, we got to be real about
years, right?
Right. We got to be real about things back then too. We had some allies in our white counterparts back then that, and a lot of them helped Frederick Douglass, with a lot of things, with getting a lot of things abolished. So to have white allies during those times, just like we had white allies that helped slaves get free, helped them, had safe houses and provided food and shelter for them until they, was able to move on to their next destination. The same people that helped, our sister Harriet Tubman. So we did have white allies that definitely helped us during those times.
Yeah, it wouldn't have worked with nothing would have been successful without allies during those times. Period. Flat out.
Absolutely.
It was impossible to do it purely 100. No way in fuck.
Yep.
All through history, we've always had to have allies, white allies, but we would have never been successful. It was only through imploring and appealing to the nature of the good white allies, which it wasn't enough, but we worked with what we had, that we were able to be successful. That's how the Underground Railroad existed. Those weren't black houses; those were white houses and farms that they were going from place to place to place, being fed and so on and so forth. So to just sit there and to say that it was without, that's just stupid.
No, we can't. We definitely have to give that credit where that credit is due, for sure.
And
so even when we speak of these things now, we're not saying all white people are bad or all white people are racist or all white people. Nobody's saying that, because we know that's not true. That would be disingenuous on our part for us to say that.
Are you sure? Wait a minute, Patrice. Are you sure? Are you sure?
I'm sure, bro. Clarence,
that's what we saying all white people to that.
Clarence and Patrice, let me tell you about one good. Let me tell you about one good white man. That was a real good white man back then. Everybody know the story of Nat Turner, right? The Negro Uprising,
George
right?
Yeah.
No, not George Steinbrenner. John Brown, motherfucker, Mr. John Brown. Do y'all know the history of John Brown?
Yeah.
You know the history of John Brown, Clarence?
Yeah, a little.
I heard some of the stories of John Brown.
That's the white guy who took over when Nat Turner and them took over Harpers Ferry, West Virginia. Him and his sons died sitting there fighting for the freedom of slaves by force.
Right.
By force. He was an abolitionist.
He had all those guns in his house.
Yeah, he got them guns and everything. He was building an army. They was going to the South to free fucking slaves, do religion, the same religion that they enslaved us with. He flipped it and said, that's the same religion that my God tells me, and lost his life, his son's life, and everything fighting to free slaves. That story has still went down where he raised an armed rebellion to go through. And it's all in Harpers Ferry, West Virginia, which is huge. They had to get the army to kill him.
Right.
That white man wasn't fucking playing. He was taking motherfucking heads.
Well, see,
Yeah, we had quite a few allies. Back then,
Quakers
and
were
we
big
have
back
them
then.
now. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So people need to know that. So again, like I said, it's like I don't think white people. I don't no more think they're evil today than I think they're evil back then. I think that system was very fucking evil, and too many of them apathetically bought into it. There was a good chunk of them that were evil that wanted to benefit from it, but I think the vast majority of them just allowed it, and that was the evilness of it. Was not that they, because people don't realize most white people
It still makes you just as guilty if you allow it, say nothing, and you do nothing. You're just as guilty.
And the reason why I say this, I said most white people didn't own slaves because you had to have money to own slaves. So only men of money, most poor white people ain't have no fucking slaves. They couldn't afford one.
Well, now poor white people did have slaves. Now, don't say that. Huh? You didn't have to be rich. You just had to be white. Don't say that one.
Yeah, I'm not saying none, Patrice. I'm just saying by far and large, the vast majority of them weren't. Most slaves were on plantations, and most plantations were big plantations that was owned by wealthy white men. The vast majority, I would say, like 80%.
The plantation owners were wealthy, but there were regular smuggler white people that were not wealthy, but they still had slaves.
Right. I'm not saying that. Right. I'm not perpetuating that it didn't exist. I'm saying by comparison, I would say if you talk about regular smuggler people, white people, I would venture to say maybe a quarter of them had slaves, and it might have been one or two. Because they just
couldn't know the numbers, but I don't know the numbers exactly, but yeah.
If we dig
I just don't want to have that misconception out there that if you were poor and white, you didn't have slaves, because that's not true.
I'm not pushing the narrative that it didn't exist. I'm just trying to give clarity so people didn't think every white person in the South had a slave, or even more than half of them had slaves, because more than half of them did not have slaves. It's not that they didn't want one. I think every one of them in the South might have wanted one, but between wanting a slave was like a damn Tesla. It wasn't fancy. That it was like it was costly, and a lot of.
Well, Rico, I would just say it was more about the persuasion to be able to say that you own something, you owned another human being. They were property, so. And it was more about economics.
But that's what I'm saying is the economics of it didn't allow the majority of them to own slaves. I actually saw articles and data on it before, and I was surprised when I saw it. And that's what kind of brought me to it, was the fact, and there wasn't no benevolence. I'm like, the guy was saying, like, look, all of them would have owned slaves if they could afford it. But when they started, and here's the only thing about it is because they have records of slave ownership back then, because they had that was one thing they were good about. They were good about keeping fucking records, because again, we were property. So it was, and they were saying that the concentration of slaves were with people of wealth, but there were plenty of other slaves that did belong to Farmer Jim, who owned one old Negro slave because that's what he could afford. He worked his ass to death. If he couldn't find him a mate to make more, he worked him to death, because that's generally what they did. And so there were a lot of those, but they were just spread out. And I would say that they were in every state. Poor white people owned slaves in every county, but it wasn't like every household like you see, or like you would have been led to believe. And it wasn't because those other households didn't want them. They just couldn't afford them. It was like literally all of them would have wanted a slave. Like we all want Tesla. I ain't got one because I can't fucking afford it.
But now it's just deemed to me, just reading it out loud to myself again, this statement from Frederick Douglass, this is saying that what the 4th of July should be a constant reminder to the American slave, meaning our ancestors. It's saying yes to the American slaves. What is your 4th of July ? And he said the answer a day that reveals to him more than all other days in the year the gross injustice and cruelty to which he is the constant victim. He's saying, never forget. This is what the 4th of July is to you, the American slave. So I get it now. It's kind of, it just literally just kind of dinged to me. Is that is a constant reminder, if not anything, what the 4th of July should mean to them. So yeah, that's all I want to say. But yeah, we can move on.
Okay, and look, and just real quick, because I just looked at it real quick, and this is according to Duke University. In 1860, approximately 30% of the families in the Confederacy owned slaves. So like 30% of them did. And that's what I'm saying. They weren't all rich. They were not all rich.
Yes.
Sure. Yeah. I just knew that a lot of it came down to, and when we read more into the article, they constantly go back to the whole thing was that a lot of the regular white people, while they wanted them, $400 for a slave. You know what that was like? What, maybe 2-3 years income? Maybe that's something. $400 back in 1860 was
that was a lot of money back then. A lot of money.
Let's lay the stage, okay? So let's say the American colonies got here in what year? 15. What did they say? 1619. Let's say 1619.
That's when slaves came. That's not when.
So they got it 1554.
The American colony was here before.
Right?
Huh?
1555,
like
right?
That, yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm trying to wait till the most second. Okay. So anyway, they got it 1555. Now we gotta remember they didn't get free until by Lincoln until 1865. So that's almost 300 years, right? Or a little more than 300 years, 310 years, right? But you had they broke from England in 1776. So that gives us that's a little over 200 years, right? Okay, so now we have to understand that up until that point, the English government was giving whoever wanted to come over here land grants, free land grants, and they will give you slaves and equipment for free, right? If you come over here and colonize this country. So what they do, they open up the jails, and anybody who wants to come over here, they say, hey, if you tired of sitting in jail, go on over there and colonize it for the king, right? So they went over there, and the English government was giving away land, giving away equipment, and giving away slaves. You need slaves? They was important slaves over here to you, so that you could have what you need to improve the land. So the English government was subsidizing a lot of this situation up until 1776. Now, after that time, you probably need to come up with the cash yourself to try to buy slaves, equipment, and everything else. So we're just doing a little history lesson right here. All right, shout out to Brother Monty. Good to see you in the building, brother. We're going to put the link out in a little while. We're going to get through this movie real quick. Rico and Patrice, stop talking. All right, let's go.
The wards in Houston functioned a little bit like small towns. 3rd Ward develops a Black community. 5th Ward develops one early. The Black community of 3rd Ward begins to develop around what we today call Emancipation Avenue, but that back then was Dowling Street, which was actually the name of a Confederate. Dowling is really the center of old Black 3rd Ward. And one of the reasons for that is the creation or the purchase of Emancipation Park. And it's the first public space owned by Black people in the state of Texas.
With newfound freedom came new challenges, including the fight to be seen as equal.
Freed men and women did more than survive. They built a legacy.
And it is right here, Emancipation Park,
in Houston's historic 3rd Ward.
Emancipation Park was always a place to celebrate.
2 Black church congregations fundraised to buy the park. For them, the memory of Juneteenth would have been very fresh. They were someone else's property less than a decade earlier.
I'm the great-great-granddaughter of Jack Yates. He was instrumental in purchasing Emancipation Park, where the free slaves celebrated Juneteenth.
One of the most famous families in Reconstruction era Houston were the Yates family.
He was free. However, his wife and children weren't. So he came to Texas and entered back into slavery so that he could be with his family.
They were brought here to continue to be slaves. Once freedom came again, he knew what that tasted like. He knew what that felt like. So he took his family and moved to Houston to start a brand new life.
Jack Yates actually began helping and teaching and helping them to learn, because at that time, you know, slaves weren't supposed to read or write.
He was a wage laborer as his day job, and at night preach near the Buffalo Bayou in Houston. And then gradually they were able to build their own church.
I'm a member of Antioch Missionary Baptist Church and have been all of my life. That was the first church that he started, but there were many other churches that he started, including Bethel in Houston.
It is that spirit, it is that zeal, it is that determination that he and others poured into the foundations when they built this church. So when you talk about World War I, our soldiers went off to fight. When they came home, Antioch was able to train and cross-train ex-veterans in masonry work, in carpentry work, and really help these ex-soldiers to find jobs and to provide homes for their families, education for their children. It was these very women from this very church who taught other women how to vote.
So many great people have been here and have been inspiring and galvanizing the community.
When I was growing up in Houston, I knew the name Yates because it was the name of a high school, Jack Yates High School in 3rd Ward, the first Black school in Houston. For a while had just been called Houston Colored High School. As the Black community spreads and grows in other parts of the city, you need more schools. So when a second high school is established in Houston in 3rd Ward, it's named after Jack Yates.
All right. What y'all think so far? Are y'all learning something?
No.
Yeah, I mean, good stuff. Good knowledge. Good things. I'm learning more about Galveston, Texas, and their history. You know, of where it's such a historical town, because that is the town that was forgotten about for 2.5 years when it came to you know, our ancestors being enslaved for 2.5 years before they were set free. And then when they were set free, I heard him say, the narrator say, they were so happy because they thought that they were gonna be able to live like the white man.
Yeah.
Hey, rude awakening. When they were set free, they were set free with nothing and told to pull themselves up by the bootstraps.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But and we'll find out later. So when they make the big announcement, okay, all of you guys are free, but we encourage you to stay on.
Yeah. With stipulations. Yeah. And then there were many, you know, and that goes to the conditioning of the minds, because they felt like, well, I'm being set free to nothing. At least here on the plantation, I got this old cot, I got this old bed, I can get a piece of meal every now and then from master, so I might as well stay. Might as well stay.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
that happened. That was a lot. That was a lot. I mean, you free people to nothing. I mean, what, to go out there and eat grass? Like, come on.
Well,
He ain't taking them back home to a home they ain't never seen.
Here's what they told him, Rico. They said, "Hey, you free, but you can't. If you gonna get arrested. Ah, man, keep biting my tongue. You're gonna get arrested if you out here and you running around out there with no job. You're gonna get arrested.
Yeah,
so you need
loitering.
a job.
Yeah, they lock your ass up for loitering.
Exactly. So
if you're black, if you black, they lock
black.
you up for loitering. Not if you're white, because there was plenty of white loiterers.
Here's what I'm gonna do for you because I care about you.
That's how the system of sharecropping was created.
I'm about to get into that right now. So here's what I'm gonna do for you since I care about you. Since you're gonna get picked up and put away, locked up if you don't have a job, I'll give you a job.
Right.
Now, I can't pay you in wages. So what I'm gonna pay you in is a share of the crops you bring in. I'm gonna pay you a share. Now what I ain't gonna do is I ain't gonna tell you always gonna lose. This is a game you always gonna lose at. You always gonna be in the red. I don't care how good the crop is, you always gonna be in the red, right?
That's right. That's right.
You gotta work this whole year to pay off last year's debt, right? And the next year you're gonna pay off this year's debt, and the year after that you're paying off that year's debt. You never get out of the hole. You never get out of the hole. But shout out to the people that sacrificed, man. I think what they thought at the time, they said, you know what? I don't know nothing else, but I'm gonna send my children to school so they can learn, so they can go out and they can do it. I'm willing to make the sacrifice all this for this.
Yeah.
So
they sacrifice never learning how to read or write, and so that their children can have that opportunity to go to school for the first time ever, to start that generation of the first ever in your generation to learn how to read and write.
Exactly. And see, we as well, not we, but some of these generations today, they so entitled they can't see that far back, and they can't see those sacrifices that was made for them. And so it's up to us and people like us to explain that and go into it and so they could see. No. These people wasn't weak. Those people sacrificed their own lives so that you could have because they felt like, hey, if I send my son to school, I may be stuck here sharecropping, but if I send my son to school, he's gonna be able to have a better life for himself. Right? Yeah. That was the whole point of the sacrifice, is to, okay, we're gonna push them further, right? That's what the word father means. Further. You're supposed to push your children further than you are, and they're supposed to get further than you getting in your life. They're supposed to get further, right? Your experience and everything is supposed to help them to reach for more.
And pay attention to that man. I forgot the name of the guy they mentioned in there that founded that little town, that little area and started hiring some of those people that became bricklayers and all of that. They named him. He come from some confederacy, but at the end, they also said he was a him. That word, that dreaded Mason word, and that's the word. That's an elite upper echelon. Okay, I'll just leave it there.
Let's get back to the movie, y'all.
Self-discovery and discovery of history that maybe was not taught in the classroom. So now they come to the outdoor classroom.
We begin today with a rather shocking event that took place last night. So last night was the premiere of the much awaited
just his voice is just annoying.
Annoying, yes it is.
I mean, sometimes he's hitting points on the head, but it's just so annoying. You're just like, oh my God, man. But hey, you know what the good news is, Patrice? Me and you ain't getting off of work, and we ain't got to pull up and hear that voice when we walk in the front door.
Amen.
You know what I'm saying? Rico, wake up. Rico, wake up.
Happy day. Happy Pappy Day. Happy Pappy Day.
All right, let's go. Let's go.
Some of the early Juneteenth celebrations were marked by pageantry, flowers, and people riding in these very elaborate coach setups.
Regional and local Black newspapers celebrating the day. You'll see announcements about picnics that are related to the holiday.
A lot of people for those celebrations dressed up in their Sunday best. They would just be joyful. There would be parties, church services, in a lot of the communities, whites didn't want to recognize those celebrations. If some of those former slaves had jobs, they couldn't get the day off to celebrate. A lot of the city officials said, well, you can't have your celebration in the city. And so that would push those celebrations out away from the city in rural settings, in pastures, meadows, groves, wherever. They went with the flow.
I guess my earliest memories of celebrating Juneteenth would be when I was a child. Juneteenth was always a big celebration in our community.
Eventually, you'll see the establishment of parades. We know in Houston, we do have a couple of parades. In fact, Juneteenth, Queen and King.
Family get-togethers, community get-togethers. You would have barbecue, watermelon,
ribs, and hot sausage.
Red soda pop. Those were the staples. You had to have all of that on Juneteenth. You must have that barbecue.
In recent years, Juneteenth celebrations continue to include parades and music, but most importantly, a focus on the food. And one restaurant that continues to provide Juneteenth meals, even amidst the pandemic, is Lucille's.
Feeding all the people they can, this fine dining Houston establishment, home to a culinary artist carrying on the family's legacy of African American excellence in gastronomy. Beautiful. This Museum District restaurant is Lucille's. It is where the past meets the present on a plate. The restaurant itself is named after owner and executive chef Chris Williams' great-grandmother, Lucille B. Smith.
Often noted as Texas's first African-American businesswoman. She created the first instant hot roll mix in the history of this country, which is a recipe that Pillsbury borrowed to create their empire. This is verified by the Chicago Tribune in 2014. She was the first national African-American food editor for Sepia magazine, which is now Ebony magazine. Her client list included everybody from LBJ to the Roosevelts, Martin Luther King, to Muhammad Ali, to Joe Louis, all points in between.
Chef Williams continues the family legacy, having hosted President Biden. But it is not just the powerful or whom he hosts or prepares food for.
So we provide service to all the historically Black neighborhoods, from Sunnyside to 3rd Ward to 5th Ward to Acres Home.
Having founded the nonprofit Lucille's 1913, the year his great-grandmother birthed her catering business, and also the same year marking the 50th anniversary of the Emancipation Proclamation.
At our peak, we were doing 1,800 meals a day.
So I had a pork shoulder that I braised for about 4 hours.
It allows them to play with a ton of different ingredients.
This Juneteenth, he'll prepare more meals.
The barbecue chicken, the beans.
On top of the already 250,000 meals served.
And that's what we're working on right now for the menu for today. Getting ready to feed the people of Houston.
Delivering dignity and preserving history.
The restaurant does pay homage to her culinary freedom and creativity as a chef.
With fresh, elevated food.
It's exactly what we do over today at Lucille's. It's Southern cuisine with global influences.
The word Reconstruction sounds good, and it started out well-intentioned, but it didn't stay, quote-unquote, Reconstruction, did it?
No. When we think about the period of Reconstruction, particularly here in Texas,
we all always have to think about the turmoil around politics.
The Democratic Party was conservative. The Republican Party was liberal. 1870 15th Amendment is what makes Black men's right to vote constitutional. And this changes the political landscape of parts of the South that had large Black populations. Black men start voting other Black men into office. Some places had Black sheriffs. So this immediately changes the politics of the South. So the Ku Klux Klan arises as the violent wing of the Democratic Party.
We're familiar with the KKK, but there were a number of white vigilante groups that existed during this time that terrorized African Americans.
By the early 1900s, the Black community had already established itself with neighborhoods, businesses, and schools, but Blacks still weren't considered as equal. With segregation and Jim Crow laws, they were still being treated like second-class citizens.
Segregation laws restricted every public space where Southerners could possibly make contact. When we say Jim Crow law, we're referring to legal segregation. Boston creates segregation laws in order to separate Black and white passengers on city streetcars in the 1840s. People in Boston started to refer to the Black section of streetcars as the Jim Crow section. They did that because Jim Crow referred to a popular minstrel figure. Early on, it was white performers, typically white men, who would blacken their faces using burnt cork, but Jim Crow was the most popular blackface minstrel character. So popular that many white people in the United States began to identify the name Jim Crow with Black people.
Here in Houston, you really can't think about Jim Crow laws without thinking about the 24th Infantry, African American soldiers who found themselves here at Camp Logan and found themselves the victims of police brutality and Jim Crow laws and segregation.
Right, you're absolutely right. In the summer of 1917, the United States enters World War I. The U.S. military was still segregated. The military was constructing a training facility called Camp Logan.
So when these 700 white soldiers show up in Houston, Jim Crow is alive and well. And you got to remember, it's a new thing. And these soldiers had fought in the Spanish-American War, had gone up San Juan Hill, had fought in the Philippines. They weren't used to being treated as second-class citizens.
It all came to a head that August when Houston police officers were accused of attacking and killing one of the soldiers. Black soldiers of Camp Logan.
All right. I want you guys to pay very close attention because this is something that's not mentioned. I don't know if you know about the Houston riots, Rico. I certainly did not. I don't know if you know about it, Patrice, but I certainly did not.
I didn't know about Houston, but I know that things like this happen all throughout America.
Right. It was happening all over America.
In particular, for soldiers returning
in the books.
Right. In particular, for soldiers returning from war, all the way through World War II, hell, shit, all the way through probably Korea, where Black soldiers came back from fighting in wars and were still treated to segregated spaces and like second-class citizens. So, like you said, the Civil War soldiers were treated that way. You know, World War I, World War II, the American Indian Wars, the Spanish-American War. Black soldiers fought in all those wars and came back home and was still called niggas and still lynched and still beaten as if they ain't did a fucking thing.
Yeah,
and I know sometimes they fought back, rightfully so.
Yeah, and I did not know about the Houston riot. I knew about many, but I didn't know specifically about the Houston riots until I saw this documentary
so
a few months ago to learn about the Houston riot. Yeah, so this is fairly new to me as well.
I had known about a bunch of them, especially I read about them in the Miles Davis book, where his autobiography, where he talked about, just barely walking in front of his father's store and seeing these riots go on because Black people and white people were getting into it because the white workers were striking against the pig manufacturers down there, and the blacks were basically coming in being scabs, right? Because it's a depression, right? So they're coming in there to just get food for their families, and they just start went around and start killing the blacks, and just turned into this big bloody war. Anyway, that's just one. There's so many other ones that haven't been mentioned.
Oh yeah. Like I said, I knew it's over 100 and something. We I don't know all the areas where it took place.
Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna learn about the Houston riots right now.
Then marched from what's now Memorial Park to the city of Houston.
This was a push against Jim Crow authority.
Mutiny and rioting ensued.
It was a strike against police brutality.
16 white people were killed, mostly civilians. 4 black soldiers died. The deadly encounter led to the soldiers' court-martial, the largest murder trial in U.S. history.
I saw the photograph of the trial. It blew my mind. Here are these 63 black soldiers surrounded by white soldiers with fixed bayonets on their rifles. And caption said the largest murder trial in American history. And I had never heard anything about this, nothing.
In the end, 19 soldiers were hanged and all but 8 of 118 soldiers charged were convicted for their part in the Houston riot of 1917.
The police force of southern cities would send certain police officers to patrol black communities. Slave patrols in many parts of the South literally become police forces whose job it is to
Wait a minute, did not stop that. Stop that. Did I just hear what I just heard? That they really were, the terminology, the ideology were conformed from the slave patrols to the police patrol, and this very riot right here erupted because of police brutality. Did I just not hear this professor say that that's where it all started, out of the policing, out of the what patrol? Oh, okay, but there's a certain police officer that said that's not so. Okay.
I heard him tell you. I heard him say that.
Okay. I just want to make sure, because I'm old and I'm delusional and
That's right. He said you was old.
Okay. I just want to make sure that I heard that right, because see, we're gonna do the whole policing thing too, and it's gonna be said there too. It's gonna be documented and read by doctors and professors in their profession and craft. That's gonna say the very same thing, that the very ideology and policing system came out of that slave patrol system. Okay, but I just want to make sure y'all heard what I heard. Okay, do we need to rewind that part again? Should we take that little part back again so we can hear that? Yeah, let's do that.
Cause I heard a certain person tell you that myself. So let's rewind that and play that.
American history, and I had never heard anything about this. Nothing.
In the end, 19 soldiers were hanged and all but 8 of 118 soldiers charged were convicted for their part in the Houston riot of 1917.
The police force of southern cities would send certain police officers to patrol black communities. Slave patrols in many parts of the South literally become police forces whose job it is to then police newly formed black communities.
Plantations ultimately turned to prisons, with slave labor giving way to prison labor all across Texas, including Sugar Land.
This building is actually 80 years old. It was originally a prison and part of the Texas prison system.
It was an extension of the Central State Prison farm. The big brick building known as 2 Camp opened in 1939.
It was a prison population of color, primarily African American, some Hispanic.
The inmates worked the fields of the state-run farm. An inmate recalled that upon arriving at 2 Camp in 1960, he was immediately ushered out into the fields to pick cotton. At the end of grueling day, workers would return to the dormitory, where life was often just as hard.
They lived in very close quarters, actually in very hot conditions and very cold conditions.
Its occupants are mostly children now, but for 30 years, this structure housed inmates.
Let me read it. See, and I put the words in there, Patrice. So, well, maybe you understand what they said. The words are right there. Right? All right. Nelson Mandela said, "No one truly knows a nation until one has been inside its jails." It's come from a man did 26 years down there in South Africa, right? A nation should not be judged by how it treats its highest citizens, but its lowest ones, right? Man did 26 years in prison, and a whole generation went by and forgot he was even in there, right? But they brought him out. They made him what they call it, president. All right. So let's get back to Juneteenth celebration.
Did you know the Freedom Tree in Missouri City is where slaves at the Palmer Plantation were notified they were free? They were told they could continue working the land, but their only form of payment would be a share of their crop. The Freedom Tree is located along Misty Hollow Drive, that's between Glen Lakes and Lake Olympia Boulevards. Walter Moses Burton was a farmer, sheriff, and politician who served 4 terms in the Texas State Senate. Burton was born into slavery in North Carolina and brought to Texas when he was 21. After emancipation, he bought land in Fort Bend County and was eventually elected the first Black sheriff in the country.
Are you registered to vote?
No, I'm not. I have tried twice, and I was turned down both times. Lost my job.
You had Jim Crow laws, you had poll taxes, and slowly you see things that are going backwards.
Okay, Rico, what's a poll tax?
That's that idiot tax they put on to allow Black voters only to have the right to vote. So it was proven unconstitutional, and a poll tax would be something as ridiculous as how many soap bubbles on a bar of soap, how many beans are in a jar. These were discriminatory games that they played for colored voters to, and how they couched it was, if you didn't know this, you weren't smart enough to vote. They didn't do this to white men. At that time, I'm not even certain if this was before or after the women's right to vote was passed, but they didn't do it to anybody non-Black, period. But this was a way to, it initially started as a tax, an actual fee that when it was originally put in, wherever it first originated, some city, town, and then obviously once they sued and they came back and said, well, you can't charge Black people to vote and not non-Black people. Now, this is after we were given the right to vote. So then they started putting these games into place and say, well, boy, how many bubbles on that bar of soap? And of course, no matter what you guess, it was going to be wrong. Right. And if you can't pass it, you can't vote. Get your Black ass out of here. How many beans is in that jar? Things like that. And of course, they would not They're not even going to ask a white man when he come in that same dumb
Right.
shit. There's no right answer. So this was just a discriminatory tactic that they put in place all over the South they couldn't legally say you can't vote, but they put everything same shit they do today. They put in every impediment humanly possible to prevent you from being able to vote.
Right.
That's just an effective means of disenfranchisement. So, and they do it today. They just don't call it poll tax. They're not going.
Well, I just wanted
today they do shit like voting days and voting hours. So, like states where they eliminate the days for the souls to the polls. These are dates that are predominantly historically, because it's not only black people who do the souls to the polls, but historically, we've always been big sold to the polls on the Sunday, I believe, for the election, where the churches would tell everybody to get out and vote. They shortened and removed those all over the South.
Okay, so what is the purpose of the poll tax, Rico? What's the nuts and bolts of that? What's the purpose of that?
To disenfranchise people from voting. They don't want you to vote.
Okay, so they don't want you to vote.
They don't want the money. They don't want you to vote.
Right. So they know you don't have the money, first of all, or they assume you don't have the money, and then if you do have the money, I mean, in other words, they got all these. They got 3 or 4 different things, or more.
Yeah, they take away the money, and they just went to the bubbles on a bar of soap. Period. So I don't give a damn if you got money.
Or what about this one? Did your grandfather vote? No, my grandfather wasn't. Okay, well, you can't vote. Right. So anyway, all right. So I just wanted us to clear up what a poll tax was, so that the people could understand where we're coming from. All right. So
and I think, and just to be clear, poll taxes were in existence. Hell, maybe as late as the 1950s. I'm not sure exactly when they finally got rid of all of them.
Right.
I mean, like everywhere, because they had been fighting them forever. They had to go to court and constantly sue to get them to strike them down. And finally, now they just they're not called poll taxes, but the methods that they put into place to keep. So it's not tailored towards black people, but guess who it is tailored against? A lot of working people who can't afford. So if you shrink, that's why we need to do things like a national holiday to vote, like other countries do. The voting day, November 6th, is a fucking holiday. You don't have to take off from work because they know poor people, working people, you can't be taking off to go fucking vote.
That's why in my opinion, I don't think the Republicans will let that happen, Rico.
No,
I mean, I have a fight either way, but I don't think they'll do that because I think they will feel that would be
but you do understand also that we probably have the lowest vote participation of all industrialized nations in the world. In the US.
I know we definitely have the lowest participation in men, definitely for sure.
No, we have the lowest participation, period. In the last election, we had approximately at best 45. I don't think we cracked 50%. If we get 50%, that's high. It's 330 million Americans and maybe 140, 150 voted.
Right.
The other half just don't participate at all.
Well, most men feel like, hey.
In other countries, they have mandatory voting.
That's what I'm saying. But most men feel like if I take off and just go vote, I'm gonna get,
I don't know if most men feel like that. I'm just saying, as Americans, we some sorry motherfuckers that don't vote. I'm not gonna give men an excuse. I'm not gonna give black people an excuse.
I'm not giving nobody no excuse.
We just some sorry mothers. But I'm saying, compared to other industrialized countries who have even third world countries who have a much, much, much more higher voting percentage, we some sorry motherfuckers that don't participate. But we're probably number 1 in the world in complaining. We'll complain about the government, but we don't participate in it.
Probably
That's
so.
it.
All right. Any other words, Patrice? I'm about to start the video.
No, just started because I don't want to get caught up too much in too much conversation.
All right.
So the first way you see a push against Black political organizing is through the Klan. Thousands of people would sometimes show up to watch a crowd of people lynch, burn, and mutilate, in some cases, Black bodies. The people who were lynched were usually
I want us to look at that for just a minute. I want us to see this for just a minute. Because sometimes, like we were talking about earlier, we have people that said, why, we don't need to look up, we don't need to think back to that. We don't need to remember that. Right? I can vote. I can rowboat over here from wherever, whatever island I live on. And I've taken advantage of everything. What's your problem? And I don't think they consider some of the viciousness that we had to, because people don't realize, man, the viciousness that we had to put up with just to be able to vote. They pretty much got here right when we were coming across the finish line, and now they can take advantage of everything. They weren't there when we were training and doing all the working out and all of the, dietary restrictions and the discipline. They wasn't here, and the sacrificing, they wasn't here for that. They came along when, all the goodies was already wrapped up and ready to go. And so they go, hey, what's your problem? I just got here and I'm doing great, right? Well, this is why you're doing great, because people like this had to endure so many different things like this, so that you could take advantage of these opportunities.
And we really do, bro, Clarence, do our ancestors and do our people a disservice when we dismiss it and when we don't vote.
Exactly.
We really do. We do them such a disservice to not care enough, knowing the sacrifices that was made. And that's what I unfortunately hear a lot of in the younger generation, is that they really don't give a shit for the most part, because they wasn't living, they wasn't even thought about, but they don't even realize that they actually were thought about.
Right.
And this is what the sacrifice was made for, people that thought about those that wasn't even here yet, and the ones that are here now don't have consideration for the ones that of the yesteryear that sacrificed what they sacrificed for the here, for the now.
Right.
And it's such a disservice to hear the younger generation say, well, I wasn't born then, and why should I care about that? It's because those people back then gave a damn about you before you were even thought of.
Yeah.
So that you can have the freedoms, the liberties, and the rights that you have right now. And for you to say, well, I wasn't born then, and I don't care, I shouldn't care about that, and I don't want it, that didn't happen to me, it happened, and that is such a disservice to these people that sacrifice so much, that cared about the ones that are here now, for the ones that are here now, not to care about the ones that were back then.
So
that's the part. That's the part for me.
Can I just say one more last time, because I'm so in love with what you're saying. Them just some sorry motherfuckers. So the whole, they don't know before clients come in with this shit. No, they just some, and until we start, and I'm not gonna win none over. I'm not trying to win them over. But see, I grew up seeing images like this. So, but on behalf of that brother to the right and that brother to the left, you some sorry, no good motherfuckers who would let them sit there and throw away their lives to defend you, to have the right for what you sorry motherfuckers won't even consider. They died for us to have the right to have some say-so in our self-determination. And you sorry, trifling motherfuckers want to sit around and say, you wasn't born. They weren't slaves. They weren't born slaves. So what? Did they sit there and go, oh, well, fuck what the slaves went to because I wasn't born a slave? No, they still look to push forward the community. And you sorry, trifling motherfuckers don't care. It's disgusting. It's disgraceful. It's disrespectful. Period. I ain't telling you how to vote. I ain't telling you who to vote for. Just fucking do it. Participate.
It's just
I'm
disservice.
interested in sorry ass black men. You sorry motherfuckers who disproportionately vote at a significantly lower rate than black women, and they have the nerve to fix your fucking mouth and tell black women how to vote when you trifling ass niggas won't even do it. I'm sorry, off my soapbox, but those are facts, Clarence. Those are facts, and don't give me that whole bullshit about, oh, well, they don't, nigga, go down there and go, you know, sometimes I vote, this is how I vote sometimes. I vote for president, and for all the people I don't know underneath, when they sit there and say, well, I don't know, you know, I go, any, meeny, miny, mo, motherfucker, I still vote. If you don't know, just even for them,
you know, they're so, you know, so far removed that their minds don't want to even go to say, well, at least I will do it in honor of them to say thank you for the sacrifice that you made for me to have the freedoms and the liberties and the rights that I have today to be able to push this pen in there to vote for who I want to or don't want to see in office, the things that I want to see come to pass in my community, the things that I would like to see change. Let me at least say thank you for those that paid that price. Let me at least, maybe if I push this pen in there and vote, something will change. My vote is counted.
Yeah.
No matter what, my vote is counted.
And you know it's crazy because when you look at those two men, they died for you to have the right to vote for the wrong motherfucker. You don't have to vote for the right person.
The right or wrong, but whatever one you think. Listen, voting, if you know, and it just take a little bit of time to read and research a person. You can go straight to these people's website and see what they're about. It just take a little bit of time. See, that's the thing. We only want to take the time for the things that we care about. That's the selfishness and the individualism that this culture is so saturated in. It's really individualism. It's not a we or us or our community anymore. It's a me. It's an individualism culture now, and that's why we have, you know, a lot of the younger generation feeling the way they feel, because it's just, I'm just gonna worry about me and mine.
Right.
When those people worried about you, yours, mine, ours, us is we's, they, you know, they.
But I'm trying to even get away from the baby steps and saying, okay, you got to be in depth and you got to know it, because I truly believe, I'm like, okay, so again, like I said, like 150 million people voted. If that other 180 million people voted, and if we had anywhere 70, 80, 90% participation, the shit that we went through, because then at that point, everybody's voice, or the majority of everybody's voice, is being heard. The problem is we have too many elections where like a third of the country decides what the fucking rest of us got to do. I vote in everything. I vote in school board. I vote in even if I don't know. I'm like, hey, because you know what I say, Patrice? When I don't know the peoples and the issues and everything on every subject and every election on topic, you know what I always say? If I vote, you know what I got? I got a 50% chance of getting it right. I got a 50% chance of getting it right. If I don't vote, you know what that means? I'm 100% wrong. I'm 100% wrong because I didn't even fucking participate. If you vote, if I go any, meeny, miny, mo, there's a 50% chance that I get it right. There's a 100% chance I'm gonna get it wrong because I'm too fucking lazy, selfish, the stupid. Ain't nothing gonna change. Nothing's not gonna change because you niggas don't participate. And I don't think it's just black men. I think black men are terrible with it. I really do. The statistics show that they're fucking horrible with it. But if that's the conversation we having on Juneteenth, that's all I need to talk about right now. And I would say to my brother, I cuss my kids out about not voting every fucking year. I literally go on a tangent. And they will tell you, when I have my son, he will tell you how I go the fuck off about them not participating.
Yeah, my mama didn't play with my mother didn't play with us, baby. When
they just had that
each of us turned 18,
I'm so frustrated.
when each of us turned 18, she went down there with us and showed us how that process goes. She said, "Oh no, you're voting. That is your citizen's right." She said, "Too many people fought and died for you not to get up off your." And when now that you're 18 and go vote, you're going to vote. You're going to get registered. You're going to vote. It was in my household. It was a no brainer.
All right, y'all. So that's what these men and other men like these men and women and babies died so that we could have the opportunity to vote for whoever we like, right? Okay, so I just wanted us to remember, and see, because a lot of people don't. They just say, "Don't show me that. I only want to see winners. I only want to see we lost. I want to see winners." Okay, no.
Those are not losers. Those are not losers.
Exactly. Don't think these are people that these are people that sacrifice.
Those are fucking martyrs. Those are heroes. Those are heroes and martyrs.
Exactly.
Those are men who had the motherfucking courage, to stand up in the face of evil, and they sacrificed their life.
And some of them, Rico, this situation happened to them for no other reason other than they was black and they was close by.
The vast majority of them.
But you all have to realize what it really was about. It was not wanting to give us equal rights and the power. They knew that it was power in numbers, and they knew that if we got, and that just like they know now. Listen, let's not play. Just like they know now, if we really got together and became a unit and unity, the power in the numbers that we have, the power in our dollars that we have, we don't exercise none of that shit as a group of people.
Correct.
We don't.
But here's the duality of that, Patrice. Okay, so these are mostly the middle to lower class. If we're gonna go by class of white people, right? They don't really understand how the economics works, because by the time the feds, they have scientists in the government and they understand how economics work. Hey, if we can get them to not do business with each other and just do business with us, since we're giving them all this opportunity, that money's coming right back in our hands. See,
it's just like Dr. Claude Anderson said. It's a group of people that wants to hold power over all other groups of people.
Right. So
it's economics. It's numbers. It's a numbers game, and we ain't playing it. We're playing individually.
But I'm trying to show at this level is just bigotry, right? You ain't got no resources that they're trying to get from you or trying to stop you from getting to it. You ain't have access to no resources. So at this level, what we're watching right here, it's got nothing to do with a race against resources. So we can't call this racism. What this is just straight bigotry and hatred. Just because of whatever the situation.
This is also about power. They know that if they start giving us rights to anything, if they start giving
there you go off the rails.
Well, I was using
wait. No, I know where you was going, bro, Clarence. But they know that if this is an example of racism too, because we are a race of people, right? So if they they didn't want us to vote, because if they give black race of people, which is a group of people, power, what is their biggest fear? That we will overpower them. That's what this whole list is all about. It's about who wants to keep the power. Y'all heard Dr. Claude Anderson say that, and it makes so much goddamn sense. That's why they've been in power and still have power. 98%, and we only got 2%. It is about who wants to keep the power. So if we allow these people to start getting all these rights, we have to stop these people. We can't have these people getting all these rights. What? Right to vote. What they gonna ask for next? Right to this? Right to that?
Well,
Sister that's what it's ultimately about.
I apologize, Sister Reese Neal, for cutting them off. We're gonna let Clarence repeat his foolishness. Continue on, Clarence. We're gonna be quiet. Go ahead.
Shout out to Sister Reese Neal. Shout out to Sister Reese Neal. Shout out to her. Okay, so regrouping, just you know, I hear what you're saying, Patrice, and you're right. You're right. But I'm saying at this level, I don't well, there's an old saying. We will allow you to vote as long as we know who you're voting for. Right? There's an old saying that you can vote, but you either voting for this dirty wing or that dirty wing. You know, so we know who you're voting for. Is just whoever there's a certain class of elites that know. Okay, so you guys voted this person in. Okay, now we know what we're gonna do to make things work. If you vote that person in, that's the reason why people like the Walton family, with Walmart and Walgreens and all that, they stay in office, they stay in power. All these people stay in power because they don't care. There's an old JEW saying that goes, we don't care who gets in power as long as we control the money. We don't care who you vote in. Vote who you want in. Vote a monkey in there. We don't care because we control the power. We control we control the money. So if we control the money, it doesn't matter who they gotta come to us and ask us what they want, what we want done, right? 4 families control your money. You got to come to them, and the government got to go to them and ask them. So my point is this: with this situation here, is my observation was this probably isn't on that level. This was more of a localized situation, and I agree with Rico in this regard. Let me finish, Rico. In this regard, that it probably was to incite fear for whatever reason, to incite fear into other Black people, or just might be just a recreational day for some of these people. But I think the overall goal is to incite fear for whatever reason, stop you from voting, stop you from buying land in the area, or whatever the case may be in this particular situation.
It always ends up to power of anything. Everything is about controlling, right? Controlling the masses, controlling the power, controlling the wealth, controlling what makes America works. That's what this nation is and always been about. So if they can keep us limited to having any type of rights to anything, then we would be limited to power. And that's what it's about. And it's saying, I don't want them to be able to vote. They shouldn't have a right to have that kind of power to say who gets into office, to who gets to make this law, who gets to run this, make this rule, make this regulation. That's what it's about. So in order to have a whole race of people to have that right to do that, that's giving us too much power, because they know that there is power in numbers.
I get you, Patrice. I'm just saying, and what we're looking at right here may not be that situation in particular, but I get what you're saying, and I agree with you that the power is very important, and people do not want us to have it. So that's not, you're saying there.
Okay, so look, exercising your right to vote is not exercising the power to control who you want to see in office that's going to benefit you.
These guys might not be on these polls because they was exercising their right to vote. That's what I'm saying. That might not be the reason why these guys are sitting here. We don't know that.
Right.
So,
Well, this
so
is this is this is the segment we on, so I would think that that's what it is about. We know that they were beaten, they had dogs sicked on them, they were lynched, they were shot, they were burned to death, they were all these things.
But Patrice,
So
we
I
also
would
know that we also know, Patrice, that a lot of this stuff happened to random black men. It just randomly happened to black men.
Right. But right now, this segment is talking about voting. So I'm thinking these pictures are depicting those people that made this ultimate sacrifice because they tried to vote. That's what I'm thinking that this pictures is showing the segment of right now, because that's what it's talking about.
I hear you, but I didn't hear them say that. So I don't know. I think that at this point they were just talking about that it happened.
Well, I'm hoping the pictures make sense to the segment that's being talked about.
Now, if that's clear, then you're right, Patrice. That points it in a whole other direction. But I did not. I can't verify because I heard them say that.
Clarence, if I'm going to go with your analysis that it made no mention of voting, and as you said, random black men were just snatched up and killed in random.
Oh yeah, we know that. Yeah,
which I agree with. Then I'm perplexed at how you made the statement that this wasn't racism. Because if random black men were, let me finish. If random, because I kept quiet. If random black men were snatched up and killed, whether it was for voting or just for being random, what was the commonality? Their asses was black. That's the one commonality. I don't know why they hung up there, but I'm pretty damn 99.9999% sure their asses is black. And these crimes historically, these crimes were historically and factually proven to be based on race. I agree with what you said about Dr. Claude Anderson, about it being prejudice and bigotry. I just wanted to, which I said before and I'll say again, no way in hell every crime isn't about racism. But these killings and lynchings, the over 4,000 that occurred, of the over 4,000 that's been documented to have occurred, I'm pretty sure there were a lot more that have been undocumented. Untold numbers of black men that were just thrown into rivers and gators and crocodiles, and
girls
just
being raped and then
were never
killed and buried. Yeah,
right.
Of course.
This is the 4,000 of the bodies they found hanging. This is not all the killings that occurred, whether shot, thrown in a river, stabbed, in any other kind of way. So the numbers probably double that. They were universally based on race, without question. So again, I don't think when Dr. Claude Anderson was talking, he was talking about this. I think, like you said, he was talking about instances where people do have a preference, or like you said, he has a preference for a type of ice cream. That's a form of prejudice, but it's not racism. And you can discriminate if you don't like a type of ice cream. That's a form of discrimination.
Of course.
But to deem a sense of superiority to the point that you take the life of someone based on race, fucking textbook, or to even prejudice or discriminate based strictly on race. And again, like he did make the argument that if I don't like white people, it don't make me racist. I just don't like white people. It makes you discriminatory. If I like black people, it don't make me racist. It means I prefer black people. But racism textbook is the superiority, and it's hard pressed to say that there's not a level of superiority if you think you can take the life of another based just on their race.
Well, like I said, Dr. Claude educated us that racism has a power component, and do you think that any of these gentlemen here, unfortunately, that lost their lives? I don't think it was an issue. I don't think power was an issue. I think it was more
power. Power was an issue.
Okay, what power
Violence
do you think
is power.
No.
Violence.
I mean a transfer of power where they
the-
had some type of
violence.
resource. Hold on, Rico.
No,
They had
but
some type
all
of
power is not. But Clarence, all power is not positive. There are negative aspects of power. Violence is a form of power. If you can inflict violence on another, that's a form of power. All
I know,
power
but
is not.
that doesn't make it racist, right?
No, but if
Because
if I inflict violence on you because of your race, that's a transfer of power based on race. I'm not beating up on you because you're a man. I'm beating up on you
I
because
know
you're a black man.
it is. You're right. It is whatever's going on is based on race, but that doesn't make it racist based on the definition that the good doctor gave us. That's not. Okay, and as I said, it does have an element of power as well as a seeking of resources from, or you're either trying to, like you guys said, you're trying to stop somebody from getting to some resources so you can get to it first, or you're just trying to get there first, right?
But I don't think all power is. I don't think all power, and that's what I just want to be clear. We can't say all power rests in resources. That's just that is a. I know. But I'm saying I'm not saying you said it, but that's where it's sounding, it's landing, because them being beaten and lynched to death, there had to be a form of power, even among those middle, lower class white trash at the bottom who did it, who's standing there taking photos, who inflicted that upon these men. There was a form of power, or that would have never been able to happen. Even if it was a power through the local law enforcement allowing it, and they knew that they had the power to do it, and nobody was going to do any damn thing to them. There are so many other aspects of power other than resources. The ability to do whatever the fuck you want is a form of power. People who go unpunished, crime after crime,
but power is not the only. But power is not the only issue, Rico. That's just one part of it. I know, and so I'm saying that yes, okay. So in a normal situation, that one person has an inordinate amount of power, and the other person trying to get that power, such as Fidel Castro took power from the Cuban government, and he just took it over, right? Okay, so that is a power transfer that I'm more likely talking about, but. In this instance, you're saying, hey, look, you know what? We got power because we intimidated the whole community to not go to the voting booth. We have power. We gained power because now we control the fact that you don't vote. You're not going to vote. You're so intimidated to not vote. We gain power. I get that. But what I'm saying is the racism part has a component to do it also with the resources, or trying to get the resources. And if these guys don't have no resources, how can you be in a race with them for resources when they have no resources, or you not trying to get the resources from them? So that was my only stepping point by saying it was purely a hate crime situation, in my opinion, the way I looked at it.
Absolutely, it's a hate crime as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it was not. I'm saying it was. That's what it purely is, because you're not. These guys are not having something that you can take from them and say, okay, we got these resources from these people, and so the race is over. We exercise the racism, and now the race is over because we got the resources.
It's a blatant hate and disdain for the color of their skin.
That was my point, Patrice. That was my point.
That's the part that makes it.
Why did they have? What my question is this: why did they have to have something for the black men to take from them, when what they had was they took something from the black men, which was their livelihood, their life? That's what I'm saying. There's still a power.
Listen, it's both. It's both things, guys. We know that first and foremost, absolutely, it was done to them because of who they were, right? As a black person, and it was done as a form of supremacy to say that this is what's going to always happen to you and your kind because our race is supreme to yours, and we're going to keep the power, and you're never going to get it. So if you come, keep trying to vote. If you come, keep talking about you want equal rights and equal pay and equal this and equal that. This is what's going to happen to you people. You race the people because of it. So it was all of it, guys. But in the end, it was definitely a power over, like Dr. Claude Harrison said, one group of people wanted to keep the power over all other groups of people, specifically our group of people. Let's keep that in mind. So let's move on because we're getting too much into the semantics of
it's Rico. It's not me. It's Rico. I'm right. Rico, just say I'm right. Say Clarence, you're right. That's it.
You're gonna get a right and a left. You're gonna get a right and a left.
I got somebody like you at home already. I got a wife that I can argue with for 2 hours over nothing.
Look, and I don't y'all are the Hatfield and the McCoys. Which one of y'all is the Hatfield and which one is the McCoy? I just want to know.
Hey,
who won, Patrice? Who won? I can't remember.
The good-looking ones, that's me, Patrice. The good-looking ones. Whichever one's the good-looking ones, the Hatfields or the McCoy.
You know what? I forget, but that's gonna be something good to look up.
All right, y'all, hold on. Let me wait.
They might have come to
Rico,
a truth.
can I do some shout outs? Rico, can I do
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, old Negrosaurus.
All right, I got Big Rick Slaps in the house. Shout out to Big Rick Slap. Big Rick says salute to the panel, people in the chat. Big Rick Slaps in the building. Shout out Big Rick. If you haven't already, went over to Knowledge and Relationships. The hottest show in town is over on Knowledge and Relationship. It is called Easily Rigged. Big Riggs is one half of that duo, dynamic duo. The other half of the dynamic duo is Brother Be Easy. Man, I'm telling you, these young cats are on the ball over there. They're on the ball over there. Shout out to them, man. Shout out to Big Riggs in the building. Brother Anderson the Great, my Taurus brother. Brother Anderson says, hello to everyone. Hello, happy Father's Day. We black again. We sure are, Brother Anderson. Great to have you in the building, brother. Thank you. And of course, the coldest dude out there we know is New Growth, Old Soul. He said, peace to the family. Happy Juneteenth and Father's Day. Happy Juneteenth and happy Father's Day to you, New Growth. All that you do for the community, man. We appreciate you, brother.
Happy Father's Day. Yeah, happy Father's Day, young man.
Father's Day and happy Juneteenth.
Yeah, and those
shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Y'all are doing a great job. Thank y'all, man. Appreciate it. Okay, let's keep it moving. Let's keep it moving, y'all, because we got a lot of we got to finish this up real quick. We got about 17 minutes. Let's finish it up.
Cases, black bodies. The people who were lynched were usually people who stood up for themselves economically or politically. Self-styled, so-called militias were using violence to subdue black voters. By the 1890s, enough violent intimidation had happened that you have white Democrats returning to power in states across the former Confederacy. The fact that we're still struggling with attempts to disfranchise voters.
I just want to go over this part. Did you see they were making the sister have to read so that she could vote? Y'all see that?
Yeah. And I want y'all to pay attention to who they said was your Dixiecrats.
Okay.
That were members of those the KKK members that was doing a lot of these things to our people to prevent them from voting.
And of course, we know that the Dixiecrats were a offshoot of the Democratic Party.
Thank you.
Brother Malcolm told us already that
Dixiecrats were the Democrats. Yes, which should tell us that our people originally were who? From the what party?
Republicans. Because Abraham Lincoln was actually a Republican. All right, so let's keep it pushing. Let's keep it pushing. I think we saw a survey where black people will start switching to the Democratic Party around the 30s. I guess around the time where Roosevelt was putting out the New Deal or something like that. But anyway, let's get back to the movie.
Shows exactly why we have to look at segregation as this multi-pronged attack on equality.
Dr. Martin Luther King's second day of civil rights testing in Selma, Alabama started off smoothly enough. But when the would-be registrants and those who accompanied them arrived at the Dallas County Courthouse, it was a different story.
Segregation was labeled separate but equal, but was far from it. Religious leaders like Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Fred Shuttleworth, and Houston's Reverend Bill Lawson began to help in protest against it.
The movement spreads across the South. Students at Texas Southern University especially begin to boycott and then gain allies, in some cases from white students from nearby colleges.
13 of them, to be precise. On March 4th, 1960, they marched, but they went to the lunch counters at the wine gardens on Alameda, and they sat and they sat. And so they initiated the civil rights movement in Houston, Texas.
The support.
Okay, guys. Now, I want to get you guys' opinion on something. Now, in my opinion, this is where they kind of went off the rails a little bit by trying to go into the white establishments and forcing them to take their money. I think we would have served ourselves better by establishing our own businesses. And if we're going to force something, let's force ourselves to do business with ourselves and at least build up our own economy so that we can be competitive in the world economy, in the U.S. economy, just like everybody else. Now, let me get you guys' opinion on that.
You can go, Patrice, first.
I understand what that movement and concept with Dr. King was then. I think he believed that he really was doing the right thing for our people. But he's demanding the same type of treatment, meaning equality, the same way our white counterparts were being treated. I understood the fight and his movement with that. But also I realized that I know for a fact he realized based off of his speech, about the two Americas, and realizing that he had I think he said something to the afraid of, I'm afraid I've brought my people into a burning house. I think he realized later in his life, that last speech he gave right before his assassination, not the famous I have a dream speech, but the other speech, I think it's the Two Americas. I think that's what it's called, where he spoke days before his assassination, is that he realized that fighting for segregation may have been a big mistake, right? Like, why did not fight for us to just have our own, be our own, spend and buy with our own, and uplift our own, and still have separate but equal, instead of trying to have segregation. I truly and genuinely believe that when he said that speech, that he realized what he had done, because the Two Americas speech was realizing that America, no matter what, was never ever going to treat us equally to our white counterparts, and that's even to this day. We're still, if that was not true, we still would not be fighting today for certain things we're fighting for right now. If that was not true, we are just not treated equally, and it's a farce, and it's really a false imagination that a lot of Black people have, that because they have wealth, or they in a certain class of people, that they really truly think that they are, because no matter how much money you have, how much a celebrity you have, how much popularity, how much this, how this, that, do something wrong in their eyes and they're going to bring you down a peg or two and remind you every time you still Black at the end of the day. And I think that that Dr. King realized that, because listen, if we were treated equally, we would not have to never protest anymore, never march anymore, never fight for laws to be changed anymore. I want our people to really realize that. But there are people, our people that look like us, will tell us that we are being treated equally when they know that that's a goddamn lie.
Right. Right.
So I'll just say that.
Wrinkly.
Yes, sir.
Are you going to expound, or are you going? What you going to do?
I'm waiting on Patrice to finish. I didn't want to interrupt her. I'm a notorious interrupter.
I'm sorry.
So
I'm sorry. I did not get my famous. I digress.
Yeah, that's what you were waiting on.
But Clarence, right? Clarence, like any other time I be interrupting, the chat be kicking me in the ass. Ressa be kicking me in the ass. The Sean be kicking me in the ass. Clarence,
you heard his feelings.
I didn't interrupt, and then like you interrupt. Leave me alone. All right, no, let me just say this, okay? I got some gems to drop on you, okay? And I'm gonna drop them all on your head, Clarence, because you opened the conversation up.
All right, get the dropping, brother. Come on.
Let me just say this. I don't know what the American Negro fascination is with this belief that we can create this Wakandian type economy within an economy. We tried that shit. How'd that work out for us?
What you mean, Rico? What you talking about?
Tulsa, Oklahoma, Elaine, Arkansas, Wilmington, North Carolina. These are three. No, all bullshit aside. Because see, I consistently hear this nonstop, and I mean, I would agree with you guys if y'all just act like history wasn't history and facts wasn't fact. Like, if white America wasn't gonna let us participate in enriching ourselves with them, what the hell makes you think that they was going to allow us to enrich ourselves without them? Because every time we tried, what did they do? They came and they burnt it.
I get what you're saying, but let me ask you this. So, Rico, let me ask you this, Rico. So then you saying that you don't think that Black people should try to build another Black Wall Street? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that. No, I'm not saying that they should not try to build another one. I'm saying that trying to build it exclusive. In other words, we're too far gone to be, oh, we're not going to tap into the global economy, the global network, the larger economy at large. And even if we, let me can I finish, sir? Because that's what it sounds like. All right,
go ahead.
But and the only reason I'm saying is because if that's not what you're saying, I'm trying to tell you, to my ears, and I think you always talking about people that you leave behind, right? Okay, I'm telling you, some of them people that leave behind, and the reason why I know it sounds like that to them, because this is what they say. If Black people just kept their money, I'm like, it still wouldn't mean shit. You know, I get it that our dollar leaves the community faster. I get it that another, but here's the thing. Just like we ain't got a Black Wall Street, guess who else Wall Street we ain't got? Where's the Asian Wall Street? Where's the Latino Wall Street? Where's
they got them?
But you have Koreatown. We have Koreatown, Chinatown, you know, and all of those. So you're saying that we should not create a African American town, Black town, or whatever?
No, I'm not saying nothing of the sort. What I'm saying is, when they said like when Tulsa, Oklahoma was made, it was a what's the word? Where you don't deal outside. You only deal exclusively inside.
What, a sovereign nation?
Nationalist.
A sovereign nation?
Isolationist. No, it was an isolationist town. Tulsa, Oklahoma was an isolationist town. It was a town because out of necessity, it was formed that way. They took all the best Black intellectuals of the day, bankers, lawyers, doctors, teachers, and they congregated to the same place. So it was a nice. They didn't do a lot of trade outside because it just wasn't beneficial to them at that point.
Well,
So
Rico, hold on. Tell the truth about that. That wasn't Tulsa wasn't informed because they just wanted to build something Black. They weren't allowed to get involved with the financial market. So that's what happened.
That was exactly what I said. I said they could not. They could not trade with the people outside. So it's not even that Tulsa Oklahomans didn't want to work with white people. They weren't allowed.
You're on mute, Rico. Oh, maybe you not.
Oh, so Rico, let me ask you something else. So these Black business owners that just got together and bought all these acres in Atlanta, outside of Atlanta in Georgia. So you don't think that their utopia is going to be successful? You think do you think that something's going to happen because they are building Black businesses? I don't think Black in an all Black community. So do what I'm saying is the same thing is going to happen to them that happened to Tulsa?
No, I don't see. You're saying. Let me be perfectly clear. I do not see any overthrow of any Black communities through violence, death, or anything else. Do I see that shit being economically overthrown? Yeah, if it gets too good, too big, too rich. Because, in other words, okay, let's look at some of the Black industries that got BET, our television, huge. Who owns it today? Who owns it today?
Because we always sell out.
And that's all I'm sitting there saying. That's okay. Walk with me is all I'm saying. Is that we can create a Black pearl, and other fucking people gonna want that pearl. They're not gonna leave it alone. Let them. That's what I'm saying. And what I'm saying is that, and so even what you talk about the space in Atlanta, I don't even believe when I looked at that. I love what they're doing there. I love the Black progression and the Black prosperity. But they're not exclusively getting all their funding solely 100% from Black sources and revenue.
Well, who said that, Rico? They don't have to.
No. So what I'm saying, when it was Tulsa, that's what it was. So all I'm saying is when we speak of it, we have to be honest that these guys are believing. Nope, I'm Black, my money, and it's like, dude, we're too far gone to say that we can only exist in isolation, because I don't think we can.
No. I agree. We agree. Okay, Rico,
I wish we could.
I think you misunderstanding what we're talking about, brother.
I just don't see how the fuck we can do it. We have to.
We're not saying that we can't live.
Just like the white, the American government, it's mostly Caucasian, right? And they control where all that money goes, right? Mm-hmm. But it's not only white people that's contributing; it's Black people paying taxes. Everybody else is paying taxes, so everybody else is contributing to that. But they are the ones in control of those finances, right? Just like Amazon, everybody uses Amazon, but who controls it, right? It's one Caucasian man, pretty much, and a Caucasian board, pretty much controlling it, right? Yes, so we're saying the same thing. We got to control it now. As a control mechanism of that Amazon, Jeff Bezos can decide which opportunities he can create for other people, right? He can decide, okay, we're working right here in they out there right there and out there in the Inland Empire.
You sidetracked, because the question was he wrong for sitting there saying that going into the other business? No, I say absolutely not. He was not wrong. I do not think his position, you said his position should have been, stop trying to force the white companies to accept us.
Right.
And just build something Black, right? That was your proposition.
Yes.
And I disagree with that also, because I disagree with that partially because of the very thing that you just sat there and said. Just a second
Why?
ago, you said we paid taxes, right?
Right.
Black people was paying taxes back then too.
Right.
So we still need to
But
contribute
you
to
ain't paying taxes to
the
the Weingart restaurant. You're not paying taxes to them.
No.
to the
But this
restaurant.
was, but I think. But see, here's the whole thing, Clarence. The whole argument about the restaurant sit-ins, the Woolworth sit-ins, about all that. Those were just spaces that they went to garner the most attention. They wanted equality in everything. They didn't want equality just in fucking Woolworth and nowhere else, not in the banks, not in the schools, not in the government. They wanted equality everywhere. But these were spaces that SNCC, the NAACP said, look,
They were done there. They were done there because they were called sit-ins. So they went to places where you could sit. That's why they were done mostly in the restaurants, mostly to be served. They wanted to sit. That's why they were called sit-ins, because they could sit for long periods of time.
And say,
saying,
look at
I
me,
want to be
I'm a man.
treated.
I'm a man.
Yes.
Treat me like every fucking body else.
And I want to be able to order food here and eat it here and pay for it here.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Rico. Okay. And that's all business, right?
For
Let me ask you a
everything.
question. Okay, right. Okay,
But
but
the sanitation workers in Memphis, when he got killed, was walking around with signs that said, I am a what?
Man.
Okay, so
They were
I
tired
get
of
it.
being fucking treated like a boy. That was the
Okay.
Poor People's Campaign.
No,
They
not
were
even
fighting-
like a boy, the less than human. Let's be real. We wasn't even considered.
So they were
Rico,
they
you
were
gotta let me ask
fighting.
my
They were
question.
fighting for all industries, not just. And that one wasn't even a sit-in. They was the
Right.
sanitation
Let me-
workers.
Let me ask you a question, Rico. If you went into a restaurant today and you sat down at the counter and they refused to serve you, they said, boy, we don't serve your kind in here. What would you do? Would you stay there and sit there for 12 hours, 13 hours?
But Clarence, you're asking.
No.
that's
I'm asking you, brother. I'm asking you.
I probably
What would you
spit
do?
on him. I'd spit on him.
Then
I
you'd
would
be
That's
going to
assault.
jail for assault. You'd
That's
be going
assault,
to jail
Rico.
for assault.
Okay.
Yeah, I would.
Okay.
I probably would get
Okay.
something. I would probably do something that would get me killed, but that's a disingenuous question because they knew walking into those places what they were going to be told. They didn't
Okay.
walk into there expecting to get served. There was fucking signs outside that said niggas in the
But
back.
Rico, whether they knew it or not,
They
whether they knew it or
knew
not
it.
is
There was
irrelevant.
signs.
Wait a minute. Whether they knew it or not is irrelevant. The question is, what would
How
you
is
do in
it
that
irrelevant?
situation?
How is it
Well,
irrelevant if
because
they
the
walk
question
into a
is, you're
space-
past the door, right? You're past the door. The door is not the issue. Whether there's a sign on the door, you're past that point. Now you're actually sitting down and they're exercising this bigotry onto you, right? In some form, right? And so
And you
the
don't
form
think they
use
knew
it-
that? They didn't know that?
Huh?
You don't think they knew that?
That's irrelevant to what I'm asking you, Rico.
Go ahead.
Whether they knew it or not is irrelevant. The point is, now you're sitting at the table, you're sitting at the counter, and they're exercising this. So you got an option. Either you can stay there or you can leave, right?
Yeah.
You got two options, right?
Yes.
So they decided to stay there, right? And I get why they did that. I understand why they did that, but I'm saying a better use of our resources might have been to do both. If you're going to do that, then we also should be putting money into our own businesses so that we can create our own businesses as well, so that we can take everybody's money as well. Not just for Black people money. I don't think we're asking a lot to although Black people spend a lot of money, but Black people have this thing where I don't want to see another Black person get rich. They have that whole thing going on.
I agree with the both argument, but that was not the argument that you propositioned, Clarence.
We get way
You're
off
altering
the
it
way
now.
off the original question.
Yeah.
Okay, prime example. In this day and age, we should not have to be begging and asking them for anything. I'll give you an example. Just like brother, what's that rapper name that went into the Gucci store begging for them to take his tens of thousands of dollars, right? And look how they treated him. So instead of being treated like that, when that happens to you as a person that has the money that he has, why not get with a bunch of other rappers or whoever and say, let's build our own brand so we can stop begging these folks to take our money. Let me come up with a concept. Let me have meetings with the Jay-Z's of the world and the Puffs of the world and say, look, this is how we being treated when we go in to Gucci store, and we should not have to be treated that way.
Put them out of business.
I'm not gonna beg. I'm not gonna beg them to take my money. If I walk in, which I ain't gonna walk in their store no way because I don't wear their crap. But if I did, just say for instance, and I say, and I want to spend 12 grand on a purse, and you treat me like crap, I'm gonna still spend that 12 grand. No, I'm gonna go down the street to a Black owner that just opened up a designer purse store, and I'm gonna spend my maybe 5 or 6 grand with them. So it's because you're paying for nothing but their name. That's what you're paying for. You paying for their name. It's like we gotta stop. Listen, we gotta stop begging them to take our money when they treat us that way. That's all.
Can I respectfully and factually push back before y'all sit there and slander the ancestors?
Go ahead.
And I'm gonna respectfully and factually. No. This is I'm gonna respectfully and factually push back. Okay.
You talk nice to Patrice.
Push in the bush.
No, the difference between today and tomorrow and yesterday was this. Today we can sit there and we can say, okay, we're just gonna boycott and we're just not gonna spend, and that's fine. And I agree with you 1,000%. What they were fighting against wasn't the right to refuse the boycott. They did that at Montgomery. They were fighting against government sanctioned discrimination.
Yes, you're right.
It was government sanctioned that allowed them to discriminate.
Which is the biggest
They had the federal government.
Which is our biggest fight there is the WS. We know who that is.
Right.
That's who the real fight is with.
But let me finish.
Okay. All I'm saying was that was the difference. What they were saying was, I don't even think they wanted to eat them white folk food. They didn't want the law to say that they fucking couldn't. And that was the right fight. To sit there and say, well, them white folks wouldn't care if you didn't come. Eating that old bland ass raisins in the mashed potato shit. They didn't want their black, but what they didn't want was they didn't want the government of their country saying that these white folks could discriminate against them. That's what. So now, like you said, when I go into Gucci, the government didn't tell fucking Gucci to treat Jim Jones like that. And if Jim Jones filed a lawsuit, the government might have been on his side. He went in there begging like old begging ass Negro. What I'm saying is that's not what they were doing. They were going in there
Look
saying,
how they treat me. Look how they treat me. Do they know who I am? Do they know how much money I got? And they treat me like this.
Right. It's a huge difference between Jim Jones and his begging ass. And what they were doing was they were trying to change the federal law to say, look,
yes, you're right.
You're going to treat us the fucking same.
Okay, let me show you something what I'm talking about, Rico, because I don't disagree with you that they should have tried to change the federal law. I may not agree with their method in fact, but definitely it should have changed the federal law.
But prior to that, it was a federal law. It was okay.
Let me ask you a question. Now, that discriminated not only against us but other groups of people, correct? Okay.
Yes.
When the last time you seen a bunch of Asians sitting at a lunch counter and saying, we're gonna change the law.
We know Negroes is on the front line for all minorities. We know.
Listen to them though, Rico. Let them finish it out, Rico. Let them finish.
Thank you, Patrice. I'm glad we got somebody with some brains.
I want to see where you're going. I'm interested in this.
On the refill on this.
Me and Rico might not have no brains, but at least Patrice got the brains of the group. All right. So we never say, and the reason why. Okay, so people will say, well, that's because blacks were on the front line of this situation. They never have to do it. It's not the fact that we were on the lines. True, indeed, we were on the front lines, and unfortunately, we say crazy things like people of color and stuff like that doesn't signify us in particular for what we want in particular, right? However, the reason why you don't see them on those stools, and same thing with the Latino brothers and sisters. Latino brothers and sisters just got here, and the Asians just got here. Latinos brothers and sisters, they used to have signs out in Arizona where you at right now, Patrice. Yeah, they used to have signs in the restaurant window saying no dogs or Mexicans allowed, right? Now you can't build a house without them. You can't build a house without them. You can't do no kind of none of the trades without them. Can't do none of these things without them. And they are not begging the government for the situation where we don't have situations where we have, because why? They built it at the same time that they were trying to get the things that we were fighting for. They also were building their own economies. So now presidents and these presidential people running for the government offices, they have to go to them. They didn't have to go to them before. They have to consider them. Now they got to go to them. We got to sit down. We got to meet with you, right? Same thing with the Asians. They got to sit down and meet with them. Now, who else? Who's the next one that jumped in the fray? The alphabet community. Now they got to sit down and meet with the alphabet community. What do all of these people have that we don't have? They have a dedicated community. I mean, a dedicated economy that revolves just around them, or mostly around them, as far as them being in the executive positions, right? Okay,
Patrice,
so that's what I'm saying.
I need to answer it.
What?
You said, what's that?
You left me a layup. I need to answer now that I'm back with my cocktail. I'm ready for your ass now.
I see he wasn't even listening, Patrice. He went to go get him something.
I said I get me rid of libations. But I did want to say this.
So my point is, Rico, that yes, the federal law needs to be fixed on one end, but also we need to develop our an economy that we are firmly in control of on this other end. We can do business with other people, but we control how this economy goes and where the excess dollars go and where they're invested and all of those things like that. We control all of that. That's all I'm saying, right?
Okay. Well,
I'm not saying you don't go to the government. Oh, go ahead.
Can I address one thing? Because you made the analysis about other groups not stepping up.
It was about maybe 20 minutes, Monty.
Right? You did make a reference about other groups not stepping up in the fight, the fight for minority rights and so on and so forth, right?
Well, I made the supposition that they don't have to, right? If they first, because they did it we did it the backwards way. We went to the government without having the financial support of an economy behind
the economy, but the funding. We needed to come together in unity and put our resources together first.
Exactly. And
just like the now Asians have done and the other communities have done, and say, boom, we got this, and this is what we demand. Make it happen.
But what we do as Black people, how we do it as Black people, we go to them and we say, we pull on their what's right. We say, hey, this is not right thing to do. What is that called when you their values or their morals? We go to them and plead against their morals. Hey, this is not a right thing. But these other groups, they have financial footing where the person looks past them and says, oh my gosh, these guys are building their own economy. If we let that go,
they got 10 million. They got 10 million to donate to me for me to push for their laws. So
you hear me, Patrice? You hear me? Okay, so but see, we don't have that money, right? Because we don't have PACs. So our pleas go. We just go to them morally and say,
we're not a protected class.
Exactly.
Yes.
So we go to them on a moral basis. Hey, morally, this is wrong. So you should stop doing this morally, right? Where these other people have the finances to say, okay, if you don't do it, we got money to put behind
you. And that's where we're going wrong, and that's where we're making a big mistake, and it's costing us because. Listen, no more song and dance, no more protesting, no more marching. We got to put resources together. We have to we have to gain a economic power and become
There
a
you go.
economic class
Then
of
your
people.
marching and your sit-ins and all that will have more power, will have more weight if you have the financial, if you have the economy behind you. That's what I'm saying.
And please don't nobody say we ain't got it, because we spent 1.7 billion in the haircare industry alone, and God knows where else, other places
Yeah.
we're spending it
Yeah.
with not our own people. So let's not act like let's not say we ain't got it, because we got it. We just spending it in the wrong, for the wrong causes,
y'all.
and in the wrong places.
Hey y'all, can I drop the link because it's getting late? Can I drop the link?
Let's go on the video. Let's complete the video. Let's get it on out the way. We really need to do that.
Okay, I'm gonna have to jump a little bit. Okay.
In mentorship of Reverend Lawson and other folks was especially significant because in some cases, the older generation sometimes agreed more with the strategies of the NAACP, who were using the courts and using the law. Because it's important to remember that technically sit-ins are illegal.
They know that what they are doing could potentially put them in danger. They're thinking about the injustices that their parents have faced, that their relatives face. They're thinking about the injustice that they themselves are facing in a world that is supposed to be separate and equal, but is everything but equal. Well, historically, Black colleges and universities, their history is related to the fact that our nation was not ready for people of African descent to study with white Americans.
Prairie View A&M is a direct result of Juneteenth. Those individuals who heard that message that day, they went forth with the zeal and the fervor to realize what an education could do for emancipated Blacks. Most importantly, now you have individuals who could not read, who could not write, that came and got remedial lessons here and could go back out into their communities to be productive people.
I chose TSU because there was a sense of belonging that I felt when I walked on the campus. It felt like family, it felt like home, and it gave me a feeling of purpose and that I was destined to be here for a specific reason.
And we know that Prairie View produces productive people. And that's one of the mottos here at this school. And it's very much tied back to that same group, that first generation who came here, who studied, who thrived, and sought to make their communities better.
And as a little girl, to me, the building, Hannah Hall, was colossal.
Okay, y'all, I'm gonna have to jump it ahead a little bit.
That one day I would have the opportunity.
Screaming at the top of their voices that Black lives do matter.
This bill is a bill that will speak to the hearts and minds of those who have been harmed by wrong kind of policing standards. And quickly, it will end racial profiling. It will provide training for the 18,000 police departments. It will ensure that there is a standard for excessive force, no more, a duty to intervene.
All right, y'all, let's take a quick look at the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. Okay. Increases accountability for law enforcement misconduct, restricts the use of certain policing practices, no-knock warrants and chokeholds, enhances transparency and data collection, establishes best practices and training requirements. Okay. Just wanted to make sure we took a look at that. Okay, let's keep it moving.
Excessive force, no more. A duty to intervene.
The House of Representatives passed the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act in June of 2020. But as of June 2021, it has not passed the Senate.
Do you remember when Juneteenth became a state holiday in Texas?
Yes, under the direction of State Representative Al Edwards.
Mhm.
He worked very hard to get it to become a state holiday.
I am so delighted to be in Galveston again. I'm overwhelmed at you young people who are willing to help us make Juneteenth a national holiday.
May 31st, 2021, 94-year-old Opal Lee, joined by a crowd with the Juneteenth flag in tow, doing her part to push for federal recognition of the historic day.
But I'm going to make this 2.5-mile trek. I'm going to keep on walking. I'm going to keep on talking to Juneteenth a national holiday.
Affectionately known as Fort Worth's grandmother of Juneteenth. She goes across the country every year, walking.
You walked my shoes off last time.
And bringing awareness to the National Juneteenth observance.
All right, y'all, that's pretty much the video. I want to put the link out because I do agree that we we watch the movie and then we only give them like a half hour to talk. So let's put the link out. I know Monty got a lot to say to me personally. He should have a lot to say to Rico, but you know, Rico always gets away.
I did want to address one thing. I didn't interrupt so you could finish and get through your extraneous video. But no, I'm just kidding. Like before I left, I know you spoke about others not getting into the fight. And I just wanted to say that historically, other minorities have traditionally always risen in America off the backs of black folks and black folks.
Of course, obviously.
That out. We've been the crash test dummies for everybody. I don't think that's our intent. Our intent is for us. So again, I don't think my ancestors, none of us would give a shit one way or the other if other people benefited off of it because we were still fighting for us. But they did oftentimes catch what you call the jet stream, like a plane go by and then the wind pulled, and they would get pulled along. So, for example, I would say we speak of affirmative action. Who was fighting for affirmative action? Black folks.
Right.
Who are the people that benefited from the most? White women.
Right.
That's just how most things in minority justice acts are. You know, again, you don't see, you know, you see small major movements of Latinos for certain Latino issues, the alphabet community for certain alphabet community issues, the Asian community. They don't fight for this shit. They ride almost everything off of the backs of what black people have done. Because again, and I try to remind them all the time, it was called civil rights. It wasn't called black civil rights. It wasn't called black rights. It was called the 1964 Civil Rights Act. And it was for the benefit of everybody. So we kicked the motherfucking door down. We were the first through the door to catch the bullets in the bodies, and we sacrificed, and all you motherfuckers came through.
Right.
Again, you ain't got to kiss our ass for it, but acknowledge that. But that's
unfortunately.
I'd rather them acknowledge us with helping us setting up an economy.
But what I'm saying is, I only said that because you asked about where the others. I'm like, they never have. Historically, they never have. They've always come through the door behind us. That's one thing. And then the other thing is, I would say again, I think we need to be crystal clear, like OG Patrice, you know, cautioned me earlier about being sure about. It's like, again, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I'm like, where is the black economy that exists in America? I don't fucking know, and that is a problem. But
it's going to definitely be a problem if you're asking for things from
what I'm saying is
a capitalist society.
Right, Clarence, which is fine. I don't disagree with that. We got a problem. We need to fix that. I always pause when I keep hearing, especially people, black keep keep talking about this magical fucking economy that exists for others, because the only economy I see that exists for anybody don't look like us. They don't speak Spanish. They don't speak Chinese either. They may have a marginal economy of note. They say that the average black person, I'm like, we got to stop acting like that these other communities have this robust, even the alphabet community. They have sway because they got influence. They don't have sway because they got an economic engine. You know where they got sway is? Because guess what? A lot of those motherfuckers are out there in Hollywood.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but also they do have an economy. A lot of those people in those communities have damn good jobs.
Rico, they have islands. They have islands that they retreats they go to, and then you know what they have. You know what they have there? They have a sign there: no breeders.
And I don't know if y'all know through some of their jobs they get in. It is kind of a form of reparation. They actually getting something through their taxes as well. That community. So they have built up an economic power. They poured millions into Obama's campaign. So let's be real.
Right.
Just like the Asians that got this bill passed for them, they put millions of dollars into for that to get passed. So they got the money. Just like we got it, we just do the wrong things without.
All I'm saying is confusing celebrity and influence with power is two different things, because power doesn't exist.
Hold on, Rico. Monty, you got to close that YouTube. Monty.
Just like we got it. Just put him on mute. Just put him on mute and talk to him.
Monty. Monty, you got to turn off that YouTube thing. Your YouTube window.
I just want to say, when I think of power, I think of Fortune 500 companies, Exxon, BP. These motherfuckers who we don't even talk about. That's what I think of when I think of an economic engine and economic power. I think of companies that we don't even talk about.
Yeah, but bro,
real
that's
power.
That's the power. That's the power that they're the ones that. What do you call those? That are controlling the puppeteers.
Right.
Listen, they're the ones that are controlling the puppeteers. That they pull the strings and tell them how to dance. Right.
So when I think of real economic power, why do I think of them? Because everybody in America is fucking heard about gas prices. Where the fuck is the black gas company? Where's the Latin gas company? Where's the Asian gas company? They're all 100% exclusively white. They're 100% exclusively fucking white. Even Venezuela, BP is British Petroleum, Exxon. They're all fucking white. And all I'm saying is those are things that move the world.
Right, but we have to. But I agree. But we have to start from a grassroots perspective, bro. Rico. We have to start from a grassroots perspective, right? Just say.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, we have to start from a grassroots when it comes to building up our economic power, right? Because first you can't start from the top. It doesn't work. You have to start from the bottom and work up. So when you're talking grassroots, you're talking about build a pack, a black pack. And I'm saying specifically for us, see, because we fight for everybody else, but when it comes to us, everybody don't fight for us.
That's my point. You let them in the door and they run over us.
Exactly.
But what I'm saying is, if I ask you guys,
let me get it out.
Go ahead.
I'm saying when you're talking from a grassroots perspective, you're talking, okay, let's get us a black pack, build that economic resources and empowerment up financially, right? And then we can be able to go to Congress. Like these are the things that like ADOS is doing, right? We know we have to build that. So when we trying to get this bill passed, right, for reparations for black people, we're saying we know that we have to grassroots build up. That's why I encourage people to go to the website. I encourage people to donate, but our mind is on everything else but what it should truly be on a lot of times, because we don't even want to give to things that serve our community locally. See, that's empowerment. That's economic empowerment. When you can build up a coalition or a chapter or whatever within your community to say, hey guys, we got an agenda of things, but we got to build up a chapter here. We got to build up a coalition, and we got to have funding and say, and we can get this, go to these politicians and say, hey, we got these resources now. We want to put them behind you in order to see, get our agenda passed. These are the things that we need to do, and these are the things that we don't do. So we can't start from the top from a mass economical class of people. We have to start from a grassroots because we don't have the political and the economic power behind us. We have to build that behind us. And I know it can be done. We have the money. We spend trillions of dollars, Black people do, on hair care products, men's on your sporting and electronics things that we obsessed with, your name brand watches and shoes that you want to flash, like all of the things that not necessarily is helping in to uplift us in our communities, right? So when we don't see parks built or recreational centers built or laws passed to help our people, and I'm specifically talking about us now, that is the reason why, because they saying if you don't have economic power behind you or a group of resources, people with resources behind you, I don't want to talk to you, basically. Like, it's just mouthpiece. You just sending a mouthpiece to say words to us, and this is not getting things done. Words alone, just like protesting and marching alone, is not going to get it. The money is there. If BLM end up with $90 million, that didn't come from just white people.
Right.
There was Black people donating, lots and lots of Black people donating to BLM.
Hey, yo, please let me speak, bro. Please.
Well, the sister was talking, brother. Let me ask her if she's done.
So I just want to say that to Rico, that we cannot even look to these big corporations because we know that they are only investing in a certain amount of people. Now, we got some of these corporations that now deciding that they're gonna invest in Black women. Why do y'all think that's happening? Because we are the number one consumers there is. So we have to pay attention to when they grant us those opportunities. We need to use those opportunities to build our communities back up, not to go back out there and only make ourselves wealthy and make them even wealthier, and then our Black communities are still suffering. That's where we get it wrong. Now I digress. He can say anything he wants to say.
Okay, now hold on, Rico, because Monty got smoke for me. He said that's BS, Mr. C. So I don't know what he's talking about, but I'm gonna let him come. Brother Monty, you there?
Yeah, that was so long ago, bro.
I'm sorry, brother. Sometimes we got to get through the video, brother.
We've been here like 5 hours, bro. Right? Right. So I don't even know.
Sorry, brother.
I'm trying to think back to what I can, right? But with the current conversation, right? So whenever Sister Patrice, you're talking about our obsession with hair and the makeup and the things that we do as a culture, right? And we're talking about the better Black life. Now, if my first opinion, first of all, is fuck Juneteenth, right? Because you throw, I guarantee you that tomorrow it's only gonna be Black people talking about Juneteenth. It ain't gonna be now white nobody with no Juneteenth shirt on. But the 4th of July, we expected to be celebrating the flag that didn't celebrate us when it was established. So they just throwed you a holiday so you would shut up. They ain't really give you no right. They ain't really improve your life. They ain't really give you better opportunities. They just gave you a holiday. And some kind of way, we took that. That's a problem with us. Now, that's where I'm getting to as us. One of my first jobs out of college was being a salesman in the hair care industry, And this is when I really found out about business. So whenever y'all go get y'all hair washed, Miss Patrice, and they charge y'all all the money that they charge y'all for what they do to wash your hair. The big bottle of shampoo that I was selling to my sister for $20, $25 a bottle, depending upon which product you were getting, it cost them 25 cents to make. This is what our brothers do to our sisters. They were giving me that information because they wanted me to be the next VP. I wasn't comfortable with what they were doing behind the scenes to our people. I've been in a lot of different positions. I was dead. I'm selling a bottle of shampoo to a struggling young lady that's trying to build a hair care business that I know cost 27 cents. Now they giving me $15 for the bottle that I sold. They keeping what they kept, the 12. They got the bigger portion. Fine. But now when I get home, do I really feel good about that? And they say, well, it's just business. Really? Really? So then I got to looking at the economics, and I'm listening to all the stuff y'all say. It's not a them problem. It's a us problem. Whenever today I spent my day, Father's Day, I spent my day putting more back into my son, teaching him how to become a man. He going through some stuff that he got to fight through to get to his goal. Then I'm teaching him, man, look, you got to fight through some pain to get the way you going. Where are you trying to go? Are you going to lay down because you're hurting, or are you going to get the fuck up? Which one? Right? You guys talked about slavery. I'm the descendant of a runaway slave. Right? And they amassed a massive amount of land. I think I told you guys that before. And then it was taken because of as things happened, we lost a lot. But the point of that from what we learned from my ancestors was, don't ever let them take nothing else from you. So all the excuses are, it's not, some of it is their fault. I agree. Right? My grandmama could not read, but she said, you gonna know how to read. What you know, boy, they can't take from you. That's what she said. So I made sure I knew what they knew.
Okay, Monty, let me ask you a question, brother.
I'm listening.
What do you disagree with us about?
What I think that this whole day and my panel been, or my online been breaking up on and off. Come on. I think you guys have the ability to reach and speak truth to them, and be willing to get up and go to work, and stop giving credit to white people or whoever. Like the alphabet community. It's not that they have an economy that we don't have. Mr. Rico said it right. They have influence. Why don't we have influence? It's because we don't stick together. As soon as, if your page blow up, the dude that told you about it gonna do everything that he can do to pull it down. That's us as a culture. That's the part we don't talk about. So instead of blowing each other up, instead of us big upping one another, we do everything to tear each other down, then blame other communities. I don't give a damn about the other community. I don't.
Wait, hold on, Monty. So I just want to be clear about your position. So your position is that it's irrelevant that we don't have the economy behind us when we're playing the game of American politics. That's irrelevant. Is that what you're saying?
No. And that's a great question. And it's even framed better, right? But sir, I remind you that I'm educated. No, it's not that we don't have the economy, and it's not that we were born with the economy to get it, but to continue to keep staying in the same narrative that we're going, that they have. Was Maya Angelou say, if they show you who they are, believe them? Well, if they showed you that that's who they are, right? If I'm telling my son, boy, because you black and you male, you born with 2 strikes. In the game of baseball, 3, you out. So you need, when you swing the bat, boy, it better be real. If I'm knowing that, I'm not looking for no sympathy because I already know that. And if you depending upon Barack Obama, Joe Biden, Donald Trump, or anybody to fix that from the White House, you fucking up, in my opinion. I think you should figure out a way to survive. There is so many different outlets that can go. I use the ball. I know my son is 5'7". He may not ever be in anybody's NFL or NBA. That's facts. But I know he got a work ethic from learning how to practice on that ball. That's because I chose as a father to teach him how to work. That's what's missing. You spend the time with your child and you teach him how to be.
Okay.
Always taking the excuse. Always, it's all, and it's not an excuse, it's reality. But that is your reality. Well, how do you escape your reality? Now, what you can do is fix your reality and accomplish the things that you want to. I'm listening. I'm listening.
I don't know if you heard me when I first got up here and I said I don't celebrate holidays at all. So I'm not here to glorify Juneteenth. We just talked about the history of how Juneteenth came to be and discovered, right? Because of because holidays like Juneteenth, 4th of July, all those, I agree with you. They are nothing but commercialism, and they are capitalized upon by everybody else except us, for the most part, right? They'll have a business online or brick and mortar where they selling Juneteenth T-shirts, Juneteenth scarves, Juneteenth this, Juneteenth that, and they don't look like us, but they're benefiting off of it. So a lot of the capitalism and commercialism part of holidays, any holidays, that's one of the main reasons why I don't celebrate. And I don't want nobody telling me when or where or how I should spend my hard-earned dollars. And I think that is a mindset and conditioning that we have become traditionalized on too. It's based off of we still not realizing we allowing somebody else to even control that or tell us when should we spend the most money on these holidays. But listen, for that very
I'm listening.
Yeah, for that very purpose, I agree with you. I don't like tokenism. I'm tired of us settling for the tokenism that they give us, the holidays, the little trinkets of laws here and there. The George Floyd law that just got passed is another token and symbolism, right? That they give us. When we allow this without fighting for the bigger things. So what I was saying is what the bigger things look like is the fact that we have to get an economic resources behind us as a group of people in order to get things done just like our other counterparts have done. That's the only thing that I was saying. That's the part where we're missing. But I agree with you. I don't celebrate Juneteenth, but I know a lot of people didn't know the history of Juneteenth and why it came to be. So that's why we did this special today, because a lot of people, I didn't know about Juneteenth until I was a grown woman probably in my early to mid 30s is when I learned about Juneteenth. And listen, because we're not taught this in school, right? So even in our history, I didn't learn it as a Black woman until I was a full grown woman, that it was a sector of ancestors that were not free until 2.5 years after slavery was abolished. I had no knowledge of that, and I was well into my 30s when I learned that. So I know it's probably other of our people that don't know. So just being able to teach, show, and teach the history of it and talk about the sacrifices that were made is hoping that you can get the younger generation to at least start acknowledging and respecting that there were sacrifices made for them to have the freedoms, the rights, and the things that they have now. That's all. But the whole Juneteenth ideology of where it is nothing but commercialism and capitalism. And if our own people are not capitalizing off it, that's the sad part for me, because everybody else capitalize off giving us tokenism except us.
And I think, and if I'm wrong, because my stream was breaking up throughout the stream, and I had a potential client pull up to talk about insuring his family. So I could be wrong. Hold on, Mr. C, and I hush.
I'm just telling you, brother, you gotta let me. I'm the host, so you gotta let me. When I'm
Okay,
interrupting, it's not personal, brother. It's something having to do with the show, because we got so many people up here. I'm gonna have to institute a timer, brother. So that's all I'm trying to tell you, Monty. I'm gonna start the timer. That's all. That's all. Please continue.
Okay, and I'm gonna be fair with that, but bro, like I follow you, and I be trying to support your show,
and I appreciate it.
Right. That whenever you get constructive criticism, then please receive it, right? Like you expected me to stay up here for now going on 5 hours to be able to speak for 30 seconds,
brother.
Right? No. Again, just receive that. It ain't no shot at you. It's just constructive.
Okay, brother. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
That's it. I'm not saying, yo, Mr. C, you ain't shit. No, that ain't it. That ain't it. Now, I've been here 5 hours. Now, as far as Juneteenth, I think it's a joke. As much as I think that July 4th is a joke, as much as I think the Constitution is a joke. My grandfather went to Vietnam and fought, and then got back here and got treated like a second-class citizen. So that's why I am the way I am, because I grew up with someone that fought for a country that would not even be willing to give him just rights. So I know what that looked like, right? And he ultimately killed himself from the scars of Vietnam. So I know what that look. So whenever you telling me to sing your national anthem, I ain't got nothing tied to me with your national anthem. I do not put no flag in my yard on the 4th of July because nothing tied to me. You treated my grandfather this way as he fought for you. With that being said, what he told me was, boy, you go get yours. Here's how you do that. And he gave me the ability and the knowledge to be able to go work the field, to be able to come back and swing a hammer and build and frame up a house and know what that means. Then he also made sure that I entered into a college institution and not only got a bachelor's degree, but a master's degree. So I can not only work off the land and then build up from the land, I can also meet you in your meeting room and let's talk economics. If I got an email, I don't know, from Let's Talk Better Black Life about insurance. It's because of the way I was raised. I don't just know how to build, I know how to move in the boardroom. All that come from somebody that couldn't read. So if we quit feeling sorry for ourselves and go out there and get to work, things can happen. Again, I missed part of the stream, sir, and I'm gonna make sure I respect your time, Mrs. C. I missed part of the stream because someone pulled up and wanted to talk about insuring their entire family, a mother, a father, and 6 kids. They wanted to talk about a product called UL, Universal Life. It's going to give them options as to how, shut up, It's going to give them options as to what they can do as far as the investment while also ensuring their kids. And I can set the foundation on your house. I'm done.
Thank you, Brother Bobby. Appreciate you, man. We're gonna move over to Brother Von Eric. Brother Von Eric, are you there?
You guys, make sure you guys mute yourself when you're not talking. If it's not you talking, please mute your mics.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, brother.
How everybody doing in the chat, and blessed to the panel.
Thank you.
How you doing, sir? Happy Father's Day to you if you're a father.
Oh yes, I am. That's my little man's picture right there. Everything's good. I'm gonna go ahead. I think what everybody was saying on this panel, I think there's much wisdom, and I think that what we need to do is listen to one another, because we all have knowledge and wisdom and understanding, because we've been through it and we've seen many things throughout our life. But it's certain things that I believe that we need to teach more, because sometimes you see everybody wants to, say this and say that and accuse people. But I think that if we listen to one another and share each other's information, I think as a community, we can grow as one. I think that we should promote the people who has made it, like Byron Allen, who has made it and what he went through to get to where he is, and he's a billionaire. I think we should let people know how the system works also, because he went to the Supreme Court, and Comcast took him to the Supreme Court and it was fighting against him for equal opportunity, economic opportunity, which was passed in the 13th and 14th Amendment when it came to the freemen of slaves. So he went to court in the Supreme Court, right? And Comcast has a monopoly over the urban neighborhoods. The biggest investor in Comcast is a black union. And here they taking a black man to court so he wouldn't get equal, economic opportunity. Not only
I remember that.
Not only that, this is unprecedented, has never been done before in the Supreme Court. Do you know Trump, the administration, went to court on Comcast side? So you have the left and you have the right going against a black man, so he couldn't get equal economic opportunity. Those things that should be said, those things should be talked about. Those things we need to educate our community to show them what is going on. Even in a system, if you're going to vote, you're going to vote politically, whatever side you're on, know who you're voting for, how this person got there, what school that person went to, what side that person on. Is he on the corporate side or is he on the people side? We have to educate each other what's going in. Michael Jackson, he was a good businessman. He knew the business history. Carl Kanai, he's a clothing person. He knew the business. He owned his trademark, his name 100%. Even what's the name went to him? Kanye West went to him back in the day. Cross Colors, remember that back in the day? That clothing line, Kanye went to them. They educated him about the business. That's the reason why he's worth $6 billion now. And that's what we need to do more of so we can grow.
Thank you, Brother Von Eric. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you as always.
I agree with you, brother. I just want to say, I know what you're saying is factual. And that's why I was saying our brother, I always forget his name, that went in the Gucci store we were talking about earlier. What's his name? That, beg and Gucci to take his money.
Jim Jones.
Yeah, Jim Jones. He could have went to Kanye and said, I want to invest so many of my hundreds of thousands of dollars that I got into what you doing, brother Kanye. You know what I'm saying? Instead of going live on air talking about, look at these people, how they treat me, they won't take my money.
Don't get into that.
But look what Kanye said. You ain't gotta take mine because I'm gonna build my own. This is what I would love to see us doing more of, so we won't have to continue to do the type of things that Brother Jim Jones had to do to want to be seen, to want to be accepted. And that's the part of our culture that we need to captivate and educate more our children on. Is you got an idea? Okay, if I'm gonna send you to school and educate you for this idea, I'm gonna send you to school and educate you for this idea that you have, and then I'm gonna pour into you, invest into you as a family, as a group, as a community, and that's how you continue to build the generational wealth, because it's not gonna be handed to you. It's just not. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Do you want me to start the timer on you, or are you taking over Rico's turn, or are you gonna just let me start the timer on you?
No, I'm gonna digress because that's it. That's all I want to say. But I agree with what he said, though.
Yeah. It was facts, spin facts. Mr. Dinosaur, you ready?
Yes, sir.
All right.
That was funny. I ain't got much. I think everything everybody has said has been pretty much spot on. I'm just gonna say this. I'm gonna go back to the original point where you guys derailed me, and I think as a people, we need to do a better job of defining or of what we believe is the difference between power and influence. Because to me, they're two different things. You can have a great deal of influence and zero power. You can have a great deal of power and zero influence. I think power is greater than influence. Influence is the ability to sway people's opinion, their minds about a certain subject. Power is to force change. So when I spoke about the situation of the power companies, again, I'm still waiting on somebody to name me an Asian American power. When we think of power in the world, we think of fossil fuels, we think of nuclear power, we think of wind, we think 90% of all power corporations around the world is white dominated. Just knock it the fuck off if we're going to pretend like there's an Asian American company or a Latino American company or an alphabet company that has that level of power. And if you don't, you just don't. You may not like it. You may not want to hear it. And that's just looking at one industry. But those are the industries that make the world turn. Do we have influence? Someone mentioned, I think Mr. Eric mentioned Kanye. Kanye has influence. Kanye has no fucking power. Jay-Z has influence. He has no power. Because ultimately, power is the ability to change the direction of something, whether they want it to be or not. Like I said, everybody in the world is butthurt about gas prices. That's power. The fucking president got on TV and damn near cried. He's like, please make more oil. Please make more oil. Please make more oil. The president of the greatest power, the greatest fucking country on the planet, he damn near was moved to tears because gas prices are so fucking high. And they've been higher before. That's power. So again, I think as a people, we can talk about things, but again, I'm just not sold into this philosophy of Black people have no power, which I 100% agree with. I'm just also saying that Asian people and Latino people don't either. And this narrative that we keep painting, crumbs against crumbs, they got it, we don't know. Ain't none of us fucking got it. It's all in the hands of white people. Always was and still is. I'm done.
Could I ask a question? Could I ask a question to Rico?
Okay.
Yeah. Rico, when you said white people, are you talking about because they have white skin or the nationality? When you say white.
Yeah, it's I know that's a trick. Damn, that's a good question. Predominantly skin, but it is probably more truer to say nationality. Because again, if we're talking about the oil companies, the biggest oil producer are the Saudis, the Middle Easterners. But even they are still controlled by multinational. Because again, let's face it, the Saudis produce oil. They don't manufacture. I'm not thinking about it. They drill for oil. They don't produce gas and they don't deliver it. They have zero. OPEC has zero influence. That's still predominantly European, national, multinational, predominantly white companies. So yes, all the oil comes from Saudi Arabia, Venezuela, BP Petrol, British Petroleum, Exxon, all the other ones. No, they're not. They're not Middle Eastern. They're not Venezuelan. They're white in the traditional fucking sense. So all the oil in the ground don't mean a fucking thing if it can't be delivered to its customers and they don't have the capabilities for it. Facts.
So you said the opium, I mean OPEC.
Oh, OPEC.
That's OPEC is a group.
Yeah. Organization of Petroleum Export Countries.
Right. So I'm saying is they can't operate on their own. Is that what you're saying? Also, they can't operate on it. The people that's the people that's in the OPEC, they can't
operate on their own. No.
So who is, if they can't operate on their own, just like you said, the Chinese, the Latino, nobody can operate on their own, then who control it? Are you saying the people with the white skin or a nationality control it?
Ultimately, yes, because of the fact. Okay, this is what I'm saying, and factually, right? Okay, so the world is dependent on fossil fuels. Do we agree with that? Because we ain't came up with wind, solar, fucking whatever, no other source. The number one source.
But I want to see. I just want to see as far as when you say power, because you used Kanye West. Kanye West. You said Kanye West has influence.
Influence and not power. Yeah.
Okay, and influence. Okay, influence. Because this is how Michael Jackson, he had power. Okay, Kanye West has he revolutionized as far as how clothing line. He went in and said, "Y'all going to let me in and do just like everybody else." You don't see Sean John, you don't see Rockaway that much. You know why? Because they doing what you're saying. They used their influence and they sold their birthright. Kanye West, Adidas cannot do anything when it comes to the Yeezy brand because he controlled the brand. Michael Jackson, when it came to Sony, they could not do anything without Sony. That's power.
Okay, Mr. Eric, let me explain something. Okay, or not explain, but let me ask you a question. Okay, so and again, like I said, when I spoke about the oil industry, I was saying power of a singular industry. I wasn't just saying power, right? Okay, and I like the thing where you said with Kanye West, right? And you said your exact words was he revolutionized what?
The clothing when it comes to he revolutionized clothing brand as far as how we do it, as far as how black people need to do
it. So when you say revolutionize, what does revolutionize mean?
He did it so when you revolutionize, when he did it in the way that, hey, when it comes to us, when it comes to making our brand and controlling our brand, you have to come to us this way. Not no other way like you used to with Sean John, Rockaway, all those other brands that y'all did back in the day. No more of that.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So my definition of revolutionize is to change something.
That's what he did. He changed. As far as he changed
to change, just flat out to change it. How did Kanye West in any shape, form, or the way revolutionize the fashion? That's all I'm saying. He may have changed. I don't even think he changed it for a select group of people. He changed it for himself. In other words, as an individual investor coming into the business and saying, "You're not going to treat me that way," I will give him that credit. But I don't think in any way did he change the fashion industry. I don't think he changed the fashion industry writ large for all black people. He did change it for himself. I will give him that credit.
But I'm saying most black people can't afford Yeezys, right? So if we're talking about a better black life, right? My son that spent yesterday, the day before yesterday, whatever it was, tripping because the puppy we bought ate up a Yeezy, and I understand what he was saying. It's $350. That's not black people that's around Earth that can buy them shoes. So we're talking about two different things.
No, but if you don't have to buy Yeezy. Carl Kanai owns 100% of his name and his brand.
Sure.
Carl Kanai's not $300 to $200.
No. Carl Kanai a black dude?
Yes, he's been around since for years.
Okay, what I'm getting at? we're dissecting these black people that have made it, right? And I thought this platform was about what it is that for the one we'll never be. I can't say never, but the likelihood of us reaching to 2 billion to Kanye done kissed some ass too, and Carl Kanai and all of them done did some shit that wasn't real that they wouldn't do at the family reunion. Let's just be a buck.
Can I get one step further? Let me go one step further, Mr. Erk. It's like one is I would say this, okay. Where we're conflating the two is when you talk about previous black fashion designers, whether it's Carl Kanai, Fubu, Baby, Gap, and all the others, right? These were purely fashion brands. Agreed? They were not artists. They were purely fashion brands.
Yeah. I could go to other business.
Right. So Kanye, all he did, and I would even go to say that Kanye fashion taste and brand, it's not any better. It's not even equal to what some of those fashion brands were. That's where I go back to Kanye has influence. So if you have a great deal of influence, you can promote trash and people. That's what influence does. That's what the Kardashians is. That's what every fucking IG, no talent IG model is. An influencer influences people to buy, purchase, and participate in shit, whether it's good for you or not. Just because Kanye had a great deal of influence and could influence the fashion industry to accept his vision doesn't mean he had the power to do it. He had the influence to do it because here's the thing. What these companies will do is they'll sit back, and this is what influencers do. I got 50 million fucking people listening to me. You know, yeah, we think his idea is some shit, but he got eyeballs on it. So we're going to invest in that shit. But if you or I came up with this same shit and had no fucking eyeballs, they going to look at them ugly ass fucking space boot shoes I watched my son wear. I'm like, them the ugliest fucking Crocs I ever seen. But people love him because he has the ability to influence so many people. Kanye, them shoes, y'all not gonna tell me them fucking shoes are not ugly.
But see, I think we're going into something different. You're talking about as far as how it looks and the influence. The main
power.
Okay, but the power is what I'm showing is they cannot do anything without Kanye West. Michael Jackson.
Who is they? Who is they? You said the fashion.
Adidas, who he's working for, he owns the trademark of his brand. Everything they have. Yes, he owns the trademark.
But not Adidas.
Okay, he owns the trademark of his brand. It works the same way with Michael Jackson and Sony. Sony could not do anything without Michael Jackson.
He's right because he owns the trade right.
My question is, how is it that we know the details of the contract and what this company can and can't do without Michael Jackson and or Kanye West? We speaking on what some whatever you done read. That's probably some source that's not really a real source. Just something that's
no.
Whoa. How is it that you know the ins and outs of the business? Right?
Because
if you've never been there, only thing you can be speaking on is what you read.
Hold on. If you have not watched Kanye West's documentary, you will know that. He says it himself. He takes you. Hold on.
I have to stop you there. Michael Jordan's documentary was wrote from a favorable position of Michael Jordan. There were his teammates that said that was some bullshit. So me watching the documentary about Kanye West means nothing. That don't mean it's factual. That's just he was the dude.
Kanye West did his own documentary. He had his own camera people.
Is Kanye West above lying? Is Kanye West above telling something from his perspective, not other people's perspective?
Brother Monty.
Kanye
West owns the trademark to the Yeezy brand.
That's fine.
If Adidas want to put any product out under the Yeezy brand, they have to get his permission.
Correct.
That has not been done. He said out. Let me. I can show you. It's just like Brian Allen. Brian Allen's company is not public. It's private. I'm just showing you things with people with power that we can look upon and use what they do. They started out at the bottom. Look what Brian Allen, go look what he did. He started out just working in his house, him and his mother. And then
Kanye said he wanted to do what Nike did. He went under the concept
Kanye is
of what
going
Nike
crazy
did.
about a white girl.
Hold on. That has nothing. Listen, wait a minute. Wait. We get way off. We get way.
Okay.
Y'all,
Can I ask you a question?
let's not spin the narrative. Please stay on topic, y'all.
Listen. Let me ask a question because again, and only because I said was Nike, right? Okay, and I'm following you a little bit, Brother Von Eric. But here's the question: is so again, like I said, we know Michael Jordan has complete control over the Jordan brand within Nike, correct?
No, he does not. That's the thing.
He's influential over the Jordan brand within Nike.
When you say influence, you're talking about Michael Jordan. That's a difference with Michael Jordan.
Okay. Well, let's pretend that. Let's pretend this. Michael Jordan say, "Motherfuck Nike, I'm done with it," and he walks away and tell them, "Don't make any more Jordan." Right? Are you trying to tell me? Let me finish. Because Jordan is just a brand of Nike. Nike was making shoes before Jordan. They make shoes other than Jordan. And what I'm saying is Adidas. Let me finish. What I'm saying is
Rico, the Jordan brand is not Nike. It's a Jordan brand.
Let me finish. But Monty, you gotta let me finish. So what I'm saying is the same as the Nike was making Nikes, irrespective of Jordan. Jordan is a brand that just blew them up even bigger, but they still had Nikes for women, Nikes for track, Nikes for all other kinds of athletes. They had other athletes that was promoting Nikes. The same thing with Adidas. So even with the Yeezy portion cut off, if Yeezy say, fuck it, I don't want to do it, I'm going to go. Adidas is not going anywhere. They're still a company. They're still around, is what I'm saying. Yeezy doesn't control Adidas. He controls the Yeezy portion of Adidas. I would agree with that.
Okay, let me answer. Let me show you the difference between
a company that existed before him. Is what I'm saying.
Okay, my brother, I got you, but I just want to show you the difference between these two. Okay, because I see what you're saying. The influence part, which you're saying, applies to Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan does not own Jordan brand. This is the mistake that he did along with Magic Johnson. Magic Johnson, you could go into interview. Magic Johnson said the worst thing that I did was I did not own any stock when Phil Knight, the owner of Nike, came to me to own the stock in Nike. And I turned it down. Guess who else turned it down? Michael Jordan. They wanted the money first, right? But Michael Jordan is, when you say likeness, influence, that's what they pay him for. Other than that, he does not own the Jordan brand. The difference between Kanye and Michael Jordan can leave. He can't take the Jordan brand, but Kanye can. He could go to Nike. He could go to Under Armour. He could go to all that. You know why? Or he could do it his own because he owns the brand. That's the difference between him.
What percentage of Adidas is Yeezy? 20% at best. Adidas existed long, but Adidas existed long before fucking Yeezy. Yeezy has not become the majority of Adidas.
You is 100% right, but I think you're missing the point.
Wait, bro.
They missing it.
Magic Road with Converse, right? I've never even heard of Nike approaching Magic.
Yes, they did, my brother. They approached him and he said he said you have to pay me. And they was giving him, Phil Knight offered him stock. He would have been worth $6 billion. And he turned it down. This is a well-known fact in the business world. And then what Magic Johnson did, See, that's the thing. What we need to. I'm not disagreeing with Rico, and I'm not disagreeing with Monty. But I'm just trying to show you the power part of it. What y'all talking about as far as how many people buying, anything? No.
It's in owning your trademark. That's the power.
Yes, that's your power. What you own. Byron Allen his company is not public. It's private. He don't have to answer to nobody but himself.
Right. Because Byron Allen is different though.
No,
Byron
I'm
Allen
trying
is
to show
different.
you.
Kanye is not in Byron Allen's position. Byron Allen owns the Weather Channel.
Yeah, Byron is completely different from Kobe, Michael, any of those guys. Those guys they were celebrated for their athletic ability, right? And
Byron Allen sells TV.
Byron Allen was a businessman from Gate. They were athletes that turned into businessmen. Byron is completely different. That's
what Byron, you talking about. Wait a minute. Byron Allen is selling.
Brother Byron Allen was a comedian before he was a businessman. Stop it! Stop it!
I used to watch his show, right?
But brother, the first thing
he became a mogul based on him, not on Nike, not on Adidas, not on.
Did you hear what Byron Allen said to Comcast? Did you hear what he said in it? See, you're not. Listen, you have to understand. Byron Allen is serving he's selling a product just like Jordan, just like Yeezy. Yeah. He is selling a product just like them. So you're saying it's different. It's not different. The only difference is how he uses his company and how he controls his power. He said
but Von Erich, there's a distinct difference. Byron Allen owns those companies 100% whole. So he owns fucking the Weather Channel. He owns all those TV channels he bought. He's not buying into it. He's not investing. He's not a proportion owner. He's a whole 100% independent owner of all like 200 fucking TV channels all over America. He owns the Weather Channel. He owns a lot of shit where he took his comedy money and he parlayed it into some great business sense in being a communication giant. This shit that Kanye, which they
Rico,
say, let me finish. What I'm saying is his billions. First of all, his billions that they say he's worth now didn't even come until after he did the fucking Yeezy and the Gap fucking shit. So he got as much power from these companies as you all say he created to these companies. Because prior to him doing the deal with the Gap and Yeezy wasn't worth all that. His fucking his music catalog was not no multi-billion-dollar music catalog. That just don't happen. Neither was Dr. Dre's. Neither was any of the other ones. They went into Dr. Dre became a billionaire off of fucking beats. Jay-Z off of his investments. For music alone, Yeezy was not his collaborations with these other companies. So what I'm saying is to pretend like, oh, Adidas ain't shit without Yeezy. Yeezy ain't shit without Adidas either.
All facts, bro.
I disagree with that because Yeezy can take his trademark and his influence and his brand and put it anywhere else.
And that's fact. But that's not going to dead Adidas.
I'm not saying it will, but he just said that like Yeezy won't be crap without Adidas, and that's not true.
He's worth $2 billion.
Yeezy is worth
If he's worth $6 billion.
Look at the value of Adidas.
But here's the deal. When we're talking about Byron Allen, Byron made his way, got a little money so he could make investments. And then he worked behind the scenes and made frugal decisions. If we're talking about creating better black life, that's what you're teaching your kids. What Yeezy, Michael Jordan, LeBron James, all them done was they created a big face on the big stage, and then they created and generated wealth. Right? That's two completely different things, right? You know about Byron Allen's story. If After the show went off in 1989 and you never saw Byron Allen again, you wouldn't even be talking about it. But the brother made good decisions. They constantly remind you of Michael Jordan, LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordans. They constantly remind you of that. Right? That's not going to be the reality for the most of the black kids in the United States. What they need to see is a Byron Allen that get a taste of success, save his money, and make right decisions. My kid ain't 6'6". My kid ain't 6'7" that can jump out the fucking gym. So you giving me a comparison to Michael Jordan is unrealistic for him.
My
kid is not. Go ahead, Hope. Go ahead.
You're going off of the sports aspect of the thing, and you completely ignoring the business part.
No,
I'm not.
But
because you just said that you just said your son ain't 6'6". I'm not talking about the sports. I'm talking about the power of the business, what they did. I can't believe that we're sitting up here and going back and forth.
I know. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, I can't believe this. We actually going back and forth. I just showed you the power. Y'all was interested in the power. It's a difference when you control your brand, when you control it, not no one else. When you control it. You just said about
no.
We just way left.
Bro,
we just way left, y'all. Come on, bring it back. Reel it back in. Reel it back in.
I'm not in disagreement with what you're saying, bro. I'm not. Right? But all of the examples you gave, the Yeezy did not blow up until he got to where he was at. Right? All the examples you gave, these were not people that came up from. They didn't. They got to the billions after they had already created a face that the world knew. Now you can tell me, well, they saved their name and they created their own power and okay, fine. Right? And if the message to the kid is to get yourself to a place where you own you and you dictate you, then that's fine. But what this conversation has derailed to, I think, is unproductive in my honest opinion, because the examples we're using is unrealistic. We're talking about Michael Jordan, Michael Jackson, Michael Jackson, fucking pedophile.
Okay, see, again, we about to get way off the rails. No. Hold on.
Well, Miss Patrice, and I respect that this is a panel, but the way, according to what I learned, that a conversation went was I get to make a point, and then if you disagree, once I quit talking, then you tell me where you disagree at.
Right, yeah, but
I don't interrupt and stop anyone. So
no, but I'm saying we gotta stay within the content of what the question was about and what the conversation was about, right? And that's how a lot of times we tend to get way off the rail and we end up talking about something else, and we lose traction of what the subject of the matter is. And we were talking about influence, power, etc., right? From a business perspective.
My response, man, if we're talking about influence and power, I think you guys, in my opinion, right? Rico say he think power is more important than influence. I don't know the other brother's name. He sort of believe influence is more. So it's sort of a mixed feeling. My humble opinion is that it takes a mixture of the two. I think a balance in life is what's going to generate a really balanced person that's going to elevate himself to success. You can have some power and you can have some influence. The influences, the Kanye's, and they're walking around here with all these crazy outfits looking like nuts. The people with power, the Donald Trumps, they just obsessed with power. And that the people that's in power are influencing the people on earth, as well as the influences. And what we have as a country is a backwards country, because everybody is looking at the influencer and the people that has power instead of looking to the self that's within and finding out how they can empower themselves and influence the ones behind them.
All right, Monty, let me.
I'm through. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna just get off, because I get that I struck some nerves, but I say what I say.
You ain't struck no nerves. You ain't struck Monty. You struck a nerve. I was just saying that we were going way off the subject, and I wanted to bring Realist back in to stay on topic. Strict no nerve. You say no, you all good.
I stay here for 6 hours to even be able to open my mouth, and then when I did,
well, see, this is the thing, Monty. Nobody know that you stayed, because you wasn't on the panel for that long. You came up when he dropped the link, so you may have been. No, I was in the chat. Been listening. Okay, you may have been listening and in the chat, but you wasn't up on the panel while the video and stuff was going on.
Mr.
But
I sent you my email and my phone number, sir. Salute to y'all.
All right, salute to you, Monty.
Monty, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, look, brother. When you come up here, it's nothing personal, brother. They're gonna push back on you. Look, we're gonna push back on me. Push back on me. I mean, we push back on each other. That's what keeps us all honest, brother.
But there wasn't a pushback. I was just saying, let's get back to the topic.
And I'm a big boy. I wouldn't care nothing about you pushing back on me on the internet. I wouldn't care.
Okay,
I wouldn't care, but
we understand because you got responsibilities. We understand that, but don't go because you think we try that it's something personal, brother. We're gonna if somebody disagrees with you, they're gonna tell you. It's not personal just because, you know what I'm saying? It's not personal.
It wasn't even a pushback. I just didn't want us. We were going way off the rails. We just was. We was going to go way into something else, and I didn't want us to do that. I wanted to stay on the subject.
I'm not offended with anyone. If you want me to come up and explain the ins and outs of life insurance and/or health insurance and property and casualty, that means what you're doing with your car, your homes, and the things of that sort, then I will. If you don't, then it's cool, right? But I can't sit on an open panel. If you open up and you're gonna show 2 or 3 videos and we get a 30-minute segment where you giving us a topic of what we're gonna talk about, I can't sit 4 hours before I can give you an opinion and just listen to y'all talk. Y'all can do that on 3-way.
I get you.
Me being a fan and trying to help you build your channel and build content from a different perspective from the other side of the earth or the country, right? That's one thing, but I can't sit here for 8 hours. Then when y'all get through, then all right, well, yeah, we're gonna pull everybody up.
We'll work on that. Money.
It feels unfair, but you got my email, sir. I'm not offended. Rico, you crazy as hell.
Yeah, he is, for real. But Monty, we're gonna work on it, man. We're gonna try to get better, man. We're still learning this thing, man. So with your input, man, maybe we'll work it out, man, where things will be a lot better, a lot smoother, man. We still working. Me, Patrice, and Rico, man. We still trying to work it out, put our heads together, and make it work, brother. So forgive us if we go on a little longer, because we try to put the thing together where we can do our little dialogue, and then we can bring everybody on, and you guys have enough time to come on and talk, man. So forgive us.
I feel that, but look at on my computer, it's in the left corner, live, 5 hours and 41 minutes, 48, 49. Pull up whenever you pulled up the people that were listening to you. I'm trying to support you, and every time I got my computer fixed, it was 6 people in, 7 people in. Right? They leaving because you can't keep nobody's attention that long with y'all just talking. Call each other on 3-way.
All right, nobody will
sit here and listen to y'all. That's not interactive. That's y'all talking.
Yeah.
Okay, now we just have to figure out a way that when we do the videos and stuff, we got to cut out some of our conversations so that we can, after the video is done, then we can have panel come up and talk. We talk a little bit about it, then we have the panel come up and talk. We got to find a way to do that, because I don't think the video was even an hour long, but because we keep stopping it and then we go off into these long conversations, that's what really prolong it.
Right,
so
but you hold me the topic as y'all go into a tangent. You see what I'm saying?
Right, that's what I just said, Monty. So we have to figure out a way. We'll figure out a way to shorten that.
Mr. Clarence, happy Father's Day. Rico,
thank you, sir.
Day.
Hey, happy Father's Day to you, sir.
No, see, so what I really want, I'm gonna share this. This is my only time to get to do it.
Big rig.
Right? The boy just left my house. He's not mine. My son is in his room. My daughter's right here. The other boy, his brothers, I done already raised them too. He just left here to go home for a minute, and he'll be back. That's my Father's Day gift.
Happy Father's Day, Monty. Thank you. Thank you for stopping.
Whenever you guys talk, whenever I see somewhere you talking about being a better black somebody, I do this. It's my passion. I ain't about no dumb shit, no none of that. They didn't get. I cook dinner for them on Father's Day. Figure that out.
Yeah. That's what we do.
Yeah,
that's what we do. That's a great.
But whenever they're walking across said college stage, right, and I ain't paid a fucking dime, because whenever my son graduate from school, he gonna be a junior a sophomore in college. When my daughter graduate from school, she gonna be a sophomore in college. Right? Whenever they do that, that's what a father was. Now we're talking about a better black life. This is whenever you get tapped into the LeBron James, the Kanye West, the Byron Allens. It's got to start somewhere. You got to have a foundation.
May I speak, please?
Right? Whenever I come here for strength. I told y'all that last week.
Okay, brother.
So bless y'all. I'll holler at y'all later. I'm out. Be blessed.
Right.
Happy Father's Day.
All right, happy Father's Day.
Okay. Thank you, Monty. Yeah, so
I think you suck a nerve, Patrice.
Well, how did I only thing I was trying to say is I have not been able to.
It's usually your fault. It's usually my fault. Now today it's Patrice's fault.
Oh my God, y'all killing me. Okay, even today, that's why. Listen, even today, I was trying to control how long we talk. Was I not in the back chat saying we need to move on, right?
That's the short part. Clarence, you talk too much. Let's keep it
So what we need to do is, because these videos that we are showing are 45 minutes to an hour long, we need to absolutely let as much of it play as possible, and we talk as less as possible. We all need to agree to do that. And then after the video is done, then you could drop the I think it'd be a good, it's just a suggestion. I think it'll be a good idea after that to drop the link, and then we all have a panel discussion. And what also happens, let me finish. And what also happens is we tend to move the needle and get way off the subject a lot of times. And we could ask a question or make a statement, but then some kind of way it goes left, right? And we start to get off into something else. That's why I was trying to reel it back in and talk about what the subject at hand was about. Because I know we all have, I've been guilty of it. We all are guilty of it. But I think the general of the conversation with the point that Von Erich and I was trying to make was, it is a difference when you own your own brand. Nobody can tell you when, what, who, how high to jump, how low to jump, where to go, how to do it, because you own that brand. And when you leave anybody that you're doing business with under that brand, you still can take your brand with you and still go build your brand somewhere else. I can leave Adidas and go to Nike. I can leave Nike and go to Reebok if I want to, et cetera, et cetera. That is the difference in the business that Yeezy has, as opposed to the business that Michael Jordan and Magic Johnson has. It just kind of cut it short. Owning your own brand, your own name is better. And these are things that we need to be instilling in our children to be able to have their own businesses, create their own generational wealth, and et cetera, et cetera. That's all I wanted to say. And it was starting to go way off left into who's a pedophile, who's a like, come on, we can't do that. Yeah, regardless, and that's a matter of public opinion, depending on who you talk about. Everybody don't think Michael Jackson was that. There are people that believe Michael Jackson was not that, just like they believe things about Prince. There's people that believe things that are not about Prince. We don't know. We wasn't there. It's a matter of opinion and who believe what. So let's not get off into the semantics of that. Let's stay on the subject.
Right.
That's all I want to say.
Okay, can I offer this one perspective? Why do we show these long fucking videos, Clarence? Why do you have to show the whole video? If it's a 45-minute video, can we condense it down to 15 minutes? Just get the best part. And can we throw out the other side argument shit with everything? Because that, I think, chews up a lot of time, too. I know you got to live with it.
Rico, actually, you chew up a lot of damn time. Let's be real.
Because one thing you got, you're right. You're right. Because I always get stuck onto this. Oh, my God, are we going to go with the fucking other side argument again? Yeah, well, we were setting it up.
I'm willing to wait until after the video's over.
And don't let you get no libations in you, Rico. You get libations in you. Oh my God.
What I'm saying is I add to it being drugged out, but it's like if I sit here and don't say anything, well, I'm gonna tell you what these young boys have been told. Before we even get into it, because Clarence, fair enough. That's all I'm saying. Is I'm like, I don't care what they're being taught. Is it in the video? No, then fuck what they're being taught. Let's go to the video. Let's get our 15 minutes, and then I can shut up and we can move on. But if we're going to do all of this, where we're going to build up this argument to then attack it with this argument, does that not make it doubly as long?
Do you see what he's saying? You see what he's doing? He's saying, just let me talk.
No, I'm saying if you
don't argue with me.
Argument on the left to have an argument on the right, we got two arguments. Can we just pick one?
Smart. They see what's going on, Rico.
Okay.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna keep my questions till after the video's over. I'm gonna start writing them down. Maybe that'll work. And we can.
But my question is this, Clarence. Let me ask you a question, though.
Okay.
You said your question. You said your questions, but then you always tell me when you're doing the video, no, these not my questions, Rico. This is what them young boys ask. I'm like, them young boys ain't asking that shit. Your questions, not theirs.
Rico, so, you got the libations. I never told you.
Okay. Leave it like it is. That was my only suggestion. Now, can I go back to the fucking Yeezy? Because I do got a Yeezy question for you, Patrice, and Von Erich.
Okay, go ahead.
This is what I was getting at. And I'm glad you gave that explanation because that gave me some clarity. And was that what you was trying to say too, Von Erich, that Yeezy can take his brand and go do his own thing?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. All right. And I didn't get that part, so that's some clarity that I wasn't getting. I wasn't even arguing that point. Does he own Yeezy? I wasn't arguing that. I'm like, that motherfucker could have been in the record. Who the fuck is this record with RCA, whatever? And he could have just made up Yeezy. He was doing clothing even before Adidas and Gap brought his ass on. Remember, he was doing all that designing, and nobody else really wanted to fuck with him. Till he got a couple of people to buy into it. What I was saying was the whole concept that the Yeezy brand was worth more than the Adidas brand, which by the last time I checked, that shit went back to Patrice, me and you in high school. Adidas sneakers was around. Run DMC did an album called My Adidas. So Adidas was, Adidas is a $33 billion would it be dollar company. I'm like, I'm sorry. Yeezy ain't made them, and he ain't gonna break them. Now he can take Yeezys and go the fuck on. That's fine. I'm not knocking that.
Yeah, and we saying that's not our argument.
Is what I was
that's
saying.
not our argument.
That's right. That's not our argument. She's
That's
right.
all I was trying to say. I was confused because y'all was making me think like, oh, if Yeezy go, Adidas is gonna crumble.
But you said
no, they was,
that you said Yeezy would, and that's not true.
Right.
You said Yeezy needed Adidas, and that's not true.
Right.
And what I'm saying is, no, I'm not saying that I think he will crumble as a person or an artist, but I'm saying I don't see him. I don't see him getting a better deal. This is what I'm saying. I don't see him getting a better deal from any other shoe company because Yeezys don't make shoes. Adidas make those motherfuckers. So when he take the Yeezy name,
so if it didn't work out with him and Adidas no more, he can go right to Reebok or Nike or New Balance or any other. That's all we saying.
Right.
I'm not disagreeing with that. All I'm saying is it's not like they're going to give him a better deal anywhere else. What I'm saying is, again, I think Yeezys are popular because of Yeezy, not necessarily because of the shoe. I think they're popular because of Kanye.
But we could go back and forth.
When I talk about influence, I'm talking about that's what influence is. In other words, Nike was popular because it's a fucking product, a shoe. Adidas is a shoe. Reebok is a shoe. Yeezy is a brand off of the person, off of Kanye. If something happened to him today or tomorrow, then Yeezy don't mean shit like it does with him here. Is what I'm trying to get.
But I think you're missing the main point.
And that's influence to me.
Right. I think, but you still missing the main point that you started off. Power. He has power that he can go. Let's just say he only showed 2 shoes. First of all,
for himself.
First of all, if you go back to where Yeezy joined Adidas, they was about to crumble. Look at that stock at that time, and when he came in, they took off. So they was about to go out. Yes,
Yeezy.
Yes, because he outsold Jordan. You can research it. Look at that stock when Yeezy joined Adidas.
I'm gonna look it up.
Their stock went up at that time. You actually answered it. Look how long Adidas been out, and they only worth $33 billion. Look how long they've been out. So that means and the reason why they worth $33 billion is because of Yeezy. He outsold Jordan.
But you know what? But Von Erich, that's not true because guess who's been out just as long as them? You know, Converse has been out just as long as them, and they're probably not even worth $33 billion. Converse was the first one, even before Nike. So Converse been out longer. Fucking New Balance has been out as long. So I'm saying there are other shoes. Nike got dominance of all of the athletic endorsements, so that's why they just exploded. But Converse is the oldest. They go all the way back to Chuck Taylor.
We know that. We know that, but I just want to get back when you say
so it's not fair to say look at how long they've been because you got ones that were even before you had a Puma, you had Converse.
They're not worth $33 billion. That they worth $33 billion.
But I'm saying, look at Converse. Converse probably worth less than that.
That's because Converse. Then you prove our point. Because if they would have they'd have got Kanye, they'd have been worth billions of dollars.
Well, I don't know if they would have got Kanye. I'm saying they fucked up on a lot of athletes. They fucked up on Jordan. They fucked up on because they didn't believe athletic endorsements. Nike made a gamble that athletic endorsement would push shoe sales when all the other shoe companies just did not believe it. And Nike,
but see, that's the main point that we try.
So that's what Adidas is doing with Yeezy. You ain't got to be an athlete. We'll take a rapper.
But that's the main point that we are trying to see. When you say influence, yes, Magic Johnson is an influence. Everybody liked him, but Magic Johnson did not control his brand. He sold his likeness, his influence. What we're trying to show is you can be influenced, but the people that was did not control or had power of themselves, even though they was a big influence. What we're saying is,
okay, so let me ask you a question.
if you're a big influencer, control your brand, control your likeness. LeBron James.
Okay, Mr. Eric, perfect question. Perfect question.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question. Do you literally think so? Who does Kanye owe that to? Himself? That he made that decision? Because I'll say this to you often, the decision to control his brand. I would say to you oftentimes, same thing in the music industry, right? Most people sit there and want to own their masters. Why? Because they've seen the failures of people before them. So Kanye made a smart decision watching Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, and watching what, Jordan, of course, Jordan is the ultimate brand. The Jordan brand is almost a whole new fucking shoe company by itself. And the reason why I think Kanye and everybody else now who comes out and say, oh, I want to own, because I think Steph Curry is one. He got with, who was it, Under Armour?
Yeah.
Because the other ones fucked him over.
Right.
The other ones fucked him over. But guess what? He took ownership, but all of them decided to take ownership based off of the failures where Michael Jordan and Magic fucked up. Now, if they hadn't fucked up, they would have been the first idiot to say, oh, I'll take the money. Right. And that's why Jordan and Magic was stupid, because there was a lot of goddamn money at that time. Oh, we're going to give you $20 million. Like, yeah, shit, who the fuck else gonna give it $20 million? And you're like,
but I just want to
$5 million and take a percentage.
But I just want to show what Kanye did. And this is an interview. Y'all remember the clothing line back in the day called Cross Colors? Y'all remember that? And Carl Kanai? Cross Colors. The
Cross Colors.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
Cross Colors back in the day. Right. Okay. Cross Colors. They was owned by they was Cross Colors. Okay, Cross Colors. Wait. Hold up. Cross Colors was owned by two black men along with Carl Kanai. They split up, right? Carl Kanai went on his own. When Carl Kanai helped the Gap. Gap is huge. That brand is huge. Carl Kanai was the one who helped design the shoes to get Gap on their own to grow. Then when Carl Kanai did that, he had help from that owner for him to own his brand 100%. Kanye went to Cross Colors, those two black guys, and Carl Kanai, and they said he's a genius due to he went back, seen what they did wrong, and applied it. So he wouldn't do, and then apply what is done today and with modern times today, as far as the industry today. Sean John didn't have that. G-Unit didn't have that. Rockefeller didn't have that. None of them had that. This is the reason why if you go, and this is the reason why if you go for the interview, if you listen to the interview, Carl Kanai and the cause, because they said Kanye is a genius because what he had set up for him to have power.
No. But the real genius you spoke of earlier that put fucking Kanye to shame is fucking Byron Allen. He ain't invested in
he don't put Kanye in shame. They in different sectors. It's different.
But what I'm saying is that they're both in different sectors, but they're both business. Kanye fucking made a business decision to invest with Gap. And I don't even know how the Gap shit is doing. We know how
he didn't invest in Gap.
We know how the Yeezys is doing. Yes, he did.
No, he didn't invest in Gap.
Collaboration with Gap.
Oh, you talking about we did a collaboration? Okay.
Yeah, yes, he did do some shit with Gap, and I don't think that went so well because I don't think, and I'm not surprised because I was like, I don't think he's the Gap market. It's just not.
Why should we put him against? But why should we put them
Yeah,
against?
why are we putting two black men against each other that are in two different sectors of business?
No. What I'm saying, what I'm saying is what I'm looking at. I'm not competing them. I'm not competing them. I'm saying I'm looking at one who Byron Allen completely 100%. You because you kept talking about Byron Allen, so I'm assuming you know the history of how his corporate structure is set up, which is totally distinctly different and even better than anything Michael Jordan did, better than fucking Jay-Z did. He is Nike. Byron Allen is he's the Nike. He's not you're an affiliation. He bought the Weather Channel. Okay. He bought the TV and radio station. He is the corporation.
Okay,
is what
right.
I'm saying, which is a distinct difference than collaborate. He didn't say, oh, well, I want a piece of. No, he said, I want the whole fucking thing. He'll come to your channel. Okay, what channels is it? I want to buy this TV station. And he owns it.
He owns stations. He owns stations with
owns
Sinclair.
them whole.
No, he doesn't own them whole. He doesn't own. He
owns those stations.
No. No. He doesn't
Allen
own.
Media Entertainment Corporation.
That's the company.
Sinclair, yeah.
That's the
It's
Sinclair and Byron Allen own TV stations together. They share
together.
They share.
But you know why? Because you know why? Because the bottom line is, and I'm gonna tell you why he's still the owner of. No. Sinclair owns all of the. Sinclair is the bigger company, right? So what they do is they buy. What you have to do is you have to get. If you know anything about FCC licenses. Right. So you got to get certain markets. You have to have licenses to broadcast television in certain areas. Byron Allen goes in and say, OK, I want to buy all of these stations and I'll broadcast them. And he'll buy like your local station. So he won't buy. He's not buying the Foxes or the ABCs or the CBSs. A lot of and some of them he do. So I'll be clear. He owns like some ABC stations in Oklahoma and shit.
He owns the Griot. He owns the Griot.
Right.
Yes.
Yep.
So he owns a lot of shit. And he owns these stations because even Sinclair as a huge, even Fox as a huge, they still sell these local stations to independent companies at the local level. And they'll still say, okay, we're going. So it's like franchising. You can buy the McDonald's, but you still got to sell the McDonald's product. So you can buy the Sinclair station, but there's a contract that you still have to broadcast under their fucking name, even because they'll have the FCC license. So when you make the contract to buy the station, you don't always buy the license to broadcast.
And that's what he was fighting for because Comcast was not allowing him to purchase the bandwidth to be able to have his own companies on his own bandwidth. That was the big superpower that he took them to the Supreme Court with.
Right.
So
he wanted to see what it is, which he said on Roland Martin. He said, as far as when y'all get y'all bill and you see you got basic cable and you have basic. In that money, they are supposed to get money, but they don't. BET don't get none of that money. Now they do since they under Viacom. But when BET was under Johnson, they didn't get that money. The African station, they don't get that money. And he even said none of those stations, Latino people don't own a Latino station. African people don't own an African station. None of them do. And what he was saying is they was Revolt, what's his name? P. Diddy, he doesn't own Revolt. And a lot of those stations, P. Diddy doesn't own Revolt.
Does he?
Only one, he doesn't. He doesn't own it. Okay. The only one who owned that station and was able to buy out was the woman who, she's huge, a phenomenal woman, very smart. Kathy Hughes, TV1.
Yeah, Kathy Hughes.
One station,
Yeah, TV1.
Yeah, she's from DC. Or from them.
Right. And she was able. It was first. It was first. It was her.
Howard University station.
Right. And it was her and Comcast together on TV1, but then she ended up buying the controlling interest, but Comcast owned her debt. And that's the thing that was able, she could not get under the control from that. But Byron Allen wanted to get into, as far as when we pay our bill, our cable bill, he wanted to get into that he gets a part of that money, which they was leaving the rest of the people out of that. And that is unfair when it comes to the 13th and 14th Amendment, when it comes to equal economic opportunity.
Right, and that's what he was suing for. You right, brother?
The part I was out was the fundamental. We can't act like there's not a difference. Again, it's not a black thing. It's like, okay, like I said, he is the corporation. What all these other doing, even LeBron, who became a billionaire, the first active NBA, I think maybe the first professional, I don't know if he's the all sport, but he became a billionaire this year. And I'm like, yeah, but he's invested in shit. Being invested in shit oftentimes mean you don't run shit. You just take your money and you a shareholder and you rely on the fiduciary responsibility of the people to run the company to continue to make money for the company, to continue to pay you dividends to make you become a billionaire.
Right.
Byron Allen buys shit and like, no, nigga, I'm running this shit. That's a difference. I'm not even sure. And again, I don't know particularly about Yeezy 1,000%. But I don't think he running shit at the Gap. I don't know about the Yeezy brand. Maybe they gave him total control, this, that,
He
whatever.
He got total creative control over the Yeezy brand. That's his brand.
That's his
I'm not taking that away. I'm not, folks, relax. I'm not taking that away. I said, I don't know. And even if he is I don't know if, because Byron has been doing this shit how many years now? Damn near 30.
Yeah,
he ain't been doing this shit for a little bit of time. This brother been doing this shit a long fucking time. And I'm telling you, he knows how to. I was just blown away. He's on that Bob Johnson level shit, who was never an entertainer, who's always been the Robert Smith, the Bob Johnson. I was like, God damn, Byron. I always liked him telling jokes back in the day. I thought he had that old, what is it, Wayne? What's the brother name? Wayne, the comedian they always say.
Brady. Wayne Brady.
Right? That's who he reminded. He was Wayne Brady before Wayne Brady, right? That's who I always thought. Like, damn, Byron Allen's like fucking Wayne Brady. But like,
but Byron Allen, even before he became known in stand-up, he was in the background writing for other comedians. This guy is they don't know Byron Allen is a brilliant man.
Yes, exactly. And his mother is brilliant because she was a publicist for a lot of stars in Hollywood. A very smart woman.
Yep, sure was.
Bob Johnson did not own BET, the whole BET, like Byron Allen. He had investors. The biggest investor, and a lot of people may not know this or don't know this, who was the backbone, and she doesn't get the credit, was his wife. His wife.
Who? Oh, his wife. You talking about Bob Johnson?
Bob Johnson's ex-wife.
Oh yeah.
She was the first black billionaire before Oprah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and she was the investor. She was the backbone behind that company. She owns half of the DC because she owns half of the basketball team, the women's basketball team, the hockey team.
Wow. What's their sister name?
Sheila Johnson.
Sheila Johnson. Okay, I heard.
She lives in Ashburn, Virginia now.
She's a pedigree. Yeah, her family is a pedigree. Was wealthy, wealthy and everything. She's a very intelligent woman and doesn't get the credit. Like I like her because she doesn't look for credit. She's like
she low key, right?
Yeah.
Again, Mr. Eric.
I like the low key.
Mr. Eric and Patrice. Once again, why I said real power is what? Quiet. That's all I'm. My whole
they ain't making a bunch of noise.
Influence is loud. Influence is out there. Real power, you don't even know who the fuck.
But I understand what you're saying, and there is a difference. But I will still say
it's a pronounced difference between them.
Right.
Well,
I like the fact
wanna
that
keep the power.
yes,
Keep
we know that Kanye is a big influencer, but that brother
Yeah.
also, when it comes to controlling his brand, got his own power, and I
I
like
agree
it.
with you.
Right.
And the thing is, the only thing I say, I'll be careful with brands is that they can fluctuate, they can come and they can go.
That's true.
So I think he ain't got to worry about nothing for the rest of his days. We
Right.
know that.
And
That's
he
not
controls
at all.
controls the big. He's the controlling interest in his wife brand.
And what I'm saying is this: is that the reason why I say
honestly, Kanye is becoming an icon in the fashion industry. That's what he's doing. He's trying to become the same iconic status as. Listen, he's trying to become the same iconic status as your Versace's, your Gucci's, your Louis Vuitton, and he's trying to do that generationally for his name, for the West name.
And this is what I'm trying to tell you, Patrice, is that yes, he's trying to do that. And what's stopping him doing that? Real power. And those are people that we don't see or we don't know. That's not, but they'll sit back there and they'll be like, oh, he gonna leave Adidas, he gonna go to Reebok. And somebody pick up the phone and say, no. That's power. And then Reebok say no. Even though they might want to do it. That's real power.
But I don't believe anybody will do that to him to this day because they know because of the influence that he has behind his brand and his name. I don't believe nobody else. Even with all what's going on in his life personally, I believe they'll still touch him right now if he left Adidas and wanted to go somewhere else. Honestly, that's the influence he has.
Some of the brands you say he want to be like Versace. Look at what it's like. What is the largest brand? Is the family that owns Louis Vuitton. Mm-hmm. They're a huge brand. Mm-hmm. And it's just like some of those brands, you know what gives them power is exclusivity. Right. Keeping certain people. Remember for years they always talk about, oh, Ralph Lauren and so didn't want black people. I'm like, there's a certain truth to that. They don't want their brand associated with certain things no matter what, because it creates an air of exclusivity. So even with Tesla, Elon Musk, I think that motherfucker got a whole lot of racism in him. So if he can create a certain air of exclusivity, this is only for this class of people, and we don't let anybody in. I don't give a shit who you are.
I believe what you said, but you have to understand as far as when you go there. You ever see the movie called Tucker and His Dream? It's about the Tucker car. Now, years ago, I forgot the guy who was telling, but he tried to come out with a car, nice car. Matter of fact, a lot of the things that you see today what cars are doing, he was doing that years ago. But you know who stopped him? It was Ford, Chrysler, the big three automobiles.
Was that the windshield wiper?
The windshield wiper? No, there was another. It was another guy's name. It's called the Tucker car. It's a movie. Tucker
I remember that.
And they stopped him, and it took Howard Hughes. Back in the day that supplied him with the metal. So you can go and try to have power, but you're gonna have these big corporations. Why you think
block your ass?
Right.
Well, Byron Allen said the same thing. He had to go to that TV guy. What was that mogul name? He met him at a party and he was talking to him. Oh God, Byron Allen told this story about this guy. I can't think. I think
is that the one he said that the guy only goes after like 600 million, but he leaves the 100 million on the bottom, and Byron Allen was like, "Well, I'm going after the 100 million." Is that the one, or it was another guy?
I don't know. I can't. But he tells the story of the white guy that helped him when he was struggling.
Was it Robert Murdoch? Was it Robert Murdoch?
I think that's the name. I think that's the name.
Robert Murdoch owned Fox, the Fox. He said that's my. He said he's my business father or something like that.
That's him.
Robert Murdoch. Byron Allen out of getting that upper echelon, and that's all I'm saying is that's power. That's not influence. That's power. People who can prevent you from doing certain things.
Rico, everybody. This is a beautiful conversation, but 6 hours and 17 minutes.
I know, right?
You talk too much, Clarence. Clarence, you talk too much.
I ain't even said that in the last hour. I ain't even. Well, Monty told me I don't know how to run a show, and I'm I'm making it wait 4 hours before he can come up. So we got to work on that. But it's time to get some closing remarks because we got to go. And my wife called me and said, "Hey, I'm fixing you a special dinner. You got to come on home."
I'm putting arsenic in it. She's putting arsenic in it.
Shout out to Rico Young. Shout out to Rico.
Folks don't know what arsenic is. You
already know he got the libations in him. He got the libations.
Hey, he's right. Maybe about 15 years ago or so, maybe she would have calmed down a lot. She came down. I calmed down a lot. All right, brother Vaughn.
Mama in San Diego. She on your. Mama in San Diego. She in your neck of the woods. So I ain't got. I'm good.
Mama's in San Diego. Oh, no wonder you out here on the porch sitting out here
San
chilling.
Diego. She out there in California cutting up. So I'm cutting up alone.
Everybody needs a break from you sometimes, Rico. Everybody needs a break. So I
understand. What you told me when I jumped off at the airport. I need a break from you.
That's okay. She'll miss you enough she'll be able to come back and sit amongst you again with the libations, Rico.
Look, I asked, I said, baby, you miss me. She said, with every shot.
Shout out to the Oracle. Shout out to the Oracle. Shout out to Marcus. Shout out to We On Lock, if you guys didn't hear me already. All right, let's start wrapping it up, y'all. Let's start getting some solutions or something. What's going on?
We ain't got no solution. Let me close this out. Let me just say this. This has been a wonderful Father's Day show. And I mean, like you said, we expect that participation might be low because I hope, all of our subs have been out there spending time and wishing their fathers near and far. Hopefully everybody who has their father still here with them, that they spent time with them and show them how much they love and appreciate them. If they're not with you in your immediate vicinity, at least reach out, call them, send them a message, text something. And if they're dearly departed, still remember them and carry them in your heart, and that know that they loved you and you should love them back the same. But it's also Juneteenth, which is a remembrance also, and other than just Father's Day, of the how we came about being emancipated through the unjust slavery and keeping of us that we had. So again, I hope you all celebrate it. Take tomorrow off. Do something, an act of service, an act of volunteer.
Remember, Rico. Let's get it right about the Emancipation Proclamation. Emancipation Proclamation only freed current slaves. It freed current slaves. So somebody else born into slavery or some kind of other way got into slavery or runaway slave or whatever, that person had to come back. The thing that actually freed the slaves was the 13th Amendment.
I thought Monty told you talk too much.
He did.
Okay.
He did.
And I'm done. Hey, look.
He told me to take it. He told me to take it. I took it, right? I took it right across the chin.
Look, Clarence, take me down. You and Patrice hang on for 2 minutes, and I just want to tap bases with you guys after the fact. Great show.
All right.
All right. Thank you, Brother Rico. Appreciate you. That was Rico. All right, Brother Vaughn. Any last words, comments, questions,
yes. Thank you for having me up. I think one of the solution is us coming together in unity to have conversation like this. And even though some people may disagree, doesn't mean that you can't take that disagreement and use it later on in life to bring each other up and build each other up in our communities and things like that. I think that we should have more solutions like this because, as they say, information is power. I want to say Happy Father's Day to everybody in the chat and on the panel. And if Patrice, if she's a single mother, then Happy Father's Day to her. Also, Queen Patrice.
I appreciate that, but I'm not a father. I never will take that rank in that place. I will just only accept mother. My son has a father, but I appreciate what you're saying.
Okay. And I just appreciate for being up here and this discussion. I love it. And it's good to have these discussions with us. Appreciate it.
Yeah, we appreciate you and your perspective.
Yeah, man, come on back, man. You educated a lot of us today on a lot of different things, man. So we appreciate that. That's what we need, man. You know, I'm saying a lot of, you know, because a lot of our people, we come and we got to be able to disagree, but in a way we can educate each other at the same time without, you know, purposely offending each other. And I like that. I like that in people, man. So I appreciate you, Brother Vaughn. You know, you're always welcome, man. Anytime, brother. Anytime.
No problem. Y'all take it easy. Love everybody.
Same
All
here,
right,
brother.
take care now.
Happy Father's Day. All right, that was Brother Vaughn. And then there was two.
Two of the toughest. That other one, we had to sit him down there so he could chill out from his libations.
Man.
You gotta love Brother Rico.
He always starts beating up on me whenever he get mad. You know, he can't find somebody to beat up on. He just beat up on me. He just pick up on me. So anyway,
yeah. another great stream. I hope that if someone was listening or in the chat on the panel learned something about the history of Juneteenth and what it was all about. Right. I hope that they, you know, can take that and pass it on to their children and their children's children so they can know about that history. History is very important, guys, for us to learn, because if we do not learn from it, we are doomed to repeat it. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers. Happy Father's Day in heaven to my father, to my son's father. I will never take the place of fathers and a man as a woman. Even though I raised predominantly my son as a single mother, I will never take that. I could never take that place of his father. So I definitely want to continue for that to be in the hands of the real men that are out here, that are raising their children, they are in their children's lives and being those true fathers. And they are participating not just monetarily, but in all other forms of ways to be a father. And even if you are a stepfather or a mentor or advisor or counselor for a young man that needs a father, you're so appreciated, and thank you for that as well. Salute to the chat. I hope everybody enjoyed the show. Yeah, and it was good. Anything that I will say as far as a solution is that I hope that whatever you take out of it, out of these videos that we do in a positive way, any little tidbit of information that we drop in that you deem to be a solution for the Black community or in your home, where it should start first, is to start there first and then go out to your community and make a difference. Appreciate you, bro Clarence.
All right, sis. I appreciate you. I'm pull you down, okay?
All right.
You gotta sit back in the studio with Rico, but
I know I don't want to go.
just
don't
do your
make
best.
me. Don't make me.
Just do your best until I get there.
All right. All right. All right.
All right, sis. All right. That was OG Patrice. What do y'all think? Let's go through the lineup today. Well, first of all, let me thank the chat. You guys did an excellent job, outstanding, strong performance. Risa, you guys, Quantum, all you guys, Big Rigs, We Unlock Marcus, all you guys, Sim, Von Eric, all you guys, Monty, New Growth, all you guys, strong performance today. Everybody, Anderson, strong performance. Even Ivan Reed, I ain't never seen him before, but shout out to him. Shout out to the brother. Yeah, man, you guys, strong performance in the chat. When you guys do strong performance in the chat, frees us up to be able to focus on the panel, the discussion on the panel, right? It's hard to pay attention to every word a person is saying and then focus on the chat and then focus on look up other stuff that I'm looking up stuff to verify what's being said on the panel. So it's like it's a lot of stuff going on all at the same time, and you guys take a lot of that pressure off of me. So I appreciate all of y'all in the chat, and then you guys keep the chat squeaky clean. So shout out to y'all. Strong performance from the chat today. Strong performance. We appreciate y'all. All right, let's go down the list. We have Von Eric. What do you think about Von Eric? Brother Von Eric came through. Strong performance. Came in. He educated us on a lot of different things, man. A lot of different things. A lot of stuff I didn't know because I don't follow Kanye like that. But, you know, he educated us about his business situation. Even Jordan, even Magic, he came in, educated us about that. Shout out to Brother Vaughn. Appreciate him. You know, strong performance as always. Never seen Brother Vaughn come out and be lackadaisical. Always come out with a strong performance. Brother Monty, always pushing the program. Solid performance. Solid performance. Even told me, hey, Clarence, you expect me to sit around here and wait 4 hours and then on top of that, try to get on the panel? I got children. I got all kinds of things I gotta do, brother. You gotta work it out. Okay, Patrice said we're gonna try to work it out. We're gonna try to figure out a way we can talk about the videos and then you know, have you guys come up in a shorter amount of time. Because these 6 and 7 hour streams, man, they ain't getting it. I mean, it's cool to do them, but I know we can do more in less time. So that's the thing. And I know you guys got things to do on Sunday. You guys don't want to spend 7 hours on 7 hours on the stream listening to us talk, you know what I mean? I understand. All right, so we're gonna work on that. We're gonna work on that. He made a good suggestion. Monty made a good suggestion. We need to work on that. We're gonna work on that. Strong performance though from Monty. Came in, shot a shot. I figured he wanted to get to me, but he said, "Damn, Clarence, you talk so long. You guys made me wait so long. I don't even remember what we were talking about." Right? I had smoke for you, but I don't even remember what the smoke was for. I said, okay, I got you. Strong performance from Monty. Appreciated even the input that, you know, didn't go down right or not right, but didn't go down. You know, it didn't have no sugar in it. It was straight, no chaser. He still, I love it. And you know what I'm saying? You guys have any other information that'll help us make the show better? Give it to us. It's no problem. See, we don't take it personal. Oh no, you don't like the way we do it. Well, then don't listen. No, we didn't take it like that. We said, okay, you know, we're still trying to learn. All of us are still trying to learn. Me, Rico, and Patrice, we're still trying to learn. By the way, if you haven't gone to Patrice's channel, I just saw her singing Car Wash. Outstanding performance. If you want to if you really want somebody sing Car Wash, go to Patrice's channel and go check it out. It was off the hook. Hey, somebody said I'm a long-winded Negro, but I ain't a long-winded Negro. I'm a little long-winded Negro. Rico is a long-winded Negro. He's the pusher backer and the long-winder of the group. Now you guys tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. All right, let me get down the list here. Rico was on the list. Rico was on the panel today, right? Strong performance as always, right? Always comes with it. The ladies love Rico. Rico's always on the panel, giving out his version of events, pushing back when there's no need to push back, but he'll push back anyway, right? No need to push back. The strong performance as always. Rico makes the engine run. One of the guys that makes the engine go around and around and around. Shout out to Brother Rico. Who else? Who else had a strong performance today? Oh, Sister Patrice. What do you think about Sister Patrice? Strong performance, man. Strong performance. You see in Patrice, man, she kind of like smoothing out and being more at home, sitting on the panel with two nut jobs like me and Rico. She's at home with us. I guess she's used to dealing with it, being in entertainment. She's dealing with nut jobs, right? so she deal with us and she handle it smooth, man. She's smooth, man. Hey, let's move. She can move it this way. You know what I mean? So shout out to Patrice. Came in, strong performance, dropped some jewels on us as always, right? So, you know what I mean? Made us think about things in a certain way. Sometimes she agree with me. Sometimes she agree with Rico. Sometimes she don't agree with neither one of us. Sometimes she just tell her. But that's what I like about her, because she tell the truth, whether she agree with it, she see it our way or not. Did you go look at it, Rico? She got down. All right, we talking about Patrice singing Car Wash. Go look that up. Go to OG Patrice's channel and go check her out singing Car Wash, man. She hit it. She hit it out of the park, man. All right. Yeah, that was it. That was it. I think that was everybody. Everybody had a strong performance. Everybody did great today, as usual. She don't need no backup from you, Rico. Not at all. Not at all. If by backup you mean sweep the stage after she's done, yeah, then I'll take that as backup. All right, y'all. So we're gonna get out of here. We'll be back. We got Rico's got a special treat for y'all on Tuesday. So if y'all can make it, come out here and get with us on Tuesday. He doesn't want me to let the cat out of the bag just yet, but he got a special guest that he got coming in. And then Patrice got another special guest coming in later on, I think in the month. So check that out. Plus we got some other stuff we're working on for y'all. Try to get it together. So let's do it. Let's see y'all, and we'll see y'all on Tuesday. And like I said, if y'all have any questions or solutions or suggestions, put them in an email. So you email to me. My email is on the web page, so you can go over to the About tab, click on that, and it gets my email down there. Okay. All right. We'll see y'all Tuesday, and happy Father's Day to the fathers, stepfathers, the grandfathers, the mentors, the advisors, the dudes that just giving out good advice. Happy Father's Day to all of you brothers. Appreciate y'all.